When the young prince came face to face with a massive ogre, he didn't even think about backing down. Instead, a confident grin spread across his face, like he'd finally found a worthy fight. His terrified attendants rushed to stop him, begging him to stay away from the beast. But the prince didn't budge an inch, because he trusted his own strength. Then, in the very next heartbeat, he proved every single one of them wrong. An overwhelming aura erupted around him, making the massive beast freeze in place. Then, with just a few lightning-fast strikes, he butchered the monsters without breaking a sweat. So how could an ordinary prince be this strong? What almost nobody knew was that he wasn't even human until recently. For hundreds of years, he had existed as a legendary sword. That very blade had been wielded by the greatest heroes in history. An undefeated knight who never lost a single battle. A dragon slayer feared even by ancient dragons. The king of mercenaries, a living legend of his era. Almost every legendary warrior had once wielded that very sword. But one day, everything suddenly changed. Instead of finding another master, the legendary blade suddenly opened its eyes. Only to realize, he had been reincarnated as an overweight 15-year-old first prince, despised even by the palace servants. But nobody knew any of that. Right when one of the palace maids walked up to him, a maid warns him to mind himself as a stern older man enters behind her. The visitor greets his return from death with open contempt, making clear that Adrian's personality has not improved in his eyes. After dismissing the servants, the prince is left alone with the man and immediately wonders who he is. The stranger speaks as if they share a deep bond, expecting recognition. Unable to place him, Adrian privately guesses the man must be the original prince's master. He covers his ignorance by claiming his memory is fragmented, which shocks the man. When the king's arrival is announced, the older man turns in surprise. Adrian quickly concludes that this man must be the prince's father. Seeing him, Adrian is startled that the king appears far more decent than expected. The king enters with authority and coldly remarks that the royal bloodline clearly has not improved. He condemns Adrian for not even showing basic respect to his own father despite nearly dying. As the court gathers, the king is informed that the prince may have lost his memory, and he orders the royal physician to confirm it at once. The physician examines the prince under the watch of the king and guards. He reports that there is no physical injury left to explain the condition. Still, he suggests the memory loss could be a temporary result of severe shock. The king repeats the diagnosis skeptically, while Adrian worries that his lie may have been seen through. Rather than accept it, the king treats the claim as a convenient excuse. He bluntly challenges the idea that forgetting can erase the prince's past crimes. The king says mistakes can be forgiven only when someone learns from them and changes. Instead, he accuses Adrian of using memory loss to avoid accountability. He declares that because the prince has done nothing to clean up his past, he has no right to move beyond it. The king's anger escalates until a knight tries to calm him, while Adrian realizes he is being personally targeted. Watching the confrontation, Adrian grasps that he has inherited a life where even basic human regard was denied. He is left wondering just how badly the original prince must have behaved to earn this treatment. Then someone calls him Ian, jolting him into a sudden memory. He recalls a gentle queen embracing the prince and soothing him with unconditional affection. In that memory, she dismisses the past as unimportant and only wants him to recover. She fusses over him tenderly, while he inwardly questions how such a spoiled face could look worn out. Her joy at his survival is sincere and overwhelming. She warns him never to touch something as dangerous as the sword again, terrified by how close she came to losing him. The memory leaves him trapped in her embrace, awkward and unable to respond naturally. At the same time, he is burdened by the truth that the son she loves is already gone. As night falls over the palace, he can only think about how painfully complicated this deception has become. When the queen finally leaves him to rest, he is left slumped alone with the weight of the lie still pressing on him. A reincarnated prince wakes in a weak, obese body and is immediately weighed down by guilt over having killed one of the descendants he had been entrusted to protect. He admits that although the death was not intentional, he still became the one who cut that life short. After a moment of remorse, he forces himself to think practically and decides he can only move forward from what has already happened. He resolves to live well enough in this life to make up for both himself and the person who died. Accepting that he has been reborn as an untalented prince, he decides his ruined physique does not matter as long as he can rebuild his strength. He steels himself with the confidence that he has already raised exceptional people before and can do so again. His first concrete goal becomes clear. He must create a mana heart inside this body. He begins the process by drawing mana into himself and trying to shape it internally. Blue mana gathers at his chest as he forces the energy to circulate through his body. The power swells rapidly, showing that his technique itself is still intact. For a moment the mana condenses toward a breakthrough, but the energy bursts apart instead of settling, leaving him standing in the aftermath of a failed attempt. He realizes something is wrong when the mana refuses to stabilize in his chest. He concludes that this body simply cannot accept the mana and lets it disperse. Refusing to give up, he immediately tries again with brute force. He pushes even harder on the second attempt, straining himself as the mana surges through him. Still unsatisfied, he keeps forcing the process again and again despite the mounting backlash. The repeated failures finally drive him to the floor. Furious, he curses this body for being so defective that even a basic step he once mastered now fails. He bitterly thinks that with his original body he could have forced mana through this pathetic constitution without trouble. Before he can continue, A servant enters and apologizes for interrupting him. She explains that the queen has sent a medicinal tonic meant to strengthen his body, even if it tastes unpleasant. The maid urges him to accept it as a sincere gesture of concern from his mother. She grows uneasy, clearly remembering how badly he reacted to medicine before. Her fear proves justified when he lashes out at the bowl on instinct, nearly repeating his former cruelty. But he suddenly notices something unusual about the tonic before fully rejecting it. He senses that the medicine contains mana. Without hesitation, he snatches the bowl from the startled maid. He gulps it down at once, treating it as a resource rather than a remedy. The maid can only stare in shock at the prince's completely unexpected behavior. After draining the bowl, he dismisses her so he can continue in private. Once she leaves, he prepares to test the mana-infused tonic as a substitute source of energy. Using the borrowed mana, he starts the process again and feels the energy take hold more cleanly this time. He confirms with relief that the method works when supported from outside. Still, he realizes the amount is too small and fades away within a day, making it only a temporary solution. Needing more, he calls the maid back before she gets far. He bluntly asks whether there is any more of that tonic. Over the next few days, he repeatedly gathers mana and refines the process through constant trial. At last he feels a breakthrough approaching and allows himself a grim smile. He believes he has finally succeeded in forming a mana heart. Because he had done this countless times in his previous life, he expected the procedure to be routine. Then the reality of this body catches him off guard. A violent pain tears through his chest, and he realizes too late that the process is far more agonizing than he remembered. The suffering feels like his whole body is burning and his chest is about to explode. That sensation makes him understand what he had overlooked about the technique. He remembers that creating a mana heart was originally an intensely painful ordeal. Knowing the danger, he fights to stay conscious. He warns himself that if he blacks out now, the unstable mana will backflow and destroy the attempt. Clenching down against the pain, he forces his mind to hold together. He drops into full concentration, determined to control the mana to the end no matter how much it hurts. He begins forcing the unstable mass of mana under control instead of letting it rampage. Rather than rushing, he carefully guides that power along the proper path through his heart. By letting a new core settle in gradually, he completes the final step of the transformation. Blue mana gathers around him as he concentrates on the change inside his chest. He senses the process reaching its end and braces for the result. Collapsing to one knee, he confirms that the attempt has succeeded. What he formed was not an artificial construct for someone else, but a heart of mana made entirely for himself. The realization hits him with exhilaration as he declares the creation complete. He proudly names the achievement. He has created a mana heart. His triumph is interrupted when something unexpected appears before him. A status message announces that a mana heart has been created, leaving him startled by the familiar system-like notice. He recognizes it as the same kind of message he once used to send to his master as a sword, and wonders why it is now appearing to him. Before he can process that, another notice reports that his connection to the source is being restored. A flood of messages follows, explaining that the connection is poor. Most authorities remain unusable, but a few functions are returning in a severely limited form. Among the restored powers, the third eye and third ear return just enough to sharpen his sight and hearing. Unsure what these authorities mean in his current state, he turns toward the window to test them. His vision suddenly reaches far beyond normal human limits. He confirms that his sight has become noticeably clearer than before. Then he starts catching sounds from inside and beyond the room, and warns himself not to get overwhelmed by listening too deeply. He realizes he can even hear conversations outside the door, proving the hearing enhancement is real. The strain spikes into pain as the new senses overtax him. A fresh warning explains that all mana in his body has been depleted, forcing the authorities to shut down. Recovering from the backlash, he understands that extremely limited truly means only brief, weak use. Compared with the absolute senses he once possessed as a sword, these restored abilities are only a faint remnant. Even so, he judges that the tiny amount of magical power is enough for small advantages like sharper sight and eavesdropping. He decides that if he can expand his mana capacity, those abilities should improve. Satisfied with that conclusion, he pauses to gather himself. His next immediate problem arrives in a far more human form: hunger. He resolves to adapt to having a human body first, and food is treated as the urgent priority. The queen dotes on him warmly, delighted by what she sees as his progress. She praises him for finishing all the medicine she sent and takes it as proof that he is finally learning to manage his body. Their quiet moment ends when another presence enters, and the queen turns to address him. She asks whether the boy recognizes the man, but he admits that he does not. The queen accepts that his memory loss seems genuine and says her elder brother will have to help him. He realizes this man is the queen's elder brother, though to him that still only makes the man an uncle. The uncle responds with open contempt, implying the boy's past was nothing worth missing and that he does not resemble him anyway. Rather than backing down, the boy decides to answer on his own terms. He bluntly says the only thing that can be done for that overgrown body is trimming some of the excess. The uncle coolly replies that he can help only to a limited extent and warns the boy not to expect too much. The boy is left momentarily confused by the direction of the exchange. The uncle's expression hardens, revealing that he is now asserting control rather than offering kindness. The pressure of that authority knocks the boy down before he can resist. The uncle declares that from now on every part of the boy's life, even food and breath, will be subject to his approval if he wants to be treated like a prince. He adds a taunting incentive, suggesting that obedience might earn the boy even a fragment of the family's secret swordsmanship. The offer sounds absurd to the boy, especially coming from a man celebrated as the kingdom's greatest knight and founder of its sword tradition. Sensing the boy's anger, the uncle mocks him for being visibly upset. Instead of submitting, the boy addresses him as uncle and proposes a wager. He vows that within half a year he will force the man to acknowledge him. He stakes everything on it, promising total obedience if he fails. And if he succeeds, he demands that his wish be granted, earning the uncle's intrigued acceptance. The blonde youth accepts the confrontation, deciding he wants some amusement out of this wager as well. Even as he acts confident, he is straining badly and realizes his body is barely holding together. He curses his own condition, frustrated that his body is still such a burden. Despite that, mana begins gathering around him. He resolves to force his mana into motion first, and use it to overcome his physical weakness. The older man is startled, suddenly suspecting the boy may have done something impossible. He lunges in close and demands confirmation, trying to verify what he just sensed. The boy pauses, realizing he has exposed more than he intended. The man bluntly asks whether the boy has actually created a mana heart. The boy answers with casual confidence, treating the feat as if it were no big deal. He openly admits he formed one recently and taunts the man for ever making this bet. Instead of being impressed, the man presses him on how he learned to create it at all. When the boy cannot answer properly, the man realizes he does not even understand the danger of what he did. He begins explaining what a mana heart really is, while the boy listens in confusion. The explanation shocks the boy when he learns mana heart creation is supposed to be a crude technique known only to low-level mercenaries. His outrage erupts at the idea that what he made could be considered so lowly. Demanding an explanation, he is told it will be faster to demonstrate the truth directly. The man gathers mana and tells him to watch carefully. The boy immediately notices that the man shapes mana into a ring rather than a heart. The demonstration turns aggressive as the man brings that ring-shaped mana down in a cutting strike. The attack flashes past the boy, forcing him to confront the difference firsthand. The man explains that mana chains preserve mana far better and are much easier and more stable than mana hearts. He adds that the old Beck family once relied on mana hearts, but the method collapsed a century ago and was abandoned. That history makes the boy recall a theory book and realize this is tied to old knowledge he has seen before. His memory reaches back to ancient magical teachings and the origins of the system. He recalls that mages weave circles, while knights gather mana through chains. Knightly rank, he remembers, is measured by how many chains a person can weave. Putting the pieces together, he concludes the method is not nonsense after all. A name in the text stands out to him: Altringen. That single name triggers a sudden realization. He remembers an old tale centered on a famous sword. In that memory, a warrior named Ernest Altringen introduced himself as the renowned sword saint. The boy recognizes the family name and understands why it sounded familiar. With that connection made, he asks what became of that legendary man. The story shifts into the distant past. Back then, the boy had been training under watch in the castle yard. His guardian had already made sure he read the relevant book the night before. The man confronted him there, saying he should now understand how reckless his earlier choice had been. The boy dismissed the warning entirely, acting as though the matter was trivial. He insisted he had made no mistake at all. The man challenged him again, asking whether this was stubborn pride or genuine ignorance. The boy answered by revealing a more important distinction: mana hearts are not all the same. He declares that his is of a higher class, something called the word's difference. That claim leaves the man baffled, unable to follow what the boy is talking about. The boy explains that similar cases once existed among mercenaries, though those people disappeared centuries ago. He says they failed because they could not progress beyond 2 rings and were eventually defeated. Then he proposes a test. If he is truly different from them, he will prove it by beating a double-chain knight. The man accepts the condition and promises that if the boy wins, he will become his guardian as the boy's mother wished. The boy meets that promise with amused skepticism, unsure whether gaining his uncle as guardian would really be a reward. Now, back in the present courtyard, the two stand facing each other again as that old challenge comes due. A challenger begins by asking whether anyone has even checked what qualifies a man to be a guardian. He answers his own challenge by declaring himself a count of the kingdom and commander of the northern army. He adds that he is the master of the Black Dragoon and one of the 5 silver lions who serve the king. His display of power makes clear that he is no ordinary knight but a veteran of exceptional rank and strength. The revelation lands with the final title: he is a quad-chain knight. He names himself Bael Valorhard, making sure his opponent understands exactly who stands before him. The blonde prince, battered but defiant, asks whether that pedigree is finally enough to satisfy everyone. Before the tension can break, the armed men around them move to intervene. Weapons are drawn, and the confrontation threatens to turn into something far worse. Valorhard halts his own side and orders them to back off, keeping control of the encounter himself. Confident now that his status has been recognized, he lets the moment turn in his favor. The prince forces a grin and warns him not to change his story later. Once the danger passes, the prince collapses and calls an end to the day before he dies for real. He drags himself away in miserable exhaustion, barely able to stay upright. Left alone with the aftermath, he admits to himself how close he came to death. Valorhard mocks his reckless charge, saying spirit alone would never earn approval and that the prince is nowhere near even a single-chain knight. The prince leaves with that humiliation hanging over him, his pride warped by the memory. As he trudges down the hall, he curses Valorhard as a devil. Back in his quarters, a court physician arrives saying he was summoned because the prince is rumored to be a frail invalid. The prince is baffled to see him there, and learns the queen has ordered healing magic for him. When the physician prepares to cast the spell, the prince panics at the thought of being treated like a weakling. He drives the physician away, insisting he wants no such help. Annoyed, he complains that everyone is undoing the effort he put into today, while his night attendant can only watch. The attendant stays silent, clearly unsure how to deal with him. Their awkward moment is interrupted when someone at the door asks whether his brother is inside. The visitor turns out to be the third prince, arriving with the easy confidence of someone who expects to be indulged. Later, the blonde prince sits to eat, trying to return to normal despite everything. Even while stuffing himself, he is caught off guard by the unexpected guest. His attendant quietly explains that the visitor is the third prince, which only deepens his confusion. The third prince remarks that the blonde prince seems healthier than expected after his accident, though he says it with obvious insincerity. Unimpressed, the blonde prince asks what he really wants and mocks him for acting like an idle prince looking for a fight. The third prince bristles at the insult, clearly taking the jab personally. He reins himself in and says he came because he heard something interesting. He reveals that he knows about the blonde prince's bet with Count Valorhard and the coming match against the double chain knight. That news gives him an opening, and he leans into it. He proposes himself as the prince's opponent, offering a duel with a smile that makes it sound more like provocation than help. After he leaves, the blonde prince is left staring at his meal, trying to process what just happened. He asks who that man even was and bitterly concludes that the Leonberg line seems full of lunatics. His attendant explains that the third prince, Jillian, has been celebrated as a sword prodigy since childhood. He also reveals that Jillian reached 5 rings at only 14, making him a genuine monster by knightly standards. Before that can sink in, a maid interrupts the conversation with another matter. She arrives carrying a huge stack of letters addressed to the prince. The prince stares at the pile in disbelief, wondering why so many people suddenly care about him. Suspicion replaces confusion as he realizes this attention cannot be innocent. He starts opening the letters while his attendant and the maid wait behind him. The letters all follow the same pattern: apologies, requests for duels, and offers to become his sparring partner if he still needs one. In plain terms, the kingdom's ambitious fighters see this as a legal chance to beat him up. Instead of shrinking from it, the prince realizes he has suddenly become a very popular target. He calls the maid back before she can leave, already deciding how to use this. Holding the bundle of challenges, he orders her to write down the name of every man who sent one. A wooden practice sword is dropped onto the training ground to begin the lesson. The blonde young knight hesitates, caught off guard by the abrupt demand. His instructor orders him to pick up the sword. The older knight makes clear that if the wager is to count, the boy must at least know basic swordsmanship, and he will accept no excuses about poor instruction. Annoyed by the man's harsh manner, the blonde youth kneels to take the sword anyway. As soon as he grips it, he realizes something is wrong with his body. The accumulated pain from neglected training hits him at once, and he nearly loses control before the instructor stops him. The older knight immediately suspects the boy has never even received healing magic. He reminds him that, as a knight, he should already understand how that works. He explains that healing magic only restores damaged muscles. It does not build strength or replace real training. Hearing that, the instructor understands the situation. He decides to proceed and says this was something he intended to address today regardless. He warns the boy to watch carefully, because he will demonstrate the technique only once. The instructor presents the kingdom's foundational training sword style, the system every knight begins with. He draws the blade into motion with precise control. The intensity of the technique sharpens his focus completely. He unleashes a sweeping sequence that fills the yard with force and speed. The demonstration continues in fluid, overwhelming arcs. Each movement shows that even a basic style can become formidable in expert hands. He channels power through the sword with disciplined technique rather than brute strength. The sequence peaks in a crushing final stroke. The impact tears through the ground and leaves the training yard scarred. The blonde youth is stunned by what he has just witnessed. He can barely believe that this devastating art is supposed to be the beginner's style taught to ordinary knights. The instructor notices his disbelief. He explains that the style is blunt because it is for training, but precisely because it is faithful to the fundamentals. There is no better foundation for learning, especially for someone as untalented as the boy. He expects that insult to settle the matter, but the boy's reaction is not submission. Instead, the blonde youth laughs as an old conviction resurfaces. He recalls the legendary Dragon Slayer, the great sword style once famed for killing the mad dragon. To him, it is absurd that such a style is now dismissed as nothing more than a lowly training method. The instructor says that mastering these basics still will not be enough to win the wager, and suggests the boy beg his mother to find him another master afterward. The boy refuses outright, declaring that he will learn no other sword style because this one alone is enough. That answer leaves the instructor unsettled. Even so, he allows the boy to continue as he pleases. The blonde youth tightens his grip and begins trying to reproduce the form he just saw. He drives the wooden sword down with force, convinced there is a deeper reason the Dragon Slayer style has been reduced to a mere training art. Though he hates to admit it, he concludes that the decline happened naturally. In his understanding, the style itself lacks the will to slay dragons. To truly become Dragon Slayer, a swordsman must pour the intent to kill dragons into the blade, and modern knights no longer possess that resolve. He swings based on that belief, but the strike is crude and ineffective. The instructor steps in immediately, seeing that the boy has missed the point. He corrects him sharply, saying power does not come from the arms alone, and asking if he already forgot the demonstration. He tells him the force must begin in his core. Then he adds that the legs must drive the motion as well. The lesson becomes simple and direct. To swing properly, he must connect power through his entire body. The boy accepts the correction without argument. Even while admitting to himself that he is only a weak fraud pretending to be a dragon slayer, he keeps moving. He vows that he will personally prove the dragon slayer style is not some obsolete relic fit to be thrown away. So he starts with the most basic proof possible, 1 day of training. Then he pushes on into the next days, running and drilling relentlessly as his resolve hardens. A week into his training, the blond young man keeps forcing his body through sword drills despite his obvious lack of talent. While resting, he senses blue mana gathering at his chest, confirming that his effort is finally changing something inside him. After another month of brutal practice, a system message confirms that the training has successfully altered his constitution. He realizes the change is real and immediately focuses on what this means for his future. The notifications explain that his body has adapted to mana, his old mana sensitivity disorder has vanished, and a new mana-related trait has formed. With that breakthrough, his sword begins to move differently, as if his body is finally cooperating. He understands that steadily accumulating mana has transformed his constitution enough to support real swordsmanship. As he swings, he notices the motion feels far more natural than it did even a month earlier, proving the change is practical, not theoretical. He pushes the movement further, trying to seize that fleeting sense of perfect control. In that instant, he recognizes he is on the verge of overreaching. Even so, he chases an even cleaner strike, unwilling to let the moment slip away. A supervisor orders him to stop, but his swing has already gone too far to pull back safely. The strike lands with violent force, splitting the training post apart. In the rain-soaked yard, the watching adults see that his reckless practice has produced a result no beginner should have managed. The cost becomes clear when blood appears on the hand gripping the wooden sword. His blood spills onto the flooded ground, showing how badly he has damaged himself. Shaken and exhausted, he turns to the armored man beside him and recognizes him as his uncle. That recognition carries a jolt of unease, as if he has just remembered where he is and who has been watching. The ruined post continues to crack apart, underscoring how dangerous that single swing was. Even the remains of the target keep splitting under the lingering force of the blow. He steadies himself, trying to hide how close he came to losing control. His uncle angrily rebukes him for training in a storm, warning that if this had been a real sword instead of practice gear, he would have maimed himself. The young man accepts the scolding with a strange smile, more satisfied by the result than frightened by the risk. When he looks at his hand, he sees the damage plainly. His palm is torn up from forcing his body past its limits. A new notification explains that he has fully awakened from a state of extreme focus, and that this experience has created a new hyperfocus trait, while leaving his body marked by the sensation. He laughs quietly, realizing that the pain itself has become useful data. He concludes that if he drives that focus too far again, he could end up struck by lightning and dead, so the state is powerful but dangerous. His strength gives out, and as his uncle catches him, another man rushes over in alarm and addresses someone of high rank. His uncle looks down at him with a mix of anger, worry, and reluctant understanding. Even while unconscious, the young man is judged as a stubborn fool who nearly destroyed himself for progress. When he wakes later, he is still disoriented from the collapse. He finds himself in a luxurious bedroom and realizes he must have blacked out after the training incident. As he gathers himself, he admits he underestimated how fragile this body still is. He reflects on his past life, remembering that he had already reached the highest possible achievements with the sword. He had once stood as the founder of a kingdom, a figure of overwhelming martial accomplishment. He also remembers leading wars to victory, advancing body and soul, and guiding heroes from the front. His sword, Grohan, and his role as a wise advisor and exceptional teacher were central to that former life. Yet despite all that greatness, he had always remained only a third party rather than the true center of the story. That is why he now values this hard-won progress so intensely. For once, every drop of sweat and every gain belong entirely to him. He decides that if he keeps pushing this weak body recklessly, it will break, so he must find a balance between his mind's ambition and his body's limits. Since more than a month has passed since forming his mana heart, he judges that he has gathered enough mana to attempt the next stage. He calms himself and begins drawing mana through his body with deliberate control. A system message confirms that by using mana steel, he has succeeded in gathering mana to a critical level. The process strengthens him slightly, allowing his body to endure more mana than before. His mana heart expands, marking a major step forward in his cultivation. As the energy condenses into a bright flame-like mass above his hand, his body adapts again to the increased burden. Another notification states that his physical constitution has changed once more because of the expanded mana heart. He feels the transformation settle in and realizes the attempt has succeeded. Surrounded by blue mana, he confirms with exhilaration that he has finally done it. With the breakthrough complete, he turns his attention to the sword nearby, ready to test what his new state can do. The prince grips his sword and prepares to test the power he has just gained. A system message confirms he has reached the level of a sword learner and can now use the most basic aura. Seeing blue energy gather around the blade, he concludes he can at least handle the fundamentals now. During training, His uncle warns that rumors are spreading across the kingdom and asks if he knows why. The rumors turn out to be about the prince's reckless bet, which has become a public nuisance even for his uncle. The prince brushes it off and suggests settling things quickly by choosing a sparring opponent. When the subject of an opponent comes up, he already has someone specific in mind. With quiet confidence, he reveals that he has already made his choice. He reasons that if he keeps improving, ordinary mana chain users will become harder to catch, so he should start by dealing with a weaker swordsman first. He names Kars and immediately asks whether the preparations he requested have been made. Kars reports that he has arranged everything and presents a list of those who have asked to spar with the prince. Even while reviewing the list, the prince is warned that these are not trustworthy practice partners. Most of them still resent him, and under the cover of a duel they might try to seriously harm him. The prince says he already knows that, which is exactly why he wants extra protection. He asks his uncle to serve as referee so no one can turn the match into an assassination attempt. Framing it as a small favor, he only asks his uncle to make sure nobody dies during the duels. A few days later, the first duel arrives, and his opponent steels himself for what this match means. The duel is held at the first prince's palace, a place the challenger sees as the center of the family that disgraced his own. The challenger introduces himself as Taylor Talheim, second son of a minor baronial house. He recalls how, years earlier, nobles laughed openly at his family's humiliation. That day, his father and older brother were publicly insulted by the royal family, leaving a stain he has never forgotten. The disgrace ruined their honor, and even now the Talheim family is still mocked because of Adrian Leonberg. Driven by that grudge, Taylor formally offers his greeting before vowing to make the prince pay for the past. He identifies himself as an apprentice knight and swordsman of House Talheim, treating the duel like a matter of family honor. The prince immediately provokes him by mocking his status and questioning whether someone so weak can even be called a knight. Taylor takes the insult exactly as intended, deciding the prince is every bit as rude and arrogant as the rumors claimed. Before Taylor can lose control, the prince's uncle reminds him the duel has not started and orders him to restrain himself. Taylor instantly recognizes the referee's identity and shifts from fury to reverence. He bows deeply, overwhelmed to be meeting such a high-ranking figure in person. Watching that display, the prince dryly notes that his uncle is being treated more like royalty than he is. His uncle snaps back that the prince should have behaved better in the past instead of dragging old scandals into every encounter. He then orders both duelists into position and formally begins the match. The two face each other with swords raised, and the personal grudge between them sharpens into open combat. Taylor unleashes his mana chain, surrounding himself with blue energy as he prepares a serious opening attack. Confident in his advantage, he advances on the prince with a warning that sounds more like a threat. He rushes in at high speed, and the onlookers fear the prince may not be able to handle the attack. The first clash comes in a violent burst of force. From above, Taylor presses the attack with his aura-wrapped blade, expecting to overwhelm the prince immediately. Instead, the prince remains calm and judges Taylor's swordsmanship as wasteful and full of unnecessary motion. He meets the strike head-on, and blue energy erupts where their swords collide. Taylor is stunned to realize the prince is blocking a mana chain attack with what should only be a mana heart. The impact throws Taylor back across the ground and breaks his momentum. Unable to understand it, he protests that a mana heart should not be able to stop a mana chain at all. The prince coolly suggests the gap may be because he possesses only a single ring, treating the impossible defense as a minor inconvenience. Taylor's anger gives way to confusion as something even stranger begins to happen. Among the spectators, Kars notices the prince's sword making an unusual sound and starts to suspect the truth. The uncle recognizes it first, and is shaken by the realization that the blade is producing a sword cry. Seeing the weapon resonate with power, he can only think that such a thing should be impossible. Taylor panics at the revelation and charges again, refusing to accept what he is witnessing. The prince is caught off guard for the first time as the duel suddenly takes an unexpected turn. The duel opens in a violent clash as blue mana surges through their blades and the blonde fighter is driven back under the force of his opponent's strike. The pressure keeps mounting, and as their swords collide again and again, the blonde man is overwhelmed enough to cry out while trying to hold the line. Their power finally detonates in a blinding burst, turning the exchange into a raw contest of mana rather than simple swordsmanship. The blast throws the blonde fighter off balance and tears him across the ground. When the dust settles, the dark-haired noble stands firm while the blonde man crouches at a distance, clearly losing the direct exchange. Realizing his mana heart is reacting abnormally, the blonde man recalls the saying that the mana of a ring opposes the mana of a heart and understands that principle is proving true inside him. He feels the mana in his chest threatening to reverse and spiral out of control at any moment. Even so, he steadies himself and coldly addresses his opponent as the second son of Baron Talheim, signaling that he has not lost his composure. With a taunting confidence, he tells the noble to calm down, as if he is still the one controlling the pace of the duel. Instead of panicking, he shuts out the chaos and concentrates entirely on his senses. His awareness sinks inward, as though he is descending into the depths of his own mana. There, he reaches toward the power sleeping inside him and calls for it to awaken. He invokes the blade within him by every identity it has ever carried, whether demonic, divine, or something in between. That call reaches the memory of a dragon, revealing that the weapon's true nature is bound to draconic power. Accepting it not as a tool but as part of his own soul, he makes contact with the sword's essence. The mana heart responds at once, its single color giving way as the dormant will of the dragon slayer begins to stir. A buried memory rises. The sword was last awakened through slaughtering dragons, and that blood-soaked purpose still defines the heart forged around it. The transformation completes as the dragon slayer's heart activates. His eyes change with it, showing that the awakening is no longer internal but has taken hold of his whole being. Red draconic power coils around him, and he kneels within it as the true force of the dragon slayer sword manifests. The sword and the awakened heart merge, restoring the weapon to the purpose for which it was created, killing dragons. That murderous aura erupts behind him like a giant dragon's maw, stunning everyone who witnesses it. His opponent can only stare, unable to understand what kind of power has just appeared before him. The older dark-haired man watching the duel immediately realizes the danger and shouts for it to stop. But the blonde fighter has already committed, launching himself forward with dragon-like force and a killing glare. In that instant, the older man recalls the blonde youth's earlier request that if he looked like he might kill his opponent, he should be stopped. The memory continues with the blonde man calmly anticipating exactly this possibility before the duel began. He had even implied that if things crossed that line, intervention would be necessary. So the older man steps in without hesitation, meeting the charge head-on and declaring that the boy must stop there. Their powers collide in midair, blue and red crashing together as the interception prevents the fatal strike from reaching its target. The older man stands his ground, wrapped in controlled blue mana, proving he is strong enough to contain the awakened assault. The blonde fighter is blasted away and crashes into a wall, ending the rampage before it can become murder. Even after stopping him, the older man remains alert, his posture showing he expected the attack to continue if given any opening. The surrounding knights move to treat the incident as an assault on royalty, questioning whether the intervention itself has crossed a line. Before they can act, the intended victim orders them to stand down and takes responsibility, saying he was the one who asked for this. Bruised and bloodied, the blonde man confirms that he did ask for intervention, though not to be hit quite that hard. He dryly clarifies that he wanted to be stopped, not flattened in front of everyone. As the danger passes, the unstable blue mana in his chest churns again, reminding him how close his mana heart came to breaking. He realizes the backlash was nearly real and that the awakening carried a genuine risk of destroying him from within. The older man reflects that this outcome proves his own power far exceeds that of an ordinary chain wielder, since he absorbed that monstrous blow directly. Fortunately, the blonde man finds that his mana heart has stabilized and suffered no lasting damage. Relieved, he laughs it off, pleased that despite everything he can still count the duel as a victory. Later, while he sits smiling to himself, someone notices and asks what he could possibly be so happy about. The older man approaches him, demanding to know why he came there and what he thought he was doing with such a reckless technique. He is still disturbed by the red aura from the duel, admitting he has never taught anything like that and cannot explain where the boy learned it. The blonde man answers simply that he only followed what he believed to be the true essence of the blade. The older man is skeptical, thinking it absurd for someone with no real battlefield experience to speak so confidently about a sword's essence. Then he interprets the boy's answer in the harshest possible way. The essence he found was killing intent itself. Yet after considering it, he concedes that while the idea is crude and unsettling, it is still one valid truth among many about the sword. That measured acceptance catches the blonde man off guard, leaving him genuinely surprised by the response. The prince mocks the idea that his instructor would lecture him about swordsmanship like a pious knight. The man corrects him at once, insisting he is no knight but a swordsman who values only the path that leads to victory. That blunt creed catches the prince off guard. The instructor warns that the prince's sword is ruled too much by bloodlust, enough to make him strike blindly at friend and foe alike. The prince answers that this flaw is exactly why they are making such a fuss over his training. The swordsman accepts that, and promises to keep watching until he knows whether the prince can master the darkness inside him. 3 days of relentless practice duels pass under that scrutiny. One opponent, Taylor Talheim, acknowledges the prince by name as they face off. The prince notes Taylor's effort over the past 3 days, sounding almost encouraging. But he immediately crushes that goodwill by overwhelming Taylor again, extending an undefeated streak and dismissing him as still too weak to matter. Taylor tries to deny that he wanted revenge, but the prince reads his frustration plainly anyway. Before the exchange can continue, a maid interrupts and demands the item the prince is holding. She presents an ornate chest, leaving Taylor confused about why royalty is handing him such a thing. The prince reveals he is trying to make amends for a past wrong and asks Taylor to help with it. He tells Taylor to deliver the chest to Baron Talheim, explaining that it contains only a teddy bear and a letter. Then he sends Taylor off with unusual courtesy, telling him to travel safely. Taylor leaves grateful yet bewildered, while the prince privately decides that this should settle the matter between them. Instead, the prince's sudden diligence in training becomes the palace's hottest rumor. Servants and nobles alike eagerly predict that the first prince will soon be humiliated as payment for his past behavior. Yet the expected scandal never comes, and people begin wondering what really happened in those duels. The answer spreads that the prince was not bullying anyone at all, but sincerely trying to understand his opponents and improve himself. Those who expected disgrace are stunned and start suspecting the palace suppressed the truth. The prince, however, refuses to let that lie stand. He loudly insists there was no hidden arrangement, and that people are only making excuses because he beat them fairly. His instructor dryly remarks that the nobles are finally doing something useful, only for the prince to snap back that the man has no right to judge him. Realizing the rumor could still help him, the prince summons a nervous servant with the chest. He orders the servant to boast publicly about his victories so the story shifts back toward his usual arrogance. Satisfied, he expects the misunderstanding to fade once that image is restored. Then he senses something is wrong. A maid rushes in to report that a new rumor claims he threatened people into falsifying the duel results. That leaves him momentarily speechless. He gives up on controlling gossip and throws himself back into training instead. His frustration turns into force as he drives his sword through the air with explosive speed. Each swing grows sharper and heavier, as if he is trying to cut through the rumor itself. He keeps pressing, refusing to slow down. The training intensifies until blue power begins to gather around his strikes. That energy finally condenses along the blade itself. The prince steadies himself, now visibly wreathed in a controlled blue aura. When he asks how many opponents remain, a knight informs him that only one challenger is left. The prince realizes the apprentices have stopped coming for him. The knight adds that the final opponent is at least a proper knight. He explains that this person trained beyond family swordsmanship by joining a knightly order to hone the blade further. That detail amuses the prince, especially when he hears the challenger belongs to the Iron Lion Order. The knight names the opponent as Arwen Kurgan. As she approaches, onlookers confirm her identity from the Iron Lion crest on her armor. Her reputation arrives before her, a beautiful but dangerous woman known as the Flower on the Cliff, the Rose with Thorns, and the Breaker of Men's Hearts. She walks in alone with calm, deliberate confidence. The watching knights are captivated and speculate that only the first prince's influence could have brought a woman like her here by herself. Arwen ignores the chatter, carrying herself with cold composure. At last, she prepares to speak, signaling that the long-awaited final confrontation is about to begin. A renowned female knight is introduced as someone formidable enough that even the prince losing to her in public would be a delicious scandal. She is identified as Arwen Kurgan of the Iron Lion Knights, a rising trainee knight already being treated as a future monster of the order. The prince, recalling that such a talent sought him out for a duel, struggles to understand why someone of her level would bother with him. A companion tries to smooth things over by blaming a misunderstanding between the prince and Arwen, while the prince suspects his past self simply picked another needless fight. To confirm it, he calls over a maid who witnessed the incident and demands to know what he did this time. The maid hesitates, clearly afraid to repeat the offense to his face. She finally admits that he had insulted Arwen directly. Realizing just how reckless his former self was, the prince erupts in disbelief and fury at his own past behavior. Before that can spiral further, someone abruptly lays a hand on Arwen, intruding on the scene. A smug noble recognizes Arwen and, treating her reputation as an invitation, proposes that she leave the order and become his personal servant. Arwen instantly rejects the familiarity and physically removes his hand without hesitation. She coldly reminds him that the Knight Order does not belong to the prince and cannot be claimed as his private possession. Humiliated, the prince swells with anger and lashes out at her insolence. Watching this, the current prince realizes he had indeed heard that she once said something exactly like this to him. He concludes that his past self must have twisted her blunt refusal into a personal insult. From his perspective, there is no way an honest response like that could have been called ugly unless the listener was rotten. He studies Arwen more closely, seeing not an enemy but a disciplined knight whose presence carries quiet dignity. Arwen greets him formally and notes that it has been a long time, while also observing that he no longer feels like the same man. The prince awkwardly jokes about whether he has changed, and she answers that the difference reaches all the way to his core. Her stern certainty leaves him accepting that this reversal is simply the consequence of the life his former self led. Their exchange is interrupted by the arrival of Count Valakard, who steps in as the official observer for the match. The Count recognizes Arwen at once and prepares to oversee the proceedings. Arwen introduces herself with full formality as a trainee knight of the Iron Lion Knights and offers the Count proper respect. Dropping any pretense of neutrality, the Count warns her that the prince's sword is dangerously treacherous, prompting the prince to note the bias with disbelief. The Count ignores the complaint and moves the event forward. He orders both fighters to take their places, and the prince meets Arwen's focus with calm confidence. With the two facing each other in the courtyard, the Count declares the spar begun. Arwen explodes into motion immediately, drawing her blade and launching the first attack with overwhelming speed. Rather than panic, the prince welcomes the test and decides to measure the famed Iron Lion talent for himself. Arwen closes the distance in a flash, her sword and mana driving a fierce opening strike straight at him. The prince tracks her movement clearly enough to acknowledge that her technique is genuinely impressive. Her electrified assault crashes into him with enough force to shake the arena. As he absorbs the blow, he realizes her mana is interfering with his own flow and forcing it backward. Arwen presses in with sharp precision, intent on ending the exchange before he can recover. The prince is driven back under the pressure, barely holding himself together as her offense keeps landing. She chains one strike into the next so cleanly that she dictates the entire rhythm of the duel. Recognizing that he is being completely controlled, the prince decides he cannot keep fighting on her terms. Arwen raises another charged attack, poised to continue overwhelming him. At that moment, a hidden power within the prince awakens as the Dragon Slayer's heart activates. The sudden surge startles Arwen, who immediately senses that the fight has changed. The prince counters with a violent red-powered slash that smashes into her guard and breaks her momentum. Forced back into the air, Arwen quickly reassesses him as someone far more dangerous than before. She lands and rushes in again, unwilling to surrender control despite the shift. But now she is distracted by the prince's weapon itself. sensing that the sword carries something abnormal. The prince, bloodied but smiling, realizes she is nothing like the rabble he has dealt with and belongs on an entirely different level. As he steadies himself, a new system message informs him that he can now wield the authority of judgment, though only to a limited extent. At the same time, Arwen's own status is laid bare as a highly gifted trainee knight with exceptional swordsmanship, mana sensitivity, and combat instincts. The prince lowers himself into a more serious stance, his awakened power settling into lethal focus. Eager to test what this limited authority of judgment can actually do, he prepares his next move with growing confidence. Across from him, Arwen answers by gathering blue mana around her blade, ready to meet his newfound power head-on. He decides that holding back against an equal or stronger opponent is pointless and commits to fighting seriously. Both duelists launch at each other with their power flaring, and the match abruptly escalates. The prince is left breathing hard, showing the strain of the exchange. Arwen is just as winded, making it clear either side gained an easy advantage. They reset their stances across the courtyard while the supervising knight stands between them. Before either can resume, the fight is forcibly halted. The supervisor ends the day's bout, and orders the match to continue tomorrow instead. The prince clicks his tongue, frustrated that the interruption came just before he could settle it. Arwen answers with the same confidence, implying she also believed victory was within reach. Their rivalry immediately reignites, and both are ready to ignore the order and keep going. A sharp command stops them before the situation can spiral. The supervisor insists it is already too late, and sends both injured fighters to receive treatment at once. A healer rushes to the prince, and begins treating him with urgency and deference. As the healer points out more bruises, the prince endures the care in sullen silence. Treatment continues for both sides while the prince watches Arwen from a distance instead of relaxing. Arwen also falls quiet, unsettled by the unresolved tension between them. They leave in opposite directions, each carrying the weight of the unfinished duel. By the next day, the prince returns with a private vow that he will not lose. The third day begins, and the prolonged match still has no conclusion. Watching knights remark in surprise that the duel has lasted into a third day. They acknowledge Arwen's reputation but admit the first prince has proven just as formidable. As the fighters face each other again, the onlookers hope this round will finally decide the contest. Before the next clash, the prince says he has something to settle first. Arwen assumes he means to apologize and warns him not to bother. She makes it clear she has no intention of accepting an apology. The prince denies that apology was ever his aim. Instead, he argues that a duel fought this fiercely ought to carry a reward for the winner. He proposes that the loser grant one wish, shocking the spectators with how far he is pushing the matter. Arwen hesitates, weighing the impropriety against the challenge in front of her. The surrounding knights protest that such a demand toward royalty is unacceptable and beg her to reject it. The prince presses her directly, asking for her answer. Arwen replies that, though only a trainee, she is still a knight of the royal order and cannot simply ignore his request. With her pride stirred, she accepts and declares herself worthy of claiming that reward instead. The prince praises her answer and immediately surges forward with renewed force. Arwen meets him head-on, warning him not to regret what he has proposed. Their blades collide as the prince attacks with far more aggression than before. Arwen counters by unleashing a sweeping burst of blue power to force him back. The prince's eyes flare red, revealing a sudden and ominous shift in his state. He answers with a brutal downward strike infused with crimson power. Arwen realizes in alarm that his speed has jumped far beyond what he showed the day before. As a dragon-like aura rises behind him, she understands he had been concealing his true strength. The duel turns into a violent exchange of flashing blows that tears through the courtyard. Arwen manages to catch one of his empowered attacks, but the impact clearly hurts her. The prince drives forward relentlessly, using the opening to keep her under pressure. For the first time, Arwen is visibly shaken by how overwhelming he has become. He closes in again with another savage strike before she can recover. Arwen twists away at the last instant, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. The force of the exchange sends weapons spinning away through the air. When the motion stops, Arwen is down on one knee while the prince has broken past her, leaving the outcome hanging on that decisive rush. The watching knights can only stare in stunned silence at how suddenly the balance of the duel has changed. A scarred nobleman watches with concern as a tense confrontation reaches its turning point. Arwen, battered and kneeling, realizes the outcome before she can accept it. The prince declares the wager settled in his favor, ending her resistance. He calls her by name and forces her to face what he intends to claim. With smug certainty, the prince makes clear that his prize is Arwen herself. The demand leaves her shaken, unsure whether he means to humiliate or possess her. She recalls becoming the escort knight assigned to the kingdom's infamous first prince, a post feared for his reputation. At their first meeting, she formally pledged service while he received her with unexpected calm. Instead of the cruelty she had been warned about, she found a prince who seemed merely aloof and arrogant. Later, she watched him train alone in the courtyard with obsessive determination. That quiet discipline made her suspect the rumors about his viciousness were false. Even in heavy rain, he kept pushing himself against the practice post far past reason. While others urged him to stop, he dismissed the concern and endured the storm. Arwen tried to intervene when his recklessness began to look genuinely dangerous. Before anyone could stop him, the practice target erupted in a violent blast. The prince turned toward the explosion with exhilaration, as if he had forced a breakthrough. Arwen was stunned by the intensity behind his ambition. From that moment, she began to believe he might someday become someone extraordinary. But that earlier faith now clashes with the present, where he has demanded her after defeating her. The watching knights immediately assume his claim is indecent, confirming how low his reputation has sunk. Even Arwen briefly wonders whether she misread him all along. Still, she steadies herself and forces him to state his true intent. She challenges him directly, asking whether this degrading demand is really what he wants. The prince answers by cutting down her pride, saying that in her current state she is too weak to serve him. Then he reveals that his interest lies elsewhere. What he wants is not her surrender, but the promise of what Arwen Kurgan could become. He says he needs a knight who chooses to follow him, not one bound to him by title alone. That answer catches Arwen off guard because it is far more sincere than she expected. He goes further, saying he wants a knight who belongs to him by conviction and recognition. He openly acknowledges her talent with the sword, seeing worth in her that others have reduced to a curiosity. Then he offers her a place at his side by name, not as a trophy but as a chosen retainer. When he asks her to become his knight, Arwen is left speechless. She remembers the years she spent fighting harder than everyone else just to be taken seriously. Even her appearance had been treated as more important than her skill. Because no one truly regarded her as a knight, she drove herself beyond everyone around her. That effort turned into overwhelming ability, sharpened through relentless struggle. She defeated opponent after opponent, and proved herself in direct combat. Her victories were undeniable, yet they still did not earn her the identity she wanted. She surpassed all the other trainees through sheer excellence. Again and again, her swordsmanship overwhelmed those who challenged her. But achievement alone never changed how others defined her. Instead of honoring her as a knight, they reduced her to a beautiful woman playing at one. That long frustration makes the prince's words feel like a turning point. Carefully, Arwen asks whether he truly means what he said about valuing her future as a knight. The prince meets her doubt without wavering. From across the courtyard, she asks for one promise before she accepts anything. She tells him she wants to be treated not as a woman to be desired, but as a knight to be recognized. If he can honor that, she vows she will follow his will completely. The prince absorbs her condition in silence, understanding the weight of what she is asking. Arwen waits for his answer, poised between old disappointment and the possibility of finally being seen for who she is. At sunset, the blonde prince accepts the night woman's pledge with a promise of his own. She steps forward to formalize that decision. The knight drops to one knee before him, turning their private exchange into a public oath. The prince declares that Arwen, eldest daughter of House Kurgan, is swearing herself to Prince Idrian Leonberg. Before witnesses, her vow is completed as a lifelong offer of service to the prince. A stern onlooker in dark armor watches the scene in uneasy silence. The prince raises his sword to seal the ceremony. He rests the blade above Arwen as she bows, formally accepting her loyalty. With the oath complete, Arwen becomes his knight under the eyes of the court. Later, the academy is abuzz as students watch Arwen training with fierce intensity. Rumors spread that her oath makes little sense, since it came from a bet, and should have been easy to refuse. Others suspect something more is going on, wondering whether she is using the prince as a shield from some hidden pressure. Meanwhile, Idrian spirals into frustration, unable to understand how he ended up in the middle of such a mess. He fumes that the whole affair has turned him into a target of contempt. His blonde captain listens quietly instead of feeding the outburst. When the captain finally speaks, Idrian calms enough to hear him out. The captain brings up Idrian's earlier remark that a knight bound only by royal command is not truly his. He reminds Idrian that this was said during their sparring days earlier. Idrian stands by the point, arguing that a knight who would leave at another royal order cannot really belong at his side. Half joking but also probing, he says the captain could always swear to Carl's instead if duty required it. The captain presses the issue and asks whether Idrian would truly accept that. Idrian answers immediately that he would not. His blunt reason is simple. He dislikes Carl's and does not want to lose the captain to him. That childish honesty catches the captain off guard and softens him. Idrian makes clear he was serious, not merely teasing. Soon after, Idrian receives notice that his confinement has been lifted early and that he must attend an upcoming royal banquet. The sudden leniency leaves him suspicious rather than relieved. He bitterly recalls that his father once shut him away as if he never wanted to see him again. As he leaves with the captain, he admits he cannot make sense of the king's intentions. He also confesses that freedom means little to him now, because he has no one waiting for him outside the palace. A maid nearby reacts as she notices something addressed specifically to him. She apologetically interrupts and presents an invitation that had arrived in his name. Idrian is puzzled that anyone would invite him anywhere. The maid hands over an ornate card bearing the seal of a noble social club. Reading it, Idrian realizes it is an invitation to an exclusive gathering for young nobles. The maid explains that he used to belong to this circle before his fall from favor. Unsure what kind of place it is, Idrian asks whether there is something odd about it. A memory answers for him. In his old life, such gatherings were mostly drunken indulgence and womanizing disguised as noble leisure. Disgusted, he dismisses the event as a useless drinking party and starts to reject it. Then something on the invitation makes him stop. The sender is named as Bernardo of House Eli, praising Idrian as a dear and admirable friend. That family name jolts him. He remembers Eli as the house tied to a dragon clan relic his uncle once mentioned, making the invitation suddenly significant. Changing course at once, Idrian decides he will attend after all and orders preparations made. As he folds the invitation away, he privately hopes the family behind it will not be too unbearable to deal with. Time passes, and after relentless training in his new body, Adrian is fitted for banquet clothes by an eager tailor. The tailor presents a restrained black outfit with minimal ornamentation. Once dressed, Adrian looks sharp and dignified, his princely bearing preserved despite the simpler style. The tailor marvels that Adrian has lost so much weight that his measurements have dropped by more than half. Delighted, the tailor begs to be entrusted with all of Adrian's court attire, but Adrian cuts off the enthusiasm and tells him to wait. The prince remarks that even his measurements will change again soon, already treating the formal preparations around him as a nuisance. A few days after his mourning period ends, he heads to a social club reserved for elite young nobles under full princely escort. One of his guards keeps watch over the carriage, maintaining the rigid formality that comes with the prince's status. Inside, the prince openly complains that royal life is exhausting. He grumbles that every part of it, from clothing to carriages to guards, feels oppressive and unbearable. His attention shifts when he notices something off about the maid accompanying him. The nervous maid hesitates under his gaze, unsure how to answer him. He realizes the mark on her neck is a wound and presses the issue. She explains that another maid was deemed inadequate, and she was punished in that girl's place for a mistake that should have drawn his reprimand. The prince bitterly reflects that this body's former owner really did live up to every ugly rumor about him. Seeing how frightened she is, he realizes he has spent months with this maid without ever learning her name. He asks her directly, trying for the first time to treat her as a person rather than furniture. She introduces herself as Adelia Byron, and the surname immediately catches his attention. The name Byron stirs his memory because it belongs to a family barely preserved in the noble registry. He recalls an ancient age before cities and kingdoms, when humanity was weak and hunted. In that era, humans were routinely robbed and slaughtered by stronger races across the continent. Everything changed after a great war, when a handful of heroes ended that long tragedy. Those saviors became known as the Five Electors, the figures who established humanity as the continent's dominant race. Among them was one especially famous hero whose legacy still endures. That hero was Grohan. He remembers Grohan standing before the battlefield and asking what would become of humanity once the war was over. Faced with monstrous enemies, she had looked beyond victory itself and worried about the future that would follow. That question had come from a mind sharp enough to see the next struggle before the current one ended. Her answer was action. She hurled herself into battle against the enemy horde without hesitation. Her sword cut through the strongest of them, proving why she was feared even among monsters. That warrior was Agnes Byron, the iron-blooded sword marquis. Even bloodied in battle, she carried herself with absolute resolve. Surrounded by fallen beasts, Agnes looked at the creatures still clawing forward and saw something contemptible in them. Her fury sharpened as she recognized in them a base, grasping instinct she despised. She condemned them as vermin driven only by the urge to crawl upward and steal what was not theirs. To her, their very nature was small, grasping, and beneath contempt. She raged that their actions reflected the same ugly impulses she hated most in people. With that hatred burning, she tightened her grip on her sword and prepared to strike again. Back in the present, the prince recoils from the ugliness of that memory and thinks even recalling it leaves a foul taste. Still, he cannot ignore the irony that a descendant of Byron has ended up as a mistreated maid in his service. Looking at Adelia, he wonders what disaster reduced that bloodline to this condition. Before he can pursue the thought, the carriage arrives at their destination. A knight opens the door and announces their arrival with formal respect. The prince steps out, irritated by the interruption but forced back into his public role. He disembarks and regains his footing outside the club. Before leaving, he tells Adelia that he wants to speak with her later, signaling that her identity now matters to him. Adelia is left stunned, unable to understand why the prince suddenly singled her out. At that moment, another man calls out to the prince. A silver-haired noble introduces himself as Bernardo of the Eli family and greets the prince with polished courtesy. Bernardo gushes over the prince's safety with such exaggerated concern that the prince immediately finds him suspicious. When Bernardo laments how emaciated the prince has become, the prince catches the insult hidden inside the sympathy. Rather than take offense, he senses an opportunity and begins to smile. Bernardo asks whether the prince is still unwell, but the prince brushes it off and says he simply thought it was worth coming today. Resting a hand on Bernardo's shoulder, the prince decides this gathering may turn out to be entertaining after all. A silver-haired noble is caught off guard as the prince's attention shifts, and the mood suddenly feels off. The gathering's crude talk turns to a woman being publicly exposed and humiliated for their amusement. Their gossip grows more vulgar, as they relish touching her and imagining more. In the lavish salon, the nobles lounge in drunken comfort, treating cruelty and lust as entertainment. The silver-haired man notices that the prince, usually the most reckless one in the room, is acting unusually restrained. The blonde prince quietly studies his drink, and the silver-haired observer realizes the atmosphere has changed in a way he cannot explain. As someone approaches to address him, the prince remains seated and unreadable. A fawning noble tries to ingratiate himself by bringing up a rumor meant to flatter the prince. He claims word has spread that the prince has already taken the Iron Lion's flower, meaning the woman everyone desires. The prince gives no reaction, which only encourages the man to keep going. Others join in, jealous that the prince supposedly reached her first and speaking as if she would pray they had all been pursuing. The loudest of them openly fantasizes about seeing her body, reducing her to an object in front of everyone. Instead of answering the obscenity directly, the prince abruptly asks the man whether he has a younger sibling. When the answer is yes, the silver-haired noble is baffled, but the prince coldly decides that this makes things convenient. The man has only a moment to realize something is wrong before the prince moves. The prince explodes into violence and drives a brutal blow into him. The strike lands hard enough to tear through the man's composure and send him reeling. He crashes across the floor amid shattered glass and spilled wine, and the room is thrown into chaos. The surrounding nobles freeze in shock as the prince's sudden rage breaks the party apart. Even the silver-haired observer is stunned, unable to understand why the prince snapped so completely. The prince tells the fallen man that at least his family line will survive. He follows with another savage kick, making clear this is punishment, not a drunken outburst. The room recoils as the prince stands over his victim, and no one dares intervene. He declares that from this moment on, the man's younger sibling will become the family heir instead. Without pausing, the prince raises his fist again. He smashes the man in the face, beating him with deliberate, merciless force. The women nearby can only stare, horrified by how far the prince is taking it. The silver-haired noble starts forward, alarmed that this has gone beyond control. Someone grabs at the prince to stop him, but the prince refuses to be checked. The battered man desperately demands to know why the prince is doing this. The prince forces him to pay attention, making sure the lesson is understood. He says he can endure being called a trashy prince, but he will not tolerate being treated like someone people can trample over. To the onlookers, his reasoning sounds so abrupt and disconnected that they can barely follow what he means. Still furious, the prince keeps beating the man and insists he needs to be taught harder. The victim is thrown aside again, utterly overpowered. At last the prince stops, bent forward and breathing hard, while the room remains paralyzed around him. The man lies bloodied on the floor, barely conscious after the prince's assault. The silver-haired noble drops to one knee and addresses the prince with urgent caution. The prince answers with a chilling smile, reminding him that he had promised today would be very entertaining. The silver-haired man realizes this madness was not spontaneous at all, and that the prince chose this moment for some hidden purpose. The prince orders that the palace knights be summoned. The silver-haired noble immediately obeys, abandoning any attempt to calm him. As servants and guests spread out around the rec salon, the prince takes command of the entire room. Blood on his face, he stands composed again, as if the violence has clarified his authority. He orders the women present to leave at once, separating them from what comes next. One man hesitates, silently weighing whether to stay or flee. His uncertainty shows in the small, nervous step he takes. The prince notices and coldly reminds him that the order was for women only. He adds a threat disguised as permission. Any man who wants to leave may do so, but he will be leaving as a woman. With that warning hanging over the room, the prince stands over the broken noble and makes it clear that no one else will test him. In a gathering of nobles, the blonde prince takes control of the room while the others face the consequences of offending him. He steps forward with deliberate authority, making it clear this will be a judgment rather than a discussion. He condemns the assembled nobles for failing to show even the minimum respect due to royalty. Their earlier insolence is recast as a direct insult to his person. More importantly, he treats their contempt toward his knight as an offense against the crown itself. Turning to formal procedure, he asks what charges should apply. The royal guards answer that scorning royalty amounts to insulting the royal family. The nobles finally grasp the danger they are in and begin to panic. The accusation escalates further. By challenging royal authority, they have effectively committed high treason. When asked for his command, the prince orders that every one of them be forced to kneel. He enjoys their fear, fully aware of the power he now holds over them. No one is spared, and the entire group is brought to heel. Later, before the king, the prince is confronted over the chaos he caused after his house arrest ended. The king reveals that 14 noble scions have already been thrown into the dungeon because of the prince's sweeping charges. The prince remains calm, showing no regret for what he has done. The king agrees the offenders deserve punishment, but warns that provoking 14 families at once could create serious backlash. The prince immediately sees the king's real concern is political fallout, not justice. He dismisses those prisoners as disposable outcasts whose families would only be embarrassed by defending them. Instead of worrying, he proposes sending letters. Pressed to explain, he points toward the people within each family who know its internal tensions best. He means the siblings of the disgraced nobles, whom he intends to use. The king falls silent, recognizing the ruthlessness and practicality of the idea. With no objection left, the prince is allowed to proceed. He then meets one of those summoned relatives and softens his approach, pretending he means her no harm. The young woman, terrified and confused, begs to know what offense she has committed. As he studies her, he realizes she has been burdened by her family's disgrace far more than she deserves. He learns she comes from a nearly forgotten noble line with little standing left. Even the family's direct descendants know almost nothing about their own lineage anymore. Its former glory and legacy have long since been broken and erased. That lost heritage makes him look at her more carefully. A magical appraisal reveals her name, exceptional swordsmanship and mana sensitivity, and a disturbing mix of traits: butcher, warmonger, timid, supporting, and slave mentality. The result shocks him, and he tries to stop himself from jumping to conclusions. He is baffled that someone so meek carries traits associated with bloodshed, war, obedience, and self-effacement. He interprets the profile as proof that she could become terrifying in battle despite her gentle nature. At the same time, the reading suggests she is naturally devoted to serving others and dangerously inclined to submission. He realizes she possesses rare talent but lacks any obvious inner restraint on the violence hidden inside her. That leaves him wondering whether anyone should allow such power to awaken unchecked. He withdraws to think, weighing the risk she poses against the opportunity she represents. In the end, he decides he has to try using that potential rather than ignore it. Because her aptitude is extraordinary, he searches for the one trait he can turn to his advantage. He focuses on her slave mentality, understanding it as a tendency to devote oneself completely to a chosen master. Acting on that insight, he calls her by name and orders her to swear loyalty to him. She is stunned and can barely understand what he is asking of her. He makes it explicit. He wants her to become his knight and bind herself to him immediately. Overwhelmed, she drops to the floor and insists that someone as lowly as her cannot bear such a role. He counters by reminding her that her family is insignificant, meaning she has little to lose if he takes responsibility for her. He offers a bargain. If she swears loyalty and serves him as her master, he will stand behind her. He goes further, promising that if her violent nature ever runs out of control, he will personally restrain her. Her real concern surfaces at last, and she asks whether he will also take responsibility for her family. He answers without hesitation that he will. Relieved and hopeful, she begins to accept, even asking whether her imprisoned relatives can be brought to the capital so she may still see them. Adelia Bayer kneels before Prince Idrian and formally swears herself to him as his direct knight. She binds her future completely to his service, promising lifelong obedience and devotion. Idrian accepts the oath with a curt approval and reaches out to seal it. As his hand rests on her head, Adelia clings to the hope that pledging herself to him was the right choice. His touch leaves her flushed and trembling, but she remains eager to submit to the role she has chosen. Idrian, however, is uneasy, still questioning whether this decision will backfire. His doubt is fed by the rumors already spreading through the palace about his recent behavior. People are saying the once quiet first prince has returned to underhanded methods and is coercing loyalty from his knights. The gossip grows darker, painting him as someone who abuses nobles and throws them into prison on a whim. Adelia's appointment becomes the latest scandal, with everyone assuming he made his knight just to disguise personal indulgence. Idrian is irritated that a single appointment has suddenly made everyone obsess over his private affairs. Even his own retainers confirm that the news has spread everywhere since early morning. The king soon lashes out, accusing Idrian of chasing women instead of cleaning up the chaos around him. Another elder condemns him as a disgrace and suggests he has abandoned the wager tied to his standing. His brother joins in mockingly, treating the choice of a maid as knight as proof that Idrian has not changed at all. Idrian can only brood over how quickly the rumor mill has turned his move into a public scandal. Before he can recover, he is told the queen has come to see him, and he openly dreads another lecture. The queen confronts him with disappointment, saying she had hoped he had reformed but now sees him slipping back into disgrace. Then her tone shifts, and she decides this embarrassment may actually serve a useful purpose. She concludes that marriage will settle him down and announces that choosing him a spouse is now urgent. Ignoring his confusion, she insists he trust her and vows to find him a suitable bride immediately. Left speechless, Idrian can only wonder how his life has veered into this absurd direction. Meanwhile, Adelia sits in stunned disbelief, trying to grasp that she may now possess mana of her own. Idrian confirms it and tells her she is about to receive a very unusual kind of mana. He begins to transfer himself, drawing out blue power with precise control. As the process starts, Adelia's buried memories stir, and she recalls a forgotten title tied to her true nature, the Sword Queen. Fragments return to her of blazing footsteps and a sword that once moved as naturally as her own hands. The awakening deepens, and a radiant golden presence seems to rise behind her as if an old self is answering the call. That hidden identity presses closer, half-veiled but unmistakably alive within her. At the center of it all, she senses the fierce, heroic pulse of a heart made for battle. Golden energy floods into Adelia's body as the transfer takes hold. The magic completes successfully, imprinting and stabilizing mana inside her. Adelia realizes something profound has changed within her. A mana heart is formed, and she stares at the power in shock as she recognizes it as her own. Idrian explains that she has just undergone the refinement method for creating a mana heart, and tells her to keep practicing on her own. The effort suddenly overwhelms him, and he collapses before she can process what happened. Adelia panics and rushes to him, horrified that he pushed himself so far just to give her a single mana heart. He brushes it off as mere exhaustion, but privately marvels that he went this far for someone as lowly as a maid. Trying to regain control of the moment, he dismisses her and tells her she can leave. When she hesitates and keeps staring at him, he becomes self-conscious and demands to know why she is looking at him that way. Adelia bows deeply and renews her vow, promising again that she will serve him with absolute loyalty for the rest of her life. Amused, Idrian accepts the devotion but reminds her firmly that he is her master. She eagerly agrees, thrilled rather than intimidated by the reminder. As he turns away, Idrian worries that he may actually forget the boundaries he is trying to keep. With Adelia standing behind him in unsettlingly earnest devotion, he forces himself to dismiss the thought. A few days later, a knight reports new developments concerning Bernardo Eli, the noble Idrian had mentioned before. The report reveals that Bernardo is being tried for the incident involving the royal guard, and strict measures have kept anyone from meeting him beforehand. When Idrian wonders if he is expected to attend the trial, the knight reassures him that royalty does not stand as witnesses. Relieved, Idrian immediately treats that as one problem removed from his plate. But as he complains that the trial is being blown out of proportion, Adelia quietly tends to a cup nearby, listening in silence. While Adelia is still doing maid work, The prince abruptly asks about the strange condition she has been dealing with, catching her off guard. He makes clear he means the mana in her body, and she assures him it has finally stabilized. Satisfied, he immediately decides that she will start training with him from now on. He orders her to change and meet him at the training grounds, treating the matter as already settled. He also tells her to stop acting like a servant, because he now intends to make her a knight. At the training grounds, he prepares to instruct her personally. When challenged, he shows no doubt about what he is doing. To the older knight's disbelief, he explains that the one he is training is Adelia, not himself. Adelia arrives in armor, already pushing herself hard to keep up with his expectations. Ignoring the outrage around him, the prince openly declares that he is turning her into a knight despite the rumors. The older knight is appalled that he would treat knighthood so lightly. Their argument escalates, with the knight accusing him of recklessness and the prince snapping back at his interference. Before the dispute can go further, Adelia runs in to report back, forcing the prince's attention onto her. Completely exhausted, she finishes 10 laps and struggles just to stay upright. The prince remains calm while the older knight pointedly turns away, still disapproving. Adelia apologizes for slowing him down, but he dismisses that and hands her a wooden sword instead. He decides to begin with the basics and personally teach her sword stances. He demonstrates the movement step by step, showing her how to set her stance and swing cleanly. Adelia takes the sword and prepares to imitate him. Still winded, she awkwardly copies the posture and asks if she has it right. The moment she focuses, something in her changes sharply. She reproduces the swing with sudden speed and precision far beyond what a beginner should manage. The older knight is visibly shaken by what he just witnessed. The prince realizes she copied the technique after seeing it only once. Adelia innocently asks whether her stance was correct, while the prince starts to grasp what this means. He understands that if her growth is left unchecked, she could surpass him. That fear ties into his old belief that people like her submit to strength rather than loyalty, and he remembers how badly he had already been mistreated by others. He imagines the danger of letting someone with that nature and talent rise beyond his control. The thought unsettles him enough to break his composure. Meanwhile, the older knight openly acknowledges that Adelia possesses extraordinary talent. The prince immediately cuts him off before he can say more. He warns him not to start entertaining any plans involving her. The knight mocks him, implying he is too inexperienced to matter in Adelia's future. He presses the point, reminding the prince that he is still only a novice swordsman. In response, the prince's power surges out, and he declares that the knight is not capable of handling Adelia's potential. Even he feels the weight of that declaration as his power rises. He recognizes that the older knight has the force to intimidate most people, but not enough to claim authority over this matter. He admits to himself that he is not that man either, yet reaches a harsher conclusion. A monstrous power stirs within him as he draws on the identity he keeps hidden. He decides that if Adelia is beyond ordinary control, then only he can stand above her. That conviction is rooted in what he truly is, the Giant King. He is also tied to the Light Dragon and to a blood-soaked legacy of overwhelming power. Even his magic sword, Grihorn, is part of that same inheritance. As his will hardens, a fragment of his soul manifests outwardly. His eyes turn red as that hidden self fully surfaces. The older knight senses the danger immediately and grows tense. Facing him in that transformed state, the prince fixes on a single possessive thought about Adelia. He claims her as his. He warns the older knight not to look at her or even desire her. He makes his motive plain. He cannot tolerate anyone trying to take what he considers his. In the castle yard, a stern count approaches while a young female knight stands behind him, bracing for another confrontation. The blonde young man fixes his gaze on them, his attention sharpening as something dangerous stirs inside him. He feels his sense of reality slipping away into a cold, lifeless void. As the numb darkness deepens, he realizes he is drifting toward a place where vitality itself cannot exist. Lying in that emptiness, he wonders whether this collapse is a warning of what is about to happen to him. The demonic sword Grohun looms in his mind, making clear that his frail body cannot withstand much more. A swarm of demonic hands closes in as he understands the price. The sword will eventually devour his soul. That threat jolts him back into awareness before he can fully surrender. Just as he thinks this is the end, blue power surges up and interrupts the demonic pull. He reaches toward that energy and seizes the chance to return. He reappears in the training yard wrapped in blue aura, startling the count with his sudden recovery. Calmly, he frames the issue in practical terms. One ordinary knight can preserve 10 lives. The count presses the argument further, insisting that a truly exceptional knight could save hundreds. The young woman becomes the center of that ambition, with the count believing she could save thousands if properly used. The blonde man weighs that claim and questions whether this is really conviction or something else. The count invokes the harsh northern ideal of the frontier commander, presenting sacrifice for the greater cause as unquestionable duty. The blonde man rejects the appeal outright, refusing to hand her over to that logic. The count argues that through her they could save countless people, trying to force the issue through moral pressure. But the young knight refuses him herself, declaring that her body and soul already belong to the prince, and that she cannot follow the count. Her answer leaves the count visibly shaken and momentarily speechless. The blonde man privately notes that she is only saying what her nature compels, since a mana heart instinctively submits to a higher being. He then turns the conversation cold, reminding his uncle that he has nothing left to teach him and that his original goal was merely to lose weight. He lays down a condition for any future visits. The count must stop interfering in his affairs. Humiliated but cornered, the Count grudgingly accepts. Even after that, the Count keeps coming to the palace, using visits to Adelia as an excuse to watch over them. Unable to openly interfere, he can only brood while the blonde man quietly enjoys seeing his arrogant uncle forced into restraint. One day, a wooden training sword begins to resonate with unusual energy. Adelia draws golden power through the blade, revealing a new level of control. The Count instantly recognizes the significance and is stunned. The blonde man realizes she may already have learned sword resonance. He openly praises her progress, pleased that she has reached it so quickly. Adelia beams at the encouragement, while he admits to himself that her growth is so fast she may soon surpass his expectations. The Count confronts him, accusing him of also teaching her the mana heart. The blonde man confirms it without apology, which only deepens the Count's anger. The Count explodes, insisting it was bad enough for the prince to learn such techniques, and that teaching them to her is unacceptable. The blonde man falls silent, his mood darkening at the contempt behind those words. The Count cuts the exchange short and orders him to leave. He bitterly claims there had been a far better path and accuses the prince of ruining a possibility beyond his understanding. He then orders Cowles to escort the prince out, asserting his authority one last time. The blonde man refuses to be dragged and chooses to walk out on his own. The group breaks apart, with the Count storming off while the others remain behind in the tense aftermath. Shaken, Adelia wonders whether everything she has learned has been dismissed as nothing more than cheap tricks. He immediately reassures her that it is not trivial at all. When she asks why the Count would say otherwise, he tells her the Count simply does not understand. Walking away, the Count reflects that people of the current age have forgotten what a real mana heart truly is. The blonde man counters inwardly that if they had not forgotten, they would never have cast it aside so carelessly. As the Count departs into the sunset, the blonde man tells Adelia she will soon learn the true power of a mana heart. To prove the point, he drives a sword down and channels crackling blue force through it. He stands beside the energized blade in composed silence, letting the demonstration speak for itself. Facing the Count again across the yard, he challenges him to stop doubting and prove himself instead. The older knight sets harsh terms for the duel, limiting himself to a single ring and promising recognition only if the younger man can force him back even half a step. The blonde swordsman accepts the challenge without hesitation and reminds him of the wager they made. He steps into the courtyard with a grin, making clear that what he wants is the promised reward, even something as impossible as a granted wish. His uncle raises the stakes, saying that if the boy wins he will grant any one request, even passing down the family's secret techniques. The blonde man dismisses that offer as not being his real goal, though he is willing to leave it there for now. He opens the fight aggressively, lunging straight in as if to end it at once. Rather than being rattled, the older knight is amused that his nephew went for the neck from the very start. He easily reads the attack and notes that the boy's sword remains as ruthless as ever. The younger fighter flips and redirects through the exchange, trying to keep pressure on despite being outclassed. Realizing brute force will not be enough, he sharpens his focus and searches for another way through. Their wooden swords clash in a blur, but the uncle controls the rhythm and keeps the younger man from gaining ground. The older knight suddenly shifts his weapon upward, changing the angle of the fight before the boy can settle. The blonde swordsman drives back in with force, refusing to let the opening close. His uncle meets him head-on and taunts him, asking if this is all he can do. The provocation lands, and the younger man grits through the pressure instead of backing down. He breaks away in a low skid, creating distance to reset the exchange on his own terms. Seeing him pull back, the older knight wonders if he has already given up. The blonde man immediately rejects that idea and admits only that his uncle is annoyingly strong. He recognizes the real problem. His uncle is deliberately waiting for him to drain his mana so the defeat will be even more crushing. That realization forces him to admit that if he keeps fighting at this level, he will lose exactly as his uncle intends. Instead of despairing, he smiles and hints that something about this whole matter does not add up. The older knight is caught off guard as his nephew begins reaching back centuries for an explanation. He recalls that the knights of old achieved impossible feats through their mana hearts, but he questions why later generations came to treat those great techniques as worthless just because a weaker version appeared. In his view, people wrongly reduced the mana heart to a crude low-level method called mana chain. When his uncle demands a clearer point, the younger man openly disagrees with that common belief. He argues that the flaw was never the mana heart itself, but the people using it, because not all mana hearts are the same. Then he addresses his uncle directly and asks whether he has ever heard of heroic martial poem. The older knight brushes the subject aside as irrelevant talk in the middle of a sword match. The blonde man expected that reaction and presses on anyway. He points out that his uncle himself dismissed mana heart as a technique fit only for low-level mercenaries, proving how deep the prejudice runs. When asked if he is stalling to recover, he calmly denies it and prepares to demonstrate his answer instead. He declares that the path a knight walks can itself become an achievement engraved into power. Centering his sword, he reveals that his own achievement is built from 100 victories and the strength forged through them. His uncle finally falters as the meaning of this strange technique begins to dawn on him. The younger man explains that when an achievement is engraved on the heart, it can be turned into a heroic martial poem. As their blades collide again, that poem is completed and brought into existence. The power settles into his sword as a heroic martial poem of ordinary rank called Poem of Sparring. With fierce satisfaction, he activates its effect. He presents this as the true potential hidden inside the mana heart. The poem's effect manifests, and he reveals its principle. Whatever the opponent does, the same can be returned through the shared logic of mana heart and mana chain. His uncle immediately understands the danger and admits that as long as someone possesses a mana heart, he cannot simply overpower a mana chain user anymore. Armed with that insight, the blonde swordsman charges back in under a mantle of blue mana. Their swords meet again, but this time the younger man can contest him directly instead of being overwhelmed. The mechanism becomes clear. The ring's mana is forcing the mana heart's power to flow backward and mirror what it receives. The strain hits the blonde fighter at once, showing that using the technique comes with painful backlash. His uncle notices the weakness and regains confidence, realizing the boy is paying a price for every exchange. He attacks through the opening and praises his nephew's tolerance for pain, making clear that endurance alone will not win this duel. The younger man absorbs the blow and steadies himself, but the cost of maintaining the poem is written across his face. He remembers what it took to create this power at all, sparring 100 times to forge the poem, and receiving the ring's mana more than 1,000 times to make it usable. The blonde swordsman reveals that his power was created specifically to confront the Knights of the Ring. Drawing on the lessons of countless defeats across 100 duels, he unleashes a force born from accumulated experience. Blue energy surges around him as he commits fully to that hard-won strength. He identifies it as the power of the stained self, a strength forged through repeated failure rather than noble inheritance. That power gathers along his blade, turning his plain weapon into something dangerous. Facing his opponent again, he judges that his sword is finally worthy of the fight. He attacks at once, exploding forward to test the older knight head-on. The dark-haired knight meets the strike cleanly, showing that he still holds the advantage in direct exchanges. The blonde fighter keeps pressing from shifting angles, refusing to let the clash settle into a simple contest of strength. He fights with growing confidence, convinced he has finally found a way to break through. His opponent is unsettled that someone he expected to crush has endured this long. The blonde swordsman's empowered blade continues to grind against the knight's defense instead of collapsing immediately. The older knight answers with a sharper counter, forcing the younger man back under renewed pressure. The blonde fighter retreats to regain distance, recognizing that his current edge still is not enough. He steadies himself and prepares for whatever truth the knight is about to reveal. When he demands an explanation, the knight responds as if this outcome should have been obvious from the start. The knight declares that human hearts differ, and accuses the younger man of mistaking his own limits for universal law. He steps in with sudden force, ending the pause and reclaiming control of the duel. A crushing downward strike drives the blonde swordsman into a desperate defense. The impact blasts apart the ground, proving the gap between them is still severe. Standing over the wreckage, the knight says the preliminaries are over and that the younger man has earned only a little respect. He praises the blonde fighter's effort, but says a common-rank heroic martial poem can never be enough. As the blonde swordsman struggles up, the knight begins explaining that the real mistake was made centuries ago. The younger man listens while gripping his sword, and the knight blames the old order of knights for a fatal failure. He says their ancestors slaughtered so completely that they left no living enemies for later generations to truly know. At first, the techniques and poems of dragon slaying were likely passed down intact. Those teachings once included true sword arts, the 6 beats of the heart, and the shining heroic martial poems. But as later generations chased glory without facing the same terror, those achievements faded into empty tradition. Songs of dragons and giant kings survived, while the reality behind them disappeared. In time, what had once been practical methods became little more than legends and caricatures. The knight argues that heroic martial poems were reduced to morale-raising myths for soldiers rather than living combat arts. Without real enemies to test them against, no one could rediscover the lost mastery through mana techniques alone. The blonde swordsman rejects the lecture, insisting that mana chains cannot lead anyone to true transcendence. He openly mocks the knight's rambling, unable to see what point he is trying to make. The knight names himself Baal Valorhard and frames the younger man as another arrogant fool who does not understand what was lost. He vows to show him directly, awakening a different power to demonstrate the greatness that vanished. A red, predatory presence erupts around him, taking on the shape of something far more monstrous than a swordsman. He makes clear that ignorance will no longer be an excuse, because he intends to teach through force. That crimson power reaches toward the blonde fighter, as if reviving the memory of dragons themselves. The knight reveals the essence of the lost art, a sword meant to pierce dragons' scales when ordinary treasured blades could not. Its completion required more than technique, demanding the slayer take in the dragon's burning blood and become something altered. The blonde swordsman tries to invoke the poem of dragon slaying despite the danger. A system warning tells him his current abilities cannot bear the burden of the poem. Worse, much of the poem is missing, leaving him with only fragments instead of the full inheritance. He realizes he possesses only a broken remnant of the art that once cut through dragon's scales. Even so, he forces the incomplete power into motion, his body and eyes changing under the strain. He meets Baal's assault with that unstable crimson force, turning the clash into a struggle between devouring instinct and disciplined mana. Baal feels his own power being bitten into and suddenly understands the nature of what the younger man has awakened. For the first time, he panics, realizing that if this continues he will be consumed instead of victorious. Their collision condenses into a blinding core of energy, as the duel reaches a decisive breaking point. A violent blast tears through the arena and throws the prince's side into chaos. The blonde prince is hurled across the ground as his attendants cry out in alarm. When the dust begins to clear, his opponent remains standing at the center of the destruction. Bruised and winded, the prince steadies himself and silently reassesses the situation. The dark-haired count presses him, pointing out that even with a single ring forbidden, the prince had already relied on one. He goes further, judging that the prince has exhausted all 4 rings in his possession. As proof of the gap between them, he notes that even so, the prince still failed to stop his blade from being cut apart. The prince forces himself upright despite the pain and humiliation. Facing him down, he rejects the old belief that talent of the heart must always bow before power granted by rings. He addresses Count Bael Valorhard directly and prepares to overturn the result. The count realizes too late that the prince has not accepted defeat. A brutal memory flashes through the prince's mind, tied to a monstrous slaughter and a sword stained with blood. From that memory comes a desperate refusal to let the killing continue. His focus locks onto the blue gem in his sword as if answering that plea. He hears the warning to stop, but instead reaches for something deeper and more dangerous. He seizes his shirt as the strain of invoking forbidden power tears through him. The scene shifts to his bedchamber, where he convulses after collapsing from the duel. Even unconscious, his body remains tense, still gripped by the aftereffects. He wakes in pain and curses the Gesta Sanctorum he forced open. He recognizes the cost of that act. He had drawn on the poem called Splitting the Dragon's Scales by Force. Because that poem belongs to a mythic decapitated dragon, its power was never meant to be handled safely. Still, he decides the gamble was worth it, since it kept him from being left in ruins. He begins shaping a new martial feat from that power, grounding it in his own pride and endurance. The technique takes form around him as a vow to stand before even greater force without yielding. With that success, he notes that his rank of Agate of Delis has risen slightly. He concludes that this should be enough to face the third prince in the coming duel. His maid, overwhelmed with relief, realizes he has finally regained consciousness. She explains that his collapse caused an uproar severe enough to enrage even the queen. The prince dismisses their outrage as deserved and listens as she continues the aftermath. She adds that Count Valorhard asked to be informed the moment he woke. The prince refuses to see him yet and decides to rest while keeping control of the timing. Even as he lies back, his body warns him that the damage is not over. He knows that unless his spirit fully recovers, overusing the Gesta Sanctorum will exact a catastrophic mental price. Reality and memory would begin to bleed together until the boundary between them collapses. If that happens, he would become a man trapped forever in disconnected reenactments of martial memories. Remembering that fate from a previous life leaves him genuinely shaken. His thoughts turn to Agnes Byrne, a legendary swords master whose legacy still burns brightly in memory. At breakfast, he tells his maid that as Agnes Byrne's descendant, she should be able to inherit the Gesta Sanctorum Agnes left behind. The maid is stunned to learn her bloodline carries such an extraordinary martial heritage. He tempers that revelation by warning that her current level is far too low to claim a rank worthy of the poem. Then he asks the more important question, what she intends to do once she truly learns the sword. Caught off guard, she struggles to answer because she has never thought that far ahead. She begins by imagining the possibility of becoming a knight at all. But when pressed on what would come after that, she falters completely. He tells her she can answer later, giving her room to find a real purpose. That pause lets the thought finally settle inside her. She resolves on the spot that she will become not just a knight, but the prince's own sword. Her vow catches him off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. The story then turns to a broader truth about martial poems. Some awaken with the blare of a charging trumpet. Others begin with the first step taken onto a battlefield, as war itself gives birth to power. Another Gesta Sanctorum begins with a battlefield oath that will shape the story. Adelia vows to offer her life and service completely, binding herself to the blonde prince with absolute devotion. He realizes her pledge has formed a new Gesta Sanctorum called a Poem of Subordination. As the power settles into him, he studies the strange light in his hands and confirms the bond is real. The oath expands into a newly created sanctum, showing that this kind of vow can generate power by influencing others. He learns the exact result. A common rank Gesta Sanctorum, Poem of Domination, has been created through Adelia's submission. The meaning becomes clear to him. This is not simple loyalty, but a soul-binding oath that places one person beneath a master. Adelia is startled that a descendant of the Sword Queen would wield such a humiliating form of power. He accepts the unexpected advantage, recognizing that her help has given him a tool he never anticipated. Instead of rejecting it, he decides Adelia's growth will benefit him as long as he remains the one she is bound to. Her pleased reaction confirms that his gain and her devotion now reinforce each other. He thanks her directly, making the exchange personal rather than merely strategic. Adelia is flustered by his sincerity, and can only address him with formal restraint. He admits he still does not fully understand what kind of person she is, leaving their new bond uneasy but intact. A few days pass, and the story shifts from the oath's creation to its consequences at court. Now confined to a chair and dressed formally, Idrian waits in visible discomfort for another difficult audience. The knight and Adelia stand by intense silence, aware that this meeting may be awkward. When asked about his condition, Idrian gives a polite answer while clearly bracing himself for what follows. He reflects that enemies are easier to handle than people who cared for the body's original owner. The woman before him embodies that problem. Approaching him with genuine concern, he does not know how to answer. Trying to understand the old family ties, Idrian asks whether she resents his uncle. She insists his uncle never truly meant harm and begs Idrian not to hold on to bitterness. When she argues that anyone treated so harshly should naturally be resentful, Idrian calmly denies feeling that way at all. His detached response leaves him studying the situation rather than sharing her emotions. Privately, he recalls that his uncle's pride and convictions were shattered before, and judges that humiliation must have cut deeply. He remembers planting a heart demon in that uncle, expecting the wound to keep festering. Adrian decides that if the man has any strength left, the corruption will push him further, and he does not care what happens afterward. The woman explains that despite his rough nature, the uncle had recently begun thinking fondly of Adrian. She reveals he even tried to persuade the king on Adrian's behalf. That revelation shocks Adrian, especially when he learns it led to his confinement being lifted early. But the moment his freedom returned, the recent incident erupted, leaving his uncle in an impossible position and explaining his harsh reaction. Adrian falls silent, forced to reconsider motives he had dismissed. For the first time, he seriously wonders why that man would go so far to help him. Before he can dwell on it, the old scholar Nicolo Marchmeal arrives with his usual authority. When the scholar comes to resume lessons, Adrian immediately refuses. His blunt rejection catches the knight and Adelia off guard. The scholar counters that refusing to learn is beneath the prince, provoking Adrian into an indignant outburst. Adrian snaps at the insult, but the scholar neatly turns the exchange and keeps control of the conversation. Adrian argues that he already knows everything necessary, and sees no reason to study further. The scholar accepts the claim only on the condition that Adrian prove it. He proposes a broad discussion, promising to stop visiting if Adrian's abilities are truly as complete as he boasts. Confident in himself, Adrian agrees to the challenge. The moment the debate begins, he throws himself into it with sudden enthusiasm. He explains politics as a struggle where rulers must guard against subjects who may overturn them if given too much power, and the scholar approves his reasoning. Seeing promise in him, the scholar places a history book before Adrian to deepen the discussion. Using the text, he frames the ruler-subject relationship as a practical exchange of protection for loyalty and labor. Adrian follows the logic easily and concludes that every relationship depends on mutual give and take. The discussion continues for hours, with Adrian answering, questioning, and gradually becoming absorbed in the lesson. At last the scholar gathers his books, signaling the end of the day's session. He postpones the rest until tomorrow, and Adrian, now unexpectedly invested, readily agrees to continue. A blonde prince idly amuses himself, treating the lesson lightly at first. He suddenly realizes this ordinary class may be hiding something more important. He smirks and concludes his elderly tutor has been deliberately slow-walking the matter. The old scholar privately judges the first prince to be far shrewder than rumors claim. As the tutor leaves, he reflects that the prince is very different from his reputation. Time passes into a bright new day. The prince lies around in utter boredom, with nothing to occupy him. Still confined and recovering, he complains that inactivity is becoming unbearable. He admits he has been too diligent lately, and with neither training nor books available, he has nothing left to do. His boredom breaks when he hears that Sir Vale Ballerhard has come to see him. He immediately orders the visitor to be let in. Expecting this visit after several days, he assumes Vale has finally come because of their last spar. But the prince's confidence falters the moment he senses the visitor's mood. Vale arrives stern and concludes the prince still has not overcome the inner demon he planted in him. The heavy silence makes clear this is not a casual visit. Instead of defending himself, the prince apologizes at once. Vale admits he broke a promise to himself and caused great harm, insisting he would have had no excuse even if the prince had protested. He explains that the prince's slow recovery was not due to the aura blade itself, but because he overused the power of the true dragon. Another observer notes that the prince's recklessness has also put his uncle in a difficult position. Vale cuts through the guilt and tells the prince to state what he wants. The prince offers any price he can pay, but Vale dismisses such dramatic compensation as useless. Privately, the prince is struck that a man of swordmaster caliber could still be trapped by something as petty as an inner demon. He gives up on formal remorse and decides to ask for something practical instead. He announces that he will name his wish first. The prince asks his uncle to take him out somewhere. Vale reminds him that his confinement has already ended, so he is free to go out on his own. The prince clarifies that he wants more than a brief outing and asks to travel farther, ideally beyond the capital. Vale pauses, weighing the request seriously. He agrees in principle but warns that an upcoming banquet limits how far they can go and that arranging it will take time. The prince accepts the delay and tells him to proceed. After Vale leaves, Cal studies the prince in silence. The prince notices the look and presses him to explain it. Cal admits he expected a far more unreasonable demand and is surprised by how modest this one was. The prince points out that the count did break his promise, making this a rare chance to ask for something. Still, he confesses that seeing such a stubborn old man burdened by guilt makes him feel a little sorry for him. Cal laughs, remarking that the prince seems much more at ease these days, which irritates him. Before that exchange can continue, the prince is interrupted. A maid arrives with the letter he has been waiting for. The sealed envelope suggests the message is official and important. He opens it and reads a formal report charged with significance. The letter praises recent achievements and promises that a new opportunity will soon come to him. Its sender, Arwen Kirkin, reports a small accomplishment and vows to be ready when the awaited day arrives. Recognizing the name, the prince is pleased by the timing and sees the message as good news. About 5 days later, after a pleasant stay, he departs with his uncle by carriage. During the journey, he eagerly asks which territory they will be passing through and latches onto the name Ellen. Vale, already wary of the prince's excitement, complains that he can never stay quiet. The prince leans out of the carriage in excitement, and Vale orders him back inside, promising to explain. Vale begins by introducing the County of Ellen as the kingdom's greatest producer of weaponry. He explains that Ellen's strength comes from rich iron mines and skilled smiths who refine that metal. When Vale adds that more than half the royal family's weapons come from Ellen, the prince immediately realizes this territory is exactly what he needs. Realizing his strength has grown enough, the prince decides it is finally time to obtain a sword worthy of him. He recalls that he once meant to take a ceremonial blade from the royal armory, but a royal decree forbade anyone from giving him a weapon. That memory still stings, reminding him how thoroughly he had been restricted. Accepting that the ban makes sense given his past, he concludes that if he wants a real weapon, he will have to find one outside the palace. As he settles on that plan, he turns his attention to the journey ahead. A scarred attendant watching over him notes that the prince is more fragile than he appears. Under close guard, the long trip begins, with even the carriage window controlled to keep him comfortable. 3 days into the roughly 20-day journey, he is still confined to the carriage and growing increasingly restless. His only company is a girl who answers every attempt at conversation with nothing but yes or no, making the ride even more unbearable. Unable to stand the boredom any longer, he searches for something else to occupy himself. He considers checking his mana heart to pass the time. Because the power of the true dragon had emptied it as a side effect, he expects little but decides it should be slowly recovering by now. He begins drawing mana inward to refill the empty core. He gathers mana from the constant rattling and motion of the carriage. He also pulls in the faint energy carried by the cool breeze slipping past him. Even the voices and presence of the knights outside become sources of scattered mana for him to collect. Piece by piece, he gathers those dust-like traces and feeds them into his mana heart. The mana condenses into a concentrated vortex inside him. Then he suddenly senses that something is wrong. His mana heart has swollen far beyond what he expected, forcing him to realize the change is far greater than simple recovery. A system message explains that by attempting an impossible miracle and touching a fragment of the true dragon's will, he triggered this result. The transformation surges through his body as the system confirms that his mana heart has expanded and his physique has already begun adapting to it. Further notices reveal that his constitution has changed significantly, allowing him to withstand much more mana than before. The growth also pushes him up to the level of sword expert, marking a clear leap in overall ability. His bond with the sword strengthens, and some of the seals that had limited his restored powers are lifted. On top of that, both his third eye and third ear improve sharply, broadening his senses. The sudden release of power startles his silent companion, who hesitantly checks on him. He tests his body at once, moving with excitement now that he can feel the difference. Satisfied, he recognizes that he has taken another decisive step forward. The journey eventually brings him to the territory of Ellen Earldom. There, he is formally received as a royal guest, though he remains guarded and reserved. 2 representatives of the Ellen family introduce themselves and respectfully welcome the first prince, Idren Landerg. After the exchange of courtesies, they decide to show him to his quarters so he can recover from the trip. As he walks through the mansion, however, his sharpened senses begin picking up something unusual. He notices that the estate is filled with weapons and armor, but most of them are low-grade pieces that do not interest him. While being escorted deeper inside, he keeps searching for signs of the kind of blade he actually wants. From what he has sensed so far, he doubts the mansion itself holds what he is looking for. So he asks whether the blacksmith's guild lies within this territory, and his host confirms that it does. He immediately asks to be taken there instead. His guide agrees, while warning him that the local blacksmiths are notoriously rough and stubborn. He adds that once they are working, they ignore rank and status alike, and that their speech is as blunt as the iron they handle. The moment the prince nears the forge, something catches his full attention. A violent burst of heat and impact from the smithy hits him like a revelation. Inside, the furnace roars so fiercely that even his escort warns him the conditions may be hard to endure. Yet the prince is not repelled. Amid the oppressive heat and the constant ringing of iron, he becomes intensely focused. His host notices his sudden fixation and calls to him, but the prince is already absorbed by what he senses. The flames, bellows, and hammering blend into a storm of noise around him. Among all the strikes in that forge, one blacksmith's blow stands apart from the rest. The prince realizes he has found the presence he was searching for. Out of the chaos of the smithy, a single clear hammer strike tells him exactly where to look next. A blond prince enters a forge where an old blacksmith is absorbed in his work before a roaring furnace. The smith hammers with fierce concentration, and the sight stirs something buried in the prince. A sudden jolt of recognition hits him as if he has touched a forgotten memory. What rises in his mind is the image of a sword, the first memory he can clearly recall. Still shaken and sweating, he barely notices when a maid wipes his face. She gently points out how badly the heat is affecting him. Only then does he realize what she is doing and recover himself. He turns away, trying to regain his composure while the strange feeling lingers. From a distance, he watches the old smith continue forging as the others around them keep their place. The blacksmith's guild formally greets the visiting prince. His attendant introduces the guild master, Saxon, as the man in charge of the forge. Before the ceremony can settle, the prince's attention is drawn to a worker striking the metal nearby. The guild master angrily tries to stop that worker and force him to greet royalty properly. The prince immediately shuts him down and makes it clear the interruption will not continue. Seeing the laborers' uneasy faces, he understands they are being pressured into behavior they did not choose. Meanwhile, the heated blade continues losing temperature on the anvil. The prince bluntly states that the man was dragged here against his will to perform for him. He orders them to stop fussing over protocol and return to work before the iron cools any further. The forge erupts into hurried motion as the workers scramble back to their stations. With his arms folded, the prince withdraws from the commotion and simply observes. He settles into silent watchfulness, intent on the work rather than the ceremony around him. The old smith notices the prince's steady presence but does not stop forging. Hammer blows resume in earnest as steel and fire reclaim the room. The prince stands directly before the forge, facing the smith without flinching. In the flames, his eye catches a strange reflection that deepens his unease. Surrounded by heat and fire, he feels himself pulled further into an unfamiliar sensation. Each strike of the hammer seems to resonate with him far more deeply than it should. As he watches, the scene overlaps with that earlier memory, linking this smith to the sword in his mind. He cannot explain the feeling, only that it is powerful and unlike anything he has known. Later, while leaving the forge, his attendant explains that the old man has repeatedly forged swords only to melt them down again. The prince asks whether those destroyed blades were failures. He is told the opposite. Every sword the man makes is considered a masterpiece, earning him the title Master Artisan of Swords. That only makes the mystery deeper, because none of those excellent blades were deemed worthy to keep. The attendant adds that the smith has barely slept for a month and has devoted himself entirely to this work. The prince rejects the idea that such labor can be dismissed, especially for an old man still pushing himself so hard. He comes away convinced he is witnessing the resolve of a true artisan. Over the following days, the prince returns to the forge from morning until late at night. During that time, the old blacksmith does nothing different outwardly and simply continues his relentless routine. The prince, in turn, keeps silent vigil beside the work, watching every step. Despite everyone's fear that his presence would cause trouble, no incident occurs at all. Time passes quietly until the final night before the prince must depart. Even then, he remains at the forge, still watching as the old man hammers on. He says nothing, but his silence carries the weight of unfinished expectation. The smith keeps working under that gaze, exhausted but unwavering. At last the prince admits he had hoped to see the sword completed before he left. His attendant can only stand behind him in silence, unable to answer that disappointment. What the prince feels most strongly is a deep and unexpected regret. He finally decides to leave, explaining that a farewell gathering awaits and he must depart at dawn. His attendant realizes that this regret is exactly why he had wanted the prince to witness the finished blade. Even as the prince prepares to go, that hope remains, that somehow he might still see the completed sword before leaving. A blonde noble arrives at the forge as if answering an expected summons. A retainer rushes out to report that the master blacksmith has finally completed the sword. The prince and the others are caught by the weight of the announcement, and the moment that follows. At sunset, the aged blacksmith stands outside holding the finished blade toward the light. With trembling hands, he presents the weapon with reverence. The sword gleams with an almost celestial brilliance, announcing itself as something extraordinary. The blacksmith drops to one knee and offers the sword formally to the prince. As he studies the blade, the prince senses something uncanny in it, as though it reflects more than steel. The blacksmith dedicates the completed sword to the prince. The onlookers are stunned by the gravity of the offering. The blacksmith explains that such a sword should be heated like the rising sun. He adds that it must be cooled until its color matches the king's purple robes. By that method, he says, a sword fit for a king and bright as the sun can be born. The prince asks what this remarkable weapon should be called. The old smith proposes a name tied to twilight, weighing dawn against dusk. Yet he admits that to him the blade feels closer to dawn, as if it belongs to the prince's future. The prince laughs and notes that the blacksmith speaks with unexpected eloquence. Relieved that his meaning was understood, the old man lets his tension ease. When the blacksmith falters from exhaustion, the prince catches him before he collapses. The strain of forging the sword is revealed to have pushed the old man to his limit. Seeing his condition, the prince orders that his uncle be informed and decides to remain there for the night. By nightfall, guards keep watch outside the blacksmith's tent. Inside, the prince stays beside the old man, with the sword resting close at hand. The blacksmith reflects that the sword truly took shape the moment the prince stood behind him that day. He suggests the blade itself chose to be born then, and the prince presses him on whether he really believes that. The prince reveals he has his own explanation. Leaning in close, he speaks privately enough to shake the old man. The blacksmith is jolted by what he hears. He realizes the prince's true nature and understands why the prince could read his heart so clearly. Instead of fear, the old man answers with a faint, accepting laugh. He says he finally understands what has been happening. Then he asks to hold the sword one last time. The prince hands it over without resistance. The blacksmith grips the hilt with what little strength he has left. Holding the sword, he offers a final prayer that it may grow to match the greatness of its master. The prince listens in silence as the blessing is directed toward him through the blade. The weight of the old man's final wish leaves him subdued. He answers firmly that the sword will indeed become worthy of that hope. But the certainty in his voice gives way to a sudden uneasy pause. He remains seated at the bedside, holding the moment as the room falls still. The blacksmith passes away peacefully. Outside the tent, the prince quietly affirms the promise he just made. Later, a decorative magic sword is presented in a luxurious case. A courtier argues that no ordinary gift can be measured against a sword forged with a man's very soul, but says this ornate weapon may at least be more practical to use. He offers the magic sword as an additional present for the prince to accept. The prince accepts it easily, judging it a decent mid-grade weapon even if it is nothing exceptional. He makes clear that the blacksmith's soul-forged sword was already an immense gift, so adding another sword on top of it is unnecessary. The courtier hurriedly reframes the gesture as proof of his family's exceptional loyalty to the royal house. The prince dryly notes that trying to show off a flashy magic sword only made the man look foolish beside the master's final work. As the party prepares to move out, orders are given for the carriage and infantry to follow while the cavalry rides ahead because their delayed schedule now demands speed. A blonde prince arrives at a military encampment, already sensing he is stepping into someone else's operation. A dark-haired officer notices him and dryly points out that the prince has shown up in the middle of preparations. The officer reveals he never saw the prince while they were in the count's territory, and the prince explains that the king had assigned him separately. Realizing that independent mission came with a hidden price, the prince understands he is now being folded back into the main campaign. The officer orders him to prepare at once, explaining they intend to push hard and reach the Iron Lion's stronghold by night, which means the prince must ride. The prince bluntly admits he does not know how to ride a horse. That answer leaves the officer visibly at a loss. With no better option, the group is forced to improvise around the prince's complete lack of riding experience. On the road to the Iron Lion fortress, the journey quickly turns miserable enough to make the prince physically sick. Even so, they somehow keep moving, with the prince barely managing to stay on horseback. After repeated mishaps and delays, the trip drags on far longer than anyone intended. By the end of it, the prince is exhausted and hanging on through sheer stubbornness. They finally reach the Iron Lion fortress much later than planned, but still with enough time left before their destination matters. Seeing the fortress at last, the prince takes in the place he has been brought to. Inside, the atmosphere immediately tightens as armored men gather with deliberate intent. A representative of House Wielden formally greets the first prince and invokes the Iron Lion's loyalty to the Leonberg bloodline. The prince instantly reads the performance as overconfident posturing rather than sincere submission. He also understands why they are acting this way. They believe they hold the advantage and can control the encounter. A dark-haired knight steps forward from among them, confirming his suspicion that their challenge will be direct and predictable. Interested in testing their intentions, the prince calls the knight Arwen forward to see how the Iron Lions will answer him. Arwen bows with formal restraint, acknowledging his summons. Kneeling before him, Arwen admits she has long waited for the chance to stand before him again. That immediate show of personal loyalty unsettles the hostile knights around her and exposes a fracture in their united front. Adelia, standing near the prince, senses the danger in the room as the mood turns sharper. To keep the hostility from falling on her, the prince abruptly draws her into his plan and signals that she should play along. Caught off guard, Adelia hesitates for a beat as she tries to understand what he wants from her. She quickly submits and answers him obediently, and the prince coldly notes that teaching her to act like a compliant servant has paid off. Satisfied that she understands, he tells her to continue. He then orders Arwen to accompany him, forcing the surrounding knights to watch one of their own answer his command. With a smile, he makes clear that there is much left unresolved between them and that anyone else is welcome to join if they dare. Later, in the training yard, the prince appears in plain clothes with a practiced sword, openly inviting confrontation. He declares that if the Iron Lions truly are the kingdom's finest, one of them should step forward and prove it to him. The gathered knights freeze, unsure whether challenging a prince is a trap or an insult they cannot ignore. Their silence confirms his hesitation gambit is working, and he presses the point by showing he is not intimidated by their rank or reputation. He removes their last excuse by swearing he will hold no one responsible for the result of a duel, then mocks them when still no one moves. His taunt lands, suggesting the famed Iron Lions may be all reputation and no courage. At last, a red-haired knight named Dale of House Pennant steps forward to defend the order's honor. Though he modestly claims he is unworthy to represent the Iron Lions, Dale asks to face the prince anyway. He formally offers himself as the prince's opponent. The prince cuts off the ceremony, saying permission is unnecessary because he was the one who demanded a challenger. Dale charges first, committing fully to the duel. The prince meets the attack with calm confidence, as if he has already seen the outcome. In a single exchange, he releases a burst of blue power through his strike and overwhelms Dale outright. Dale is hit so hard he coughs blood in shock before he can even process what happened. He is thrown across the yard and crashes to the ground, defeated almost instantly. Barely winded, the prince lowers his glowing weapon and asks for the next opponent. The watching Iron Lions stare at Dale's fallen body, stunned that one of their own was crushed so easily. A pink-haired knight named Paul Rothheim steps up, insisting Dale was only a first year and that he, as a third year, will be different. He attacks, and is struck down just as quickly. More challengers rush in one after another, but the prince cuts through them in rapid succession, turning the Iron Lion's pride into a public humiliation. A blonde prince effortlessly knocks aside a flurry of attacks, showing that the challengers around him are no threat. The force of his counter leaves debris and shock in the courtyard, making it clear the bout is already decided. When the dust settles, several knights are down while the prince stands untouched, with the court watching his overwhelming display. He is unimpressed by how little resistance the trainees offered him. Since the full knights refuse to step forward, he openly declares that he wants to test himself against them instead. He singles out Arwen, drawing the knights' immediate attention. Treating her as a trusted subordinate, he orders Arwen to accompany him when he leaves, and she accepts without hesitation. Arwen hides her feelings behind a small, restrained smile. She formally bows and confirms that she will obey him, while the others look on. The prince privately notes how easily he secured her loyalty. A silver-haired full knight named Dunham steps in, aware of the prince's taste for wagers, and proposes adding a bet to a duel. When Dunham suggests staking Arwen if he wins, the prince rejects the idea outright as unacceptable. He makes clear that Arwen is not an object to be won in a contest, shutting down that line immediately. Instead, he offers to wager something else and calls for a sword to be brought. With a confident smile, he prepares a far more tempting stake. He offers Dunham a rare and valuable blade if Dunham can defeat him. Arwen is startled by how much the prince is willing to risk. Dunham is equally shaken, realizing the wager is far more serious than expected. Arwen tries to stop him, insisting that he himself is worth far more than any sword. To her, a sword saint's worth cannot be measured against a weapon, no matter how precious. Dunham accepts the prince's terms, though his expression shows both greed and resolve. He introduces himself proudly as Dunham of Fahrenheit, a full knight of the Iron Lion Order who has reached the triple chain. The prince undercuts that boast with a mocking remark that exposes Dunham's insecurity about his rank. Stunned, Dunham counters by boasting about his own sword's pedigree, claiming it was forged by the famed grand artisan of blades. The prince reveals that this is no coincidence, because the sword he offered comes from that same master. The duel begins with both blades meeting in a sharp clash. As they cross swords, the prince reveals that his weapon is the master smith's 100th and final work, eclipsing Dunham's. Dunham is rattled by the revelation, having never even heard of such a blade. The prince explains it was completed only days ago, forcing Dunham to steady himself and commit fully to the fight. Dunham unleashes his aura and acknowledges that, despite the prince's flawed technique, relentless effort lies behind every movement. He promises to honor that effort by fighting with everything he has, while the prince coolly repeats the insult about a misguided path. As blue power gathers around him, the prince inwardly dismisses the knight's pride as petty. He reflects that the position and recognition attached to this contest were never truly his to claim. A nearby young woman listens in shock as the prince's thoughts turn from personal honor to something larger. Arwen and the others watch tensely while the prince's power continues to rise. He resolves that any honor directed toward him should instead belong to his people. He calls on Adelia to watch carefully, making this moment a lesson as well as a duel. Then he releases a towering manifestation of blue power behind him, revealing the true scale of his strength. He declares that this is the path Adelia must follow from now on. Adelia, shaken but moved, accepts his command. Golden power answers her resolve, rising in response to the prince's blue aura. She formally vows that she will do as he asks. The scene shifts away from the duel to a quieter political discussion over tea. At Iron Lion Fortress, a visitor notes that this is already their 4th visit, showing how urgent and repetitive the matter has become. The commander listening to him weighs the situation with visible concern. They review the succession crisis. One prince has no interest in the throne, another is confined, and a third has recently withdrawn as well. The visitor argues that, whatever his reputation, the first prince remained the kingdom's legitimate heir. He then turns the accusation on the commander, blaming him in part for how badly the situation deteriorated. He insists that if the commander of the 3rd Legion had supported the first prince even a little, the prince would not have ended up so isolated. Left with that charge, the commander bitterly reflects that this is exactly the kind of condemnation he expected from the prince's faction. A man reflects that his nephew was never fit to rule, seeing in him the makings of a tyrant rather than a king. He recalls confronting the boy after finding him drunk on a corrupting potion and trying to force some sense into him. The reprimand only drew out the prince's resentment and feral hostility. Instead of shame, the nephew answered his great-uncle with violence, charging him with a sword like a brute. That moment fixed itself in the older man's mind as proof of what the boy had become. Later, after the uncle withdrew north in disappointment, the prince sent poisoned wine with a mocking letter disguised as a gift. The insult was so blatant that the uncle seized the bottle without hesitation. He drank it and burned the poison away with mana, refusing to let the attempt touch him. As he destroyed the poison, he decided he was also severing the last bond of blood between them. Yet, while the uncle hardened his heart, the prince kept enduring brutal training and grew stronger by the day. In the present, another noble reminds the uncle that he himself once insisted the first prince must never become king. Even so, the uncle's unease shows that the prince's recent change has made that old certainty harder to hold. He asks that the prince be given a chance, if only to stand at the same starting line as the other princes. The plea catches the other man off guard because it comes from someone who used to be the prince's harshest critic. Pressed to explain himself, the uncle admits he no longer knows what to believe. He cannot tell whether he has changed, or whether the first prince truly has. Before the discussion can go further, news arrives that the prince is about to spar with a man known as the Silver Lion. The name alone is enough to alarm them, because it means the first prince is facing a far more dangerous test than expected. They hurry outside, where one of them tries to calm the other by insisting Dunham knows his limits, and would not seriously endanger royalty. He argues that even in a live blade spar, no knight would dare strike down a prince. The uncle rejects that reassurance, and warns that the real danger is not the prince, but the regular knight facing him. That answer leaves his companion unsettled, and he realizes just how much the uncle's view of the prince has shifted. At the training ground, their fears are overturned immediately when Dunham is smashed into the dirt before them. The fallen knight lies unconscious, proving the prince has already won another match. Around the field, the crowd erupts with the now familiar cry that His Highness has won again, while the prince stands at the center of it all. Seeing the result, the uncle can only answer the other man's disbelief by reminding him that he had already tried to warn him. The prince rises from the ground, battered but composed, as blue power coils around him. With quiet confidence, he declares that the side everyone should fear is his, then demands the next opponent. As he prepares for another bout, he remembers his uncle's old lesson that a knight's true trial begins at the second ring. He steels himself under the weight of that standard, knowing the easy victories are over. The next clash proves the saying true, as the pace and force of the fight jump to another level. He realizes his current sparring style is not enough, yet he cannot reveal the true dragon technique against an ordinary knight. Forced to improvise, he triggers hyper-focus as his opponent rushes in. Mana condenses at his core and his concentration narrows until everything else falls away. To him, the world goes silent, and the incoming strike becomes something he can finally read. His body moves with an unfamiliar precision, as if instinct and technique have fused into something beyond conscious effort. A strange blue flame ignites in his eye, signaling that he has entered the state completely. The sensation reminds him of a power he once touched in the past. Under that sharpened awareness, he meets the knight's descending attack without panic. His counter erupts in a burst of blue force that blows the exchange wide open. The knight is hurled away across the field, and the onlookers are left stunned by the prince's overwhelming response. The prince exhales through the strain, already recovering instead of celebrating. Ignoring the shock around him, he calls for the next challenger, as if this level of victory is now expected. Another knight charges, and the prince meets the attack head-on rather than yielding ground. A faint smile appears on his face as he settles into the fight, no longer merely enduring but enjoying his control. His opponent braces in alarm, realizing too late that the prince is dictating the tempo now. Their blades crash together, but the prince drives through the contest with superior timing and force. Reading the opening instantly, he turns his body into the next motion without hesitation. He chains his attacks together in a seamless rush, cutting through one opponent and flowing straight into the next. By the end, the prince wears the calm, confident expression of someone who knows he has become far more dangerous than anyone expected. A sword is set down with the finality of a duel reaching its end. Outside the castle, the blonde prince stands amid fallen knights, still wreathed in blue power after defeating them all. Bruised and exhausted, he steadies himself with his blade and forces himself to stay upright. The surrounding knights erupt in admiration, celebrating that their prince has won yet another match. As blue energy surges around him, he invokes the next stage of his sword art, Poem of Sparring, declaring that he now rises with sword in hand. A system-like notice confirms that a new verse has been added to Poem of Sparring, and he realizes his breakthrough has succeeded. The new verse settles into place as a completed technique. Wrapped in flowing mana, he stands at the center of that advancement as the art continues to evolve. He allows himself a brief moment of satisfaction for achieving it. But the strain immediately catches up to him, and his body starts to give out. A knight in a blue cloak rushes in to support him as he drops to his knees, asking after his condition. The knight formally offers respect for the prince's victory. The other knights follow suit, saluting both his swordsmanship and his fighting spirit instead of resenting their defeat. The prince is caught off guard, because moments earlier they had seemed ready to tear him apart. From the sidelines, an observer explains that these people are straightforward by nature. To them, nothing is more exciting than swords and victory. He points out that the prince had expected bitterness, but misread them. Another man adds that among such people, an honorable loss can matter more than a disgraceful win, making simple victory and defeat less important than how one fights. Some joke that only Dunham may still be sulking, since he now has to present his treasured sword to the prince. Hearing that, the prince reflects that although nearly everything he knew had been overturned, his understanding of knights had not changed completely. He concludes that at least their reverence for strength remains the same. As the crowd cheers the strong without regard for who won or lost, that realization settles in. Later, the prince's party prepares to depart by carriage while attendants and knights gather around. He parts on good terms, promising they will meet again. The others wish him good health and safety, and he returns the courtesy to Count Willodin. Just before leaving, he turns back with one last request for the Count. He asks that everything that happened during his stay be kept secret, and the Count questions whether sharing it might help him instead. The prince refuses with a sly smile, already planning to use the situation differently. He admits to himself that he wants to toy with someone, imagining a target waiting elsewhere. That evening, the traveling group halts in the forest and sets up camp for the night. A heavily armored knight leaves to scout the perimeter, and the prince agrees without concern. A dark-haired female knight lingers nearby in silence, clearly uneasy around him. Noting her discomfort, he decides Arwen will adapt to him soon enough. Too tired to press the matter, he heads to his tent to rest. Inside, a maid greets him with the deference due a prince. Her polished service only reminds him how strange it is to see someone with a sword genius reduced to ordinary maid duties. Uncomfortable with the situation, he brushes off her concern and retreats further into the room. He dismisses her and lies down, wanting to be left alone with his thoughts. As he rests, he begins reassessing the Iron Lion Knights and how different they were from his expectations. He recalls that when he used his authority of judgment, most ordinary knights only showed mediocre swordsmanship by the standards he once knew. In the past, people with that level of talent would never have reached the level of sword expert no matter how long they trained. Yet in this era, even such people are reaching sword expert ability while still young. He realizes that while the truly exceptional may have declined, the abilities of ordinary people have risen dramatically. From that, he identifies the cause as the phenomenon called the mana chain. He compares it to the past, when even his maternal uncle had the potential to aim for transcendence, making wasted talent feel unforgivable. But this age is different, because karma and opportunity no longer gather only around extraordinary individuals. He accepts that this is simply how the current era works. Admitting he does not yet understand this age well, he resolves to learn it again from the beginning. Someone unseen approves of that decision, startling him out of his thoughts. A black-clad man appears in his room, tells him it is not too late, and urges him to work hard enough to reach his dream, leaving the prince baffled by what dream he means. Ian's uncle argues that Ian has already won over the Iron Lions and praises him for handling them with unusual ease. He flatters Ian further, treating that success as proof of sound judgment and political promise. Ian is thrown off by the sudden praise and can only wonder what his uncle is really after. When his uncle brings up their old wager, Ian realizes this conversation is heading somewhere dangerous. Ian starts to dismiss the matter as unrelated to the prince they were discussing, but his uncle cuts him off. The uncle redefines the bet. Since Ian already defeated a double-chain knight, he claims the wager has effectively been won. With that settled in his own mind, the uncle declares he will now honor the promise he made back then. Ian is left trying to understand what promise could possibly follow from that. His uncle formally identifies himself as Bael Valorhard, Count and Commander of the 3rd Legion, and makes a public-style declaration. Bael announces that House Valorhard will officially support the kingdom's first prince, Idrian Leonberg, leaving Ian stunned by the leap in logic. Ian immediately grasps the implication and can hardly believe his uncle has just thrust him into a succession struggle. He bitterly recalls being told to trust this plan and realizes that promise has turned him into a prince's knight. The declaration spreads through the kingdom like a political bombshell, and congratulations begin pouring in. At court, nobles and attendants celebrate Ian as if his rise were already a blessing for the realm. The palace responds by assigning royal knights and soldiers around him, turning his surroundings into a commotion. Servants and attendants are also sent in, making his daily life even more crowded and controlled. Before long, Ian finds himself trapped at the center of a whirlwind he never asked for. Overwhelmed by the noise and attention, he tries to drive everyone away at once. But he is told the staff and guards came by royal decree and will not obey even his direct order to leave. That only deepens his frustration, because the chaos itself feels unbearable to him. Eventually the room empties enough for the uproar to die down. Relieved, Ian settles into the sudden quiet and savors the first moment of peace he has had. That peace ends immediately when his brother Gillian bursts in, clearly eager to confront him. Ian greets him with open irritation, already expecting trouble. Gillian accuses Ian of secretly learning the sword from Valorhard and hiding ambitions grand enough to reach for the throne. Ian inwardly mocks the accusation, while Gillian frames himself as the brother who tried to protect his dignity. Gillian then turns openly hostile, warning that Ian will pay dearly for deceiving him. Left alone with the aftermath, Ian reflects that despite repeatedly rejecting the throne, no one intends to believe him, and he considers returning to the source of this mess. His thoughts return to the moment he confronted his uncle after the declaration. Ian had agreed to cooperate for the time being, but only because he still had no interest whatsoever in succession. He demanded to know why Bael acted without consulting him and whether this reckless move endangered House Valorhard. Bael reminded him that Valorhard stands as the kingdom's shield against the monsters of the northern mountains, making the house too vital to discard lightly. He assured Ian that as long as the royal family and nobles remember the harsh reality of winter, nothing disastrous will happen to Valorhard. Ian accepts that answer for now, recognizing that this political turn may have been inevitable sooner or later. Bael presses him to face the truth that an eldest son who fails to inherit is never left in peace by the world around him. Even so, Bael offers Ian time to come to terms with the situation before insisting on one crucial fact. He warns that the eldest son's claim remains legitimate for as long as he lives, whether Ian wants it or not. Alone again, Ian resolves that no amount of pressure will change his mind. What he truly wants is not a crown but the return of the overwhelming authority and power he once possessed. Compared to that lost transcendence, the right of succession means nothing to him. Still, he remembers a time when he did care about royal legitimacy and the place that should have been his. That memory centers on his status as the true eldest son of the Leonberg royal bloodline. At a royal gathering, his entrance as the first prince is formally announced to the assembled nobles. From above, he surveys the crowd and notices both familiar political faces and his uncle among them. He also catches sight of a hooded woman whose knowing smile suggests hidden intentions. Ian remains composed and regal, holding himself as first prince at least until the banquet begins. He descends into the hall under the weight of everyone's attention. As he approaches the guests, the room's focus tightens around him. The nobles gush over his appearance and bearing, praising him as though he has regained his former majesty over a trivial setback. Ian sees through the flattery at once and judges these nobles with cold contempt. The prince dismisses the nobles around him as laughable, seeing their flaunted virtues as shallow posturing. He judges the court as a nest of people who hide greed and vanity behind polished appearances, with only a few exceptions worth noticing. Even so, he notes that a handful seem usable, and one young man's earnestness stands out amid the rot. Spotting that youth, Taylor, the prince calls him over and pointedly remarks that he should have approached sooner. Taylor hurriedly apologizes and explains that he only came to offer thanks for the invitation, confirming the prince's sense that he is naive but not corrupt. The prince decides that is good enough, already viewing these simple, decent men as tools for a larger plan. Before he can press further, the banquet is interrupted by a formal call for everyone's attention. A herald announces the arrival of an imperial envoy from Burgundy, turning the room's mood at once. The prince is caught off guard, clearly not expecting that name to surface here. As the guests bow in deference, the prince faces the newcomer from the center of the hall. The envoy is revealed as Client de Bourgogne-Montpellier, a high-ranking ambassador of the empire. With unsettling familiarity, the ambassador greets the prince, as though resuming an old relationship. That recognition hits the prince hard, stirring anger and dread rather than courtesy. His mind flashes to Burgundy as the enemy that invaded his homeland for years and left deep wounds behind. The prince burns at the thought that a man bearing that empire's name dares stand before him so casually. Then an older noble abruptly spills wine across the prince's face and uniform, disguising the act as an accident. The prince freezes, stunned by the insult and the timing. The offender immediately feigns panic and begs forgiveness, pretending he only rushed over to greet the prince. He doubles down on the apology, performing humility in front of the watching court. The prince sees through the act but restrains himself, swallowing his outrage. Meanwhile, the ambassador watches in tense silence, and others nearby register that something is wrong. The hall settles into an awkward hush as everyone waits to see whether the prince will react. Instead, he coldly asks for a change of clothes, while the old man keeps groveling over his supposed mistake. A knight steps in to escort the prince away, and the prince asks who this man is. He is identified as Marquis Bielefeld, making clear that the humiliation came from a titled noble, not a servant. As he leaves, the prince notes that Bielefeld's interference at least helped him cool his temper, and his escort remarks that the Bielefelds are not entirely rotten. Alone later, the prince sits with the incident still weighing on him. A trusted retainer enters and brings word that he heard about what happened at the banquet. The man's grave expression shows he already understands the seriousness of it. He adds that Marquis Bielefeld believed the prince was on the verge of causing a scene. The prince rejects that reading, insisting he was not speaking nonsense or acting blindly. He says he was not reckless, only struggling to process what the encounter truly meant. What troubles him most is that the Burgundy clan openly wields power inside the kingdom while its own nobles treat them with more reverence than their sovereign. To him, the country is trapped in a false peace and an alliance so unequal it amounts to submission. He demands to know how the kingdom was reduced to such a pitiful state. His retainer answers that the decline followed a familiar historical pattern. He explains that the kingdom once resisted repeated imperial invasions through the strength of its great knights. But as the empire expanded over time, the balance of power shifted further and further away from them. Eventually the kingdom could no longer stand against such overwhelming force, and was compelled to bow. The prince suddenly realizes the collapse may trace back to the loss of something crucial. The retainer points to the kingdom's small, vulnerable position beside the vast Burgundy Empire. He reveals that their former strength came from a legendary martial inheritance, once treated as the foundation of the nation's might. That lost inheritance is named the heroic martial poem. The prince concludes that once the kingdom lost that power, its submission became inevitable. After absorbing this, he makes a sudden decision and announces that he has changed his mind. His retainer, unsettled, asks what exactly he means. The prince answers that he intends to pursue the throne after all and try becoming king. The declaration leaves his retainer staring at him in shock. The prince admits the choice may bring regret, but resolves to make it anyway because the country's survival demands it. By the second day of the banquet, his private resolve has become the beginning of a bid to save the kingdom from collapse. A young prince enters the imperial hall in full formal dress, carrying himself with controlled confidence. The court announces Prince Isrin Leonberg and the Valorhard family, marking his arrival as a major political appearance. Isrin surveys the room with a cool, appraising gaze, already judging the atmosphere around him. The gathered nobles lower their heads, though their uneasy posture suggests more fear than genuine respect. From the stairs, Isrin notes with contempt that even before foreign guests, the empire's nobles cannot maintain proper decorum. He keeps his expression calm, but his silence makes clear that he sees through the court's weakness. His thoughts turn inward, recalling that before he stood before emperors, no one ever imagined he would become king. He remembers being dismissed as an insignificant country boy, unnoticed even among society's rejects. That memory lingers at the moment before everything changed. He recalls the day that forgotten boy chose to step forward and seize a place in the world. Now, in the present, he compares that past self to the man he has become and calls on power to match the moment. He begins reciting a royal poem meant to expose those who look yet fail to truly perceive. Blue magical force spreads through the hall, pressing the crowd into attention as his words take hold. Standing before the emperor, he deliberately invokes the poem of the king to force the room into order. He knows he is only using fragments of the full poem, because the complete version is beyond what his current rank can bear. Even so, the strain is severe, and he reminds himself that this much should still be manageable for someone at the hero level rather than myth. Then something interrupts his certainty, and he senses that the situation is no longer under his control. Realizing no better verse fits the occasion, he commits fully to the display despite the risk. The blue force sweeps outward through the hall and reaches the nobles around him. The crowd is jolted into alarm as the pressure of his authority lands on them. Under that power, the nobles bow in unison, finally offering the respect the court had withheld. Satisfied, Isrin accepts the result and orders everyone to raise their heads. Before he can settle the moment, he feels a different presence intruding on the hall. A dark violet energy appears nearby, and Isrin immediately recognizes it as something abnormal. The source reveals herself as a white-haired elf who treats the disturbance as a private joke. Her mention of the old poem shocks him, and he instantly realizes she is no ordinary elf. She steps forward with effortless confidence, radiating the kind of danger that makes her beauty feel secondary. Isrin is rattled enough to think of her as a lunatic, unsure what she intends to do next. He recalls that ordinary people imagine elves as harmless, beautiful beings tied to nature and long life. That idealized image is exactly what comes to mind when most hear the word elf. But he knows that image is false, and the truth is far more violent. In reality, high elves are predators born with heroic power, beings who toy with enemies and rank among the most dangerous creatures alive. He concludes that the woman before him is not merely a high elf, but something even rarer and older. She is identified as Sigrun, an elder high elf who has lived nearly 1,000 years and belongs to a feared expedition linked to the Mad Dragon. Sigrun greets him with open menace, wondering whether she should kill him before his master dies and promising to leave him too broken to recover. She mocks his use of a sword and admits she wants to torment him simply because he is one. Isrin realizes with dread that she may have recognized him through the king's poem, which she clearly knows well. Sigrun studies him and says he feels strangely familiar, as if they have met before. He calmly lies that this is his first time seeing an elf in person, trying to keep the exchange under control. She does not accept the answer at face value and continues examining him with growing suspicion. At last she calls him what he is being in that moment, a liar. Even so, she reflects that in all her long life she has never encountered a human who became what he is now, and that his reaction does not match a first meeting with an elf. She explains that ordinary people are usually captivated by elves on sight, falling under their charm immediately. Those with stronger cultivation, however, instinctively become wary instead, sensing the danger beneath the beauty. As she reaches toward him, she prepares to judge exactly where he stands. Touching his chest, Sigrun concludes that despite his composure, he has not yet reached the level of power that would naturally resist her kind. Isrin deflects the implication with a dry excuse, claiming he simply has unusual aesthetic tastes. For the first time, Sigrun is left briefly speechless by his answer. Recovering herself, she ends the encounter politely, and says she was pleased to meet him, even if only briefly. As she withdraws, Isrin watches her with grim relief, thinking that he has at least managed to survive one turn of this dangerous exchange. The queen dismisses one candidate immediately when she sees the girl is far too young to be considered for the prince. Another noble child is so frightened she cannot even look up, confirming she has no place in this selection. A fiercer-looking girl briefly raises the fear of open conflict, but the queen quickly realizes that is not the case. Seeing yet another childlike candidate only reinforces how absurdly young some of these prospects are. The queen concludes that this kind of match is completely against her standards for a future princess consort. Exhausted by the process, she endures her son's silent presence while trying to keep control of the situation. She vents that a proper consort should be mature, kind, healthy, and backed by a powerful family, not the unsuitable women they usually bring her. Before the discussion can continue, she is informed that an elven delegation has arrived, and she receives the news with interest. The queen turns to see the visitors entering the hall under heavy escort. Their leader, Sigrun of the Mistletoe clan, formally presents herself and greets Queen Margarita. The queen welcomes the unexpected visit, noting that the elves have not come to the kingdom in a very long time. Sigrun immediately reveals she has come because she heard the queen is searching for a woman to become the prince's spouse. She confirms that suspicion and identifies herself as a high elf, signaling that she is no ordinary envoy. The prince quickly interprets her meaning. In human terms, she is claiming elite birth and status. Sigrun goes further, stressing that she is close in age to the prince by elven standards, even if that means nearly a century older in human reckoning. She also points out that her attendants are effectively her knight order, making clear that her rank and backing are formidable. Then she shifts from politics to personal intent, admitting that she felt drawn to the prince the moment she saw him. She frames that attraction as destiny, startling him with the seriousness of her claim. The prince realizes this is not empty romantic talk but an elven intuition tied to fate, which makes her words far more dangerous. The queen is taken aback by how boldly Sigrun is pursuing him in open court. Around the hall, the nobles immediately begin treating the encounter as a possible marriage alliance between humans and elves. Ignoring the court's shock, the prince abruptly rises, deciding to take control of the situation himself. He strides straight to Sigrun and seizes her hand before anyone can stop him. Without asking permission, he pulls her away from the throne and announces that they will speak privately. The court is left scandalized by Sigrun's audacity and by the prince's even bolder response. He shuts them into a private room, cutting off the audience and the gossip outside. Once alone, he addresses her directly and drops the courtly pretense. He demands her real purpose, refusing to believe she came merely for friendship between her clan and the kingdom. When she tries to evade him, he presses harder and names her full title, making it clear he knows exactly who she is. He identifies her as the executor responsible for hunting the Cain bloodline for centuries and ties her to the Mistletoe clan's sword. With that accusation laid bare, he asks whether she is here to investigate him or to carry out judgment. Instead of denying it, Sigrun becomes intrigued that he uncovered her identity so quickly. The prince gives her nothing more, watching in silence while she reassesses him. As her power and presence become clearer, he judges that she is a monster far beyond what he can currently measure. He also understands why she sensed destiny from him. Her rank is high enough to glimpse the past engraved on his soul. That means she recognized he was an executioner, and he calls out her recklessness for speaking so freely in front of one. Yet he admits he already knows exactly what game she is playing. Sigrun concedes that speaking so openly before an executioner was foolish, but she remains composed rather than afraid. He tells her to stop disguising her intentions as jokes and warns her not to interfere with his destiny. Even so, he senses that instead of hostility, she is becoming genuinely curious about him. He decides that if that curiosity deepens, it could be turned to his advantage rather than wasted in a quick confrontation. Sigrun finally asks the question at the heart of her fascination: who he really is. He deflects with a bitter half-truth, calling himself only a pitiful prince abandoned by his own father, while refusing to reveal his real identity. Rather than answer, he invites her to stay close and discover the truth for herself. That response catches Sigrun off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She admits she had already sensed something was wrong and never understood why she had been sent on such a trivial mission. Now she believes she understands. She was sent because of him. The prince, however, remains deeply unsettled, finding her presence unnerving no matter how often he faces her. They emerge together and walk back through the palace side by side, drawing the full attention of the watching court. When they appear still holding hands, the onlookers can only stare as the rumor of a shocking new alliance suddenly feels real. At a royal gathering, the first prince arrives with the elf woman Sigrun at his side, presenting her openly before the court. He interrupts the audience with the queen and declares that he has an important announcement to make. To everyone's surprise, he announces his intention to become engaged to Sigrun, while she leans into the moment with obvious delight. Behind his composed face, he is unsettled that Sigrun is suddenly acting so affectionately toward him. Even so, he decides he cannot afford to lose her interest yet, and pushes the engagement proposal forward despite the queen's shock. He frames the matter as too important for an immediate ruling and asks that the court allow time to observe how things develop. The queen accepts that delay, deciding to use the time to weigh what political value the engagement might have. Sigrun, however, sees the delay differently, taking it as time for the man she knows to mature into the identity she expects from him. For his part, he treats the delay as a chance to strengthen himself enough to eventually break free from Sigrun's influence. As the audience ends, he stands before the throne, already turning the engagement into part of a larger plan for his own survival and independence. Elsewhere, another prince vents his rage by smashing objects as soon as he hears the news. He bitterly insists that his rival's only advantage is birth order, and cannot accept that an elf would choose him. Consumed by jealousy, he seethes over being overshadowed again. He recalls how that rival gained powerful backing through his maternal uncle and even won over the Iron Lion Fortress, making his rise feel even more intolerable. What truly torments him is that the elf race itself seems far beyond anything he thought he could possess, and yet his brother now claims one. He remembers that a sparring match with his brother is already scheduled and immediately sees it as his chance to strike back. Since outright murder would cause too much trouble, he decides instead to maim his brother so badly that he will be ruined as a man. He hardens that thought into a vow to crush him completely. The scene shifts to the duel grounds, where a veteran knight presides over the match. The official announces that the duel will be fought under the Silver Lion Order's rules and that no one may contest the result afterward. As both princes are told to draw, the first prince sounds bored by the ceremony and eager to get past the formalities. His brother, by contrast, revels in the crowd he has gathered and makes it clear he wants a public humiliation. The first prince senses that his brother has been building toward this confrontation for some time. His brother charges up with visible force and promises that the abuse will continue even after the duel ends. He launches in aggressively, still taunting as he attacks. The first prince had intended to indulge the act a little longer, but the attack forces him to stop playing along. He answers with a single overwhelming counter, turning the exchange one-sided in an instant. His brother is blasted off his feet and crashes to the ground, coughing blood. The spectators are stunned by how abruptly the expected contest has collapsed. Even the observing knight can hardly believe that this calm, dominant fighter is the same first prince he once knew. The first prince remains expressionless, as if the outcome required no effort. While his brother lies defeated in the dust, the first prince simply turns away, already done with him. The observer formally rules that the second prince is unable to continue, ending the duel on the spot. The first prince is declared the winner, and the onlookers can only stare at the upset. He leaves without savoring the victory, carrying himself with quiet certainty rather than triumph. Inwardly, he dismisses the crowd as nobles who came only to be entertained by a childish feud. The spectators begin spreading the real significance of what they saw. The famed second prince lost to a man who had only recently begun training in earnest. The defeated prince is left staring in disbelief, unable to process the humiliation. Back in his quarters, that disbelief turns into open fury as he curses his brother as worthless trash. He orders his attendants to prepare his equipment at once, determined to reclaim the score immediately. That momentum breaks when someone urgently calls out to him. A knight informs him that the first prince has already left the capital with Count Valorhard, heading out before he could respond. The report confirms that the first prince is traveling north toward the Valorhard territory. On the road, the first prince rides with the count, who notes that he has become unexpectedly competent on horseback. The count still questions why he is in such a hurry to leave right after the banquet. The prince answers that there is no place for him in the capital, and that staying there any longer would only be pointless. He reflects bitterly that he has no intention of begging support from nobles who fail to recognize their own sovereign and instead flatter imperial outsiders. When the count suggests that soldiers and knights may be easier to win over than nobles, the prince warns that they may actually be harder because they are more cautious. Even so, he remains confident, believing that if he endures hardship alongside them, genuine loyalty and affinity will eventually form. The count worries that he is pushing events too quickly, and the prince begins to answer, hinting that his urgency comes from a deeper reason. A blonde prince resolves that if he hesitates, he will be trapped in a disastrous marriage, so he must act before that fate closes in. He decides his first priority is to grow stronger before anyone can force that future on him. Since that goal cannot be reached in the safety of the capital, he leaves for the far north with a clear destination in mind. He seeks the one place that will harden him fastest and turn his skill into something truly lethal. To him, that place is where a person's worth is tested without mercy. It is also where true martial glory is forged. In his mind, the battlefield is the only place he truly belongs. As the party rides north, his escort points out the Galno Mountains, the ancestral border his family has defended for generations. The prince shivers in the cold, and his companion suggests he retreat into the carriage if he cannot endure it. He refuses, insisting he needs to acclimate to the northern cold rather than hide from it. He also questions why the elderly king insisted on following the expedition in person, calling the burden unnecessary. The old ruler answers that he wants to see the rugged north for himself while he still can, and that the record he is writing may someday help the prince. The prince falls silent, still irritated but listening more carefully to the journey around him. Nearby, Arwen rides on despite the cold, maintaining a knight's composure. Seeing her strain, the prince checks on her out of concern. Arwen quickly insists she is fine and says that as a knight she cannot seek comfort for herself, even if he would allow it. Her answer leaves him faintly amused and impressed. She quietly takes heart from the fact that at least one person in the group is genuinely motivated. The prince's thoughts shift from her resolve to the rest of the escort. He notes that several companies have been forced into this march by royal order and are far less dependable than Karl would have kept them. He recalls the king sharply reminding him that the royal guard is not his private knightly order. The king had also pointed out that the prince already had direct subordinates of his own, exposing how poorly he had treated them. Remembering that rebuke, the prince admits the king's criticism was excessive in tone but not entirely wrong. As the weather worsens, he senses that the north is about to show its true danger. The escort commander realizes the storm is turning serious and urges everyone to increase their pace. He warns that if they do not move now, the blizzard will trap the entire column in place. Within moments, the snowfall becomes a whiteout so dense that people can barely see those beside them. Even the seasoned commander is shaken by how quickly the march has become life-threatening. He orders the carriage abandoned for now, telling everyone to take the horses and continue on foot if necessary. The prince recognizes that the commander's voice is carrying through the storm because it is reinforced with mana. Realizing the women in the carriage are in danger of being stranded, he calls out to Adelia first. Startled, Adelia looks to him as he reaches in to pull her out. She accepts his help with gratitude, and he wastes no time moving her into the march. Arwen immediately checks whether he is safe, but he brushes off concern and keeps the focus on getting everyone moving. The storm throws the formation into chaos, with soldiers stumbling and nearly colliding as the wind overwhelms them. The prince orders Arwen to stay with Adelia, assigning her protection before anything else. He then turns on the struggling guards, calling them fools for trying to fight the wind with their heavy shields raised. He explains that the shields are making them stagger and commands them to draw swords, discard anything unnecessary, and reform into a single file. Some veterans are surprised by how practical his orders are and begin to suspect he has real battlefield experience. The entire group presses forward through the blizzard, where every step costs them dearly. At the front, the prince keeps moving while Arwen and Adelia struggle to keep up behind him. One exhausted soldier finally collapses and starts to fall behind the line. When the prince is told a man has dropped back, he reacts at once. He forces the others aside and pushes through the line to reach the fallen soldier himself. He grabs the collapsed man before the storm can leave him to die in the snow. Then, despite the brutal conditions, he hoists the soldier onto his shoulders. Carrying the man himself, he orders the rest to stop gawking and keep marching. At last the fortress emerges ahead through the storm, giving the battered column a visible end to aim for. Just as that punishing march is nearly over, the prince is still forcing himself onward under the weight of the man he saved. Even so, he plants his feet and keeps advancing through the snow toward the stronghold. Prince Adrian pushes through the brutal cold, cursing the blizzard as he nears the northern fortress. Before long, the storm lifts unnaturally fast, revealing Winter Castle ahead as if the land itself is making way for his arrival. As the prince's party approaches the gate, a waiting figure steps forward to receive them. At the entrance, the fortress's master turns to face the visitors with formal composure. The scarred lord of the castle prepares to greet the royal guest. Valorhard's banner flies over the stronghold, underscoring whose authority rules this frozen border. The man identifies himself as the ruler of Valorhard and commander of its armies, and formally welcomes the first prince. Adrian answers with an easy smile, already treating the reception as if it belongs to him. The lord receives him courteously and invites him into Winter Castle. The fortress is introduced as the kingdom's final bulwark against the monsters of the Blade Mountains. Among common soldiers, Winter Castle is feared as the realm's harshest post, where men expect to die fighting monsters and the cold. Among nobles, however, the fortress is seen as both Valorhard's greatest military asset and a burdensome wasteland with little appeal beyond politics. The gates open, admitting the prince into the stronghold. To the people of Valorhard, the castle is not merely remote territory but part of their identity. For those raised there, service at Winter Castle is a lifelong duty carried with pride. Inside, Vincent Valorhard publicly announces that he is relinquishing his role as acting commander of the Rangers now that his father has returned. Father and son reunite warmly, making clear that Vincent has been carrying the burden of command in his father's absence. Adrian is caught off guard to learn that his uncle has a son he had never been told about. The older man lightly explains that of course he has an heir, while Adrian jokingly notes how much Vincent resembles him. He then formally introduces Vincent to the prince, while Vincent remains guarded. Vincent gives a proper, disciplined greeting and presents himself as commander of the Ranger Company. Adrian responds casually, offering little of the formality Vincent expected. That informality immediately sours Vincent's impression, and he judges the prince unworthy of a place built on sacrifice. Seeing Adrian arrive with attendants from the capital only deepens Vincent's contempt, convincing him the prince is a frivolous intruder. Even as the knight begins escorting Adrian through the castle, Vincent privately wonders why his father would ever bring such a man here. Unable to hold back, Vincent demands an explanation from his father. His father calmly reveals that he has chosen to serve as Adrian's guardian and that the prince will remain in Valorhard for the time being. Vincent is stunned and protests that this is the same disgraced prince once condemned by the crown for incompetence. His father does not deny the past, but refuses to be shaken by Vincent's outrage. Watching Adrian walk away, he answers simply that people can change. He then asks Vincent for one thing only. Vincent is told to watch over Adrian without prejudice, whether he likes him or not. Later, during a strategy meeting, the discussion turns to the progress of clearing monsters from the settlements near the mountains. Vincent reports that the campaign has reduced their numbers, but several dangerous pockets still remain, and he intends to intensify operations now that command has stabilized. When the remaining enemy forces are mentioned, Adrian quietly pays attention instead of acting bored or lost. He cuts in with a direct assessment that the real issue is an orc group. The threat is explained as a small band of fewer than 20 mountain orcs camped near the foothills, seemingly manageable for the Rangers. Vincent says he is selecting knights from the castle garrison to deal with them. Before anyone can settle the matter, Adrian claims the mission for himself. He confidently declares that he will handle the orcs personally. The room objects at once, warning that Blade Mountain orcs are far more dangerous than common ones and that failure could create political trouble. Adrian turns to his uncle, seeking his decision rather than backing down. Instead of refusing, the Lord asks Vincent for a precise estimate of the enemy's size and strength. Vincent confirms that the force is likely around 20, and that no orc warrior or shaman has been identified, though such elites cannot be ruled out. With the facts laid out, Adrian's uncle asks whether he is truly confident he can do this. Vincent tries to stop the idea outright, alarmed that his father is taking the prince seriously. He argues that the area is vital to Ranger movement, and that if Adrian fails there, both future operations and Valorhard's reputation will suffer. His father cuts off the objections and asks Adrian what support he requires. Adrian answers like a man who has already planned the hunt, requesting 3 guides and crossbows in place of some of his men's usual equipment. The request is accepted, leaving the others uneasy as the prince's reckless proposal becomes an authorized operation. A black-haired knight is shaken by a grim realization before the mission even begins. Inside the castle, the prince abruptly announces that he is leaving, catching his guards off guard. When questioned, he explains that he has been ordered to subjugate a small orc force of about 20, with uncertain enemy composition. The Legion officer protests that the 3rd Legion is already stationed there, and that their duty is to remain the prince's guard. The prince turns that objection into leverage, pointing out that if they must guard him, they will have no choice but to accompany him. He calmly finalizes the arrangement, orders the men to gather equipment, and the reluctant officer submits. Privately, the prince decides that whether he likes these soldiers or not, he will make them useful. He judges the legionnaires as disappointing from past experience, but their royal picked abilities are still solid enough to work with. Among them, however, one man stands out to him as especially suspicious. At the gate, the prince meets the guide assigned to lead them into the mountains. The guide warns that failure here would create consequences far beyond what the prince seems to grasp, but the prince dismisses the concern and insists the mission will succeed. Their exchange hardens into a quiet power struggle as both men size each other up. The prince probes deeper, sensing that the guide is hiding something. When he tries to inspect the guide's status, the information is blocked, confirming that the man is far stronger than he appears. He also notices that most of the supposed rangers are actually disguised knights, with only one genuine ranger among them. The prince concludes that they intend to sideline him if things go badly, but for now he lets the deception stand. With that understanding, the expedition finally sets out. He reassures Adelia that she will not be coming, partly because he fears the consequences if her developing trait goes wrong under his watch. Once in the snowy mountains, the guide begins instructing the group on how to conserve stamina during the march. He warns that exhaustion and bad footing in the Blade Mountains will cripple their ability to fight, while the prince inwardly finds the lecture tiresome. The march is interrupted when a rabbit darts across their path and draws attention. The prince is puzzled, but the ranger immediately treats the animal as a sign worth investigating. Using a scope, the ranger spots orcs ahead gathered around a bloodied scene. Among them is a far more dangerous orc than expected, marked by a savage presence and clear authority. The ranger keeps watching, confirming the threat instead of dismissing it. He reports a pack of orcs ahead and asks the prince how he wants to proceed. The prince answers without hesitation and begins issuing combat orders. He has the crossbowmen ready their weapons while the others prepare to engage. The lead orc senses the ambush and reacts before the humans can seize surprise completely. The prince sees the enemy force for himself and recognizes the fight has already begun. Instead of fear, a strange familiarity stirs in him as he faces the orcs. He gives the order to fire. The opening volley tears into the front ranks and drops several orcs at once. The surviving orcs answer with a thunderous charge that shakes the ground. The prince draws his sword and meets the rush head-on. A massive orc warrior barrels toward him with killing intent. The prince launches upward to strike first. As he moves, his expression turns eerily exhilarated. His blade carves through flesh, and the smell of blood seems to awaken something buried inside him. Blood spatters across the snow as the first kill lands cleanly. The sensation is not merely useful to him, but something he has missed and secretly longed for. Surrounded by corpses and enemies, he decides that this battlefield feels right to him. A female knight rushes to warn him away from overextending, but he orders her not to come any closer. She halts in confusion, realizing he is no longer acting like the prince she expected. He stands with a bloodied sword, composed and unreadable. He warns her that if she interferes carelessly, she will be caught in the crossfire. That warning triggers a memory of an ancient age when orcs ruled the continent not as beasts but as its proud masters. The memory frames itself not as legend or heroic tale, but as a buried truth tied to a sword and a forgotten grudge. It tells of an unnamed man consumed by hatred for orcs, fighting in memory of a family he could not save. That avenger built a mountain of green corpses in his endless slaughter. His revenge became a dreadful poem written in blood across the battlefield. The prince recognizes the power stirring within him as the song called the Poem of Revenge. Elsewhere, a bag of payment is set down on a table, revealing a separate scheme behind the mission. A nervous red-haired subordinate worries that people die constantly at Winter Castle, but he is told there should be no real fighting. The older noble dismisses the prince as a useless opportunist who will likely hide in the castle and steal credit from his uncle. He makes clear that the true concern is Valorhard, and orders the subordinate to watch Winter Castle closely and report anything suspicious. The subordinate clutches the money, tempted despite his fear. Pressed on whether he can do the job, he forces himself to agree. He pledges obedience to the count, though the count clearly sees through his uncertainty. Back at the battlefield, the red-haired soldier realizes the assurances he was given were lies. A huge orc crashes into the human line, proving the enemy is far stronger and more numerous than reported. Panicking but trying to function, the red-haired soldier orders the front line to advance while holding formation. The phalanx absorbs the impact, but the blow nearly breaks their nerve. The officer freezes for a moment, unable to decide what to do next. He forces himself to continue commanding and sends the second row into attack. Even as he shouts, fear is written all over him. His spear fails to stop the orc, and he realizes his training is not enough. When his weapon slips from control, he becomes certain he is about to die. A blue flash cuts in at the last instant, and knocks the killing blow aside. The female knight bursts forward with lightning-fast movement to save him. She slices through the attacking orc in a single decisive pass. The red-haired soldier is left staring as she stands between him and death. Even then, another orc presses in and keeps the pressure on the line. Without turning, she reminds him that this is a battlefield and that dropping his weapon so carelessly will get him killed. Humbled and terrified, he can only stammer his obedience. She takes command of the immediate formation while the soldiers regroup around her. The orcs answer by rallying under a horned warrior and preparing a larger assault. Seeing their numbers, she judges that the humans cannot hold forever with their current strength. Then she notices a red aura nearby and realizes the prince has changed again. An orc is cut down by a crimson strike before anyone can react. The nearby soldiers turn in shock toward the source of that blow. The female knight is equally stunned by what she sees. The prince stands amid the blood mist, transformed by the same crimson power from the memory. He drives his sword down through another orc and rises from the corpse like an executioner. The red power swells around him, feeding on slaughter and pushing him deeper into the old avenger's state. The soldiers call out to him in alarm, unsure whether he is still himself. His face is smeared with blood, and his eyes are closed as if listening to something only he can hear. He suddenly surges forward again, ignoring every warning. Each step carries him farther from the others and deeper into the enemy. The memory insists that even overwhelming strength was never enough for the original Avenger. No matter how many orcs he killed, his hatred remained unsatisfied. He kept killing until slaughter itself became his only language. The prince now wears that same relentless expression. The remembered Avenger wandered through orc lands driven only by thirst for enemy blood. He leapt into battle again and again without pause. His sword hacked through bodies in a frenzy that ignored pain and exhaustion. Corpses piled up behind him as he pressed onward alone. Even after his mana was exhausted, he refused to stop. He kept moving only through obsession and the burning force of his hatred. He survived on the bodies of the orcs he slew, reducing himself to something barely human. With every step, the man in the memory aged and withered under the burden of that endless revenge. Only the magic sword in his hand kept him standing. That sword consumed the last of his life to grant his final wish. At the end of that path, he returned to a ruined home soaked in blood. What he had fought for all along was his murdered wife and daughter. Their family portrait lay shattered and stained, preserving the reason for his madness. The memory names his slaughter a requiem for loved ones who had been butchered so completely that nothing of them remained. At last, the Avenger faced the final enemy he had chased his whole life. That enemy was marked by the red banner of the orcs. He stood before the Orc Lord even though he was already broken beyond saving. By then he was little more than a ruined shell sustained by will alone. Still, he found a grim peace in finally reaching that moment. He threw himself into the last charge with nothing left to preserve. His final assault struck the monstrous chieftain with everything the sword could still release. He forced the attack through sheer desperation and hatred. But the Orc Lord endured and caught him in close quarters. The Avenger tried one last desperate strike from above. The Orc Lord crushed the attempt with overwhelming force. The memory makes clear that there was no miracle waiting for him at the end. The Orc Lord stood over his fallen body, victorious. The Avenger died pinned against the shattered ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. Yet even in death, the memory insists that he never truly gave up. The Orc Lord remained alive, carrying the weight of that unfinished vengeance forward. Because no one ever learned this story, the Avenger's struggle vanished from history. Only the sword endured, preserving what the world forgot. The prince realizes with a shock that he alone still remembers the whole truth. He stands in the present among fresh orc corpses, the forgotten past overlapping with the battlefield around him. The realization settles into him with terrible clarity. He snaps back into command, ordering the knights to handle the orc warriors while the rest hold the remaining enemies in check. He lowers his sword with renewed purpose, no longer fighting blindly. A final memory clicks into place, and he understands what the old power was missing. The poem of revenge was incomplete because it ended only in hatred and not in closure. He resolves to finish the song himself. With that decision, he cuts through the orcs in a far more controlled and decisive rhythm. The Crimson Power now answers him as a weapon rather than a frenzy. He closes on another orc warrior and meets its attack head-on. Then he bursts through the melee, carving a path across multiple enemies at once. His expression hardens as he fully accepts the inherited burden. A new verse is added to the old song, turning the slaughter into a mountain of green corpses and a crimson pool beneath it. The prince speaks the missing line, declaring that he stands before that mountain. He completes the verse by offering not revenge, but honor to the dead soul behind the memory. In response, the poem of revenge changes into the poem of requiem. The prince's eyes clear as the power settles into a calmer form. Behind him, the disguised knights gather around the battlefield, one of them holding the captured red banner. The banner is broken, symbolically ending the orcs' claim and the old grudge tied to it. The black-haired guide raises the torn standard, announces that the orcs have been wiped out, and formally declares victory. The surrounding soldiers echo the triumph, celebrating survival and success. But the prince is still fixed on the memory, wondering about the forgotten Avenger's identity. The guide asks if the man's name was Vincent Valorhard, heir to the family that devoted itself to war against monsters. He reveals that the prince has inherited the name of that long-dead Avenger, the man who threw away his life wishing for the extinction of the orcs. A dying soldier clings to the hope of meeting someone again in another life. As his plea fades beside a gleaming sword, fate turns on a strangely convenient moment. A blood-red enemy banner is taken as the tangible proof of that battle's end. The dark-haired knight studies the captured flag in silence, recognizing its weight. The blonde prince, still catching his breath, is puzzled when the trophy is presented to him. The knight insists the prince accept it, pushing him into a role he did not expect. He explains that in the 3rd Legion, the bravest soldier earns the right to claim the enemy's colors. The prince learns this is not a mere souvenir but an honored symbol of victory beyond price. The knight adds one more crucial point, carefully setting up the real implication. The banner's owner is formally declared to be the prince himself. That declaration immediately shifts how everyone around him addresses him, elevating his standing. A female knight publicly offers respect for the prince's courage, confirming the army's approval. The soldiers bow and hail his bravery, turning a battlefield success into a political triumph. The prince starts to answer modestly, but the moment awakens a bolder impulse. Instead of downplaying it, he demands the celebration be louder so all can hear. The knight and gathered troops become the audience for the prince's deliberate performance. Realizing the moment is his to command, the prince embraces the attention with a smile. He raises the captured flag high and proclaims their victory for all to witness. The soldiers erupt in cheers, tying their triumph directly to the prince's name. Their welcome into Winter Castle becomes a public acknowledgement of him as the face of victory. In that surge of glory, the prince feels as though everything is finally within his reach. He revels in owning the flag, openly enjoying the prestige it brings. His excitement falters when the knight dryly reveals he has collected 16 such orc banners himself. By reducing the trophy to one among many, the knight punctures the prince's self-importance. The prince is left irritated and embarrassed as even the others see how childish he sounds. He hardens his expression, unwilling to let the mockery fully land. So he doubles down and insists the flag is still his, no matter what anyone else has done. The knight privately concludes that the prince is deeply unpleasant, despite helping him. Nearby, the slain orcs are set ablaze, turning victory into a grim rite. The pyre roars in the snow as the company gathers to witness the aftermath. The knight watches the flames with detached composure, while the soldiers endure the smoke and heat. The prince and the female knight stand before the fire, their celebration giving way to reflection. The knight notes that casualties were relatively light considering they fought an elite orc unit. The female knight accepts the fact but still mourns that any lives were lost at all. He answers that victory itself must serve as the proper tribute to the dead. He explains that in Valorhad tradition, the fallen are comforted through the blood of slain orcs. Hearing him speak, the prince is unsettled by how closely this man resembles someone from another life. The similarity in name and manner makes him wonder if the knight could truly be that same man reincarnated. Even with that suspicion unresolved, the group remains focused on the burning field before them. The prince then notices how many soldiers from the 3rd Legion are present and questions why they were here at all. The knight casually claims a nearby ranger unit joined them by chance, and the prince outwardly accepts the explanation as coincidence. Privately, however, the prince reads it as proof that the knight never trusted him and secretly prepared backup. He sets that grievance aside and turns to the larger problem now troubling him. The prince points out how strange it is that an elite orc force reached the foothills without a single ranger detecting it. Recognizing the implication of a deeper threat, the knight urges an immediate return. Back at Winter Castle, their success is formally acknowledged at the gates. The returning force is welcomed safely home, with the prince at the center of the victorious procession. The prince brightens at the reception, eager to enjoy the recognition again. He immediately reasserts possession of the captured flag, making sure everyone knows it is his prize. The soldiers enthusiastically praise him for seizing an enemy banner on his very first outing, feeding his growing taste for acclaim. As the group returns, the prince's companions quietly note that he is boasting about his feat yet again, while their commander endures it in silence. The prince openly confirms that he is indeed proud of himself, still riding the excitement of what happened. Attention shifts when a report comes in that suspicious signs were found in the mountains, including an orc combat unit appearing far too early and too close to the scouts. From that, the prince concludes that either the enemy was baiting them or something deeper is happening in the mountains, and neither possibility favors them. Their commander cuts the discussion short, saying the matter is urgent and ordering the prince to follow him at once. They arrive at the fortress gates, where guards stand ready as the commander leads the prince inside. Before entering, the commander unexpectedly glances back at the prince, drawing his attention. Instead of criticism, the commander quietly acknowledges the prince's performance and tells him he did well. The prince is caught off guard by the sudden praise and wonders why the commander is acting so strangely. A nearby knight reasons that the commander's rough nature may simply make rare approval seem more dramatic than it is. Before the prince can dwell on it, someone calls out to him with urgent relief. Adelia rushes from the gate to greet him, overjoyed that he has returned safely. She admits she had been deeply worried he might be hurt or lost, and the prince recognizes her concern immediately. His mood softens as he warmly calls her name. Adelia answers with innocent attention, waiting for what he wants to say. Rather than reassure her directly, he presents the torn red banner he brought back and asks if she knows what it is. Later, in his room that night, the aftermath of the mission gives way to formal planning for the mountains. The commander explains that because the mountain situation is still unknown, a reorganized ranger unit of only elite scouts will soon be sent to investigate. The prince listens with visible reluctance as the commander adds that this means there is no need for him to push himself by going again. The prince questions why this report had to be delivered privately in his room, and the commander admits he came only because he was ordered to. That answer makes the prince realize his uncle is likely trying to force familiarity between them. Seeing the message clearly enough, he dismisses the commander and tells him to leave so he can rest. Once alone, the prince sits in thought, turning over the day's events. His attention settles, and he begins examining what the battle meant for him personally. The blood-stained banner nearby draws him back to the intensity of the fight. He reflects that he became completely absorbed in battle because it was the first time he had flawlessly recited an ancient epic poem. He realizes experiences like that will likely happen again, so he must learn how to handle them. He concludes that the power tied to those old poems cannot remain something merely inherited and must become truly his own. With that resolve, he reframes his ability itself, deciding that just as one poem changed in meaning, he too can redefine what he wields. The effort leaves him slumped back in his chair, momentarily spent. A sudden disturbance snaps him alert. He notices a small bird at the window and at first treats it as an odd intrusion. Then recognition hits him, and he realizes it is something far more troubling. He identifies the creature as the eerie bird associated with the elf who has been watching him. The bird hops inside and lands beside the torn banner, making its purpose impossible to ignore. The prince immediately understands exactly who sent it. Through the bird, the elf greets him playfully and asks whether he liked the gift she sent. The prince is thrown by her calling it a gift at all. He angrily connects her to the orc unit at the mountain's base and accuses her of orchestrating the attack. The elf calmly admits she arranged it because she wanted him to face an opponent she considered worthy of his status. She goes further, presenting the whole act as part of her courtship and saying she hopes he will accept her feelings. The prince is disgusted that she can speak of romance after so many rangers died because of her interference. Remembering the battle, he bitterly concludes that elves are shameless voyeurs and that she likely enjoyed watching the chaos she caused. The elf treats even that accusation lightly, praising his performance as if her manipulation were a favor done in goodwill. Fed up, the prince demands that she stop the nonsense and tell him what she really wants. The bird answers that her pursuit of him is sincere, but she finally shifts toward the real reason for contacting him. She reveals that deep within the mountain range lies something she believes the prince needs. Perched close to him, the bird presses the point with unsettling insistence. She describes a powerful epic hidden in the mountains and claims that if he can obtain it, he will become a truly complete poet. The prince repeats her promise with wary interest, no longer dismissing it outright as he begins to consider what that poem could mean for him. A sinister bird familiar announces that the young noble's usefulness is over and moves to kill him. It bids him a final farewell as it slashes across his face and throat. Bleeding in his chair, he endures the attack and recognizes that the creature finds him intolerable but has not finished him. He realizes Sigrun wants to use him to create a new epic, with elves serving as the medium rather than the true author. In his understanding, elves can only receive and recite the poems of others, never originate one themselves. He concludes that she is feeding him information only so the richer poem she seeks can be drawn out through him. Instead of resisting, he decides to cooperate for now and see where this manipulation leads. Later at the mountain fortress of Valorhard, the discussion turns to what lies beyond the guarded range. A local commander explains that rangers may patrol the outer mountains, but anyone who ventures deep inside never returns alive. The blonde knight presses the point, confirming that no one has ever come back from the interior. Since the fortress only exists to stop monsters descending from the peaks, he realizes no one truly knows what is hidden there. He reflects that even in an age when knights had explored nearly everything, this region remained untouched. Looking over the snowbound range, he understands that this isolated wilderness is one of the world's last unknown places. That only sharpens his interest, and he decides coming to Valorhard was worthwhile. Even while pretending caution, he is already thinking ahead to the opportunity the mountains represent. The commander warns him seriously not to attempt an expedition into the depths of the range. He reassures the man with an easy promise, hiding his real intentions. Privately, he admits he has no intention of giving up on the idea forever. The fortress sits exposed beneath the mountains as the uneasy calm continues. That calm breaks when a sentry suddenly raises the alarm. While sharpening his sword, the blonde knight thinks about the unknown enemy in the mountains and longs to confront it. He restrains that impulse, telling himself he still needs more battles and victories before rushing into the unknown. As he faces the gate, he reminds himself that Valorhard's constant warfare may soon give him exactly that. A new attack descends on the fortress almost immediately. The garrison scrambles in shock, cursing the timing and rushing men to the walls. Orders spread fast to recall outside troops and bring up more arrows for the defense. The blonde knight pauses, sensing something about the attack is off. On the wall, archers are ordered to hold formation while senior defenders assess the field. The blonde knight is surprised to find his uncle already present and taking command. His uncle points toward the mountains, directing everyone's attention to the real disturbance. In the distance, movement appears along the snowy slopes. Rangers come sprinting back toward the fortress in full retreat. Seeing that the mountain rangers are fleeing, the blonde knight realizes something powerful must be driving them. The men on the wall shout for the rangers to run faster as they near the gate. The pursuers reveal themselves as goblins riding giant wolves, closing in behind the retreating scouts. The rangers cry that they are still outside bow range and beg for just a little more time. The wolf riders keep pace effortlessly, as if they are enjoying the chase rather than simply killing. The blonde knight and his uncle both recognize the same problem. The monsters should not have been able to catch the rangers so easily, which means they are deliberately toying with them. The exhausted scouts stagger toward the fortress while the defenders hesitate, unable to intervene in time. One ranger realizes that if nothing changes, the entire group will be slaughtered before reaching safety. He resolves to sacrifice himself to delay the pursuers and buy the others a chance to escape. He turns to face the charging wolf riders alone, invoking Valorhard's honor as he makes his stand. The blonde knight tries to stop him, but the ranger commits himself fully and taunts the enemy into attacking him instead. A wolf tears into him almost instantly, proving how hopeless the stand was. His comrades can only watch in horror as their captain is surrounded. The slaughter continues as another ranger is ripped apart before he can defend himself. A mounted goblin cuts down yet another fleeing man, turning the retreat into a massacre. From the wall, the defenders can do nothing but watch the deaths pile up in front of them. After a grim silence, the uncle coldly orders that everyone except the current wall guard may withdraw from the battlements. The shaken soldiers are left wondering why he chose not to save the rangers, and he pointedly asks Ian whether he intends to question that decision. The commanders realize the monsters deliberately dragged the bodies into view to bait the fortress into a reckless response. Ian warns that ordinary battlefield logic fails against monsters who build their plans around cruelty. He explains that the enemy does not value its own losses, so a grinding winter war is exactly the kind of fight they want. With winter only beginning, he insists they cannot afford to move carelessly. Before they can settle on a response, word arrives that the wolf riders are charging the walls again. The attack comes with a fresh atrocity, as orcs ride in carrying a badly wounded human captive. They throw the prisoner down in front of the fortress, leaving him bleeding in the snow. A sentry tries to make sense of what he is seeing, too stunned to react properly. The captive lies barely alive, reduced to proof that the enemy wants him seen, not saved. The soldiers are shaken to discover the victim is still breathing. More wolf riders gather among the bodies, turning the field into a deliberate display of terror. Watching from the wall, Ian notes that this winter is already unlike any they have known, and the scheme feels disturbingly unnatural. The prince suspects the elves may be involved again, linking this provocation to earlier signs he has noticed. Below, a figure steps forward through a surge of ominous red energy. An orc champion reveals himself before the fortress, surrounded by riders and carrying a war banner as if announcing a formal challenge. His presence radiates a familiar, ancient power. The prince immediately recognizes that energy and understands it is the same force he sensed before. The orc leader drives his challenge home with a roar that demands the humans answer him. One commander assumes the orcs are preparing a public execution. The prince rejects that interpretation at once. He explains that the captives are not being killed yet because the enemy is demanding something first. Reading the scene correctly, he identifies it as a request for a duel. He recalls the ancient being said to sleep in the mountains and realizes this challenge is tied to that old power. The raised banner confirms it, and he understands the earlier orc was trying to announce a ritual combat. The orc champion proclaims that he will fight under his king's name, making the challenge a matter of clan honor rather than simple slaughter. As the enemy waits below the walls, the humans begin piecing together what the orcs are truly demanding. Ian summarizes the situation. The orcs have taken hostages and are forcing the fortress into a duel. The older commander remains unconvinced, unable to trust the prince's strange certainty. So the prince decides he will prove his reading of the enemy himself. He steps forward calmly, ready to answer the challenge directly. From the wall, he formally accepts the duel, and the orcs immediately recognize the response as valid. The champion is startled that a human knows the language and customs of his clan, and he wonders if the prince carries their blood. The prince denies any such connection and demands the terms instead of indulging the suspicion. The orc leader accepts his authority to speak and agrees to state the conditions. He warns that dishonoring the duel will end all mercy, and the prince turns back to ask whether his own side finally believes him. Even now, the commander can barely process what the prince has been saying. His disbelief gives way to alarm as he realizes the impossible is actually happening. The officers are left struggling with a situation that defies everything they know about orcs. Below, the wolf riders begin withdrawing in an orderly way instead of pressing the attack. That retreat confirms the prince's interpretation, and the veterans admit they have never seen orcs return hostages to their own lines for the sake of formal combat. The prince cuts off their shock and pushes them to focus on the terms while there is still time. He explains the demand clearly. The duel will have 5 participants, all chosen from those who fought in the recent mountain battle. The commander realizes that means the orcs want the exact soldiers who first clashed with them there. He immediately calls Vincent forward, beginning to assemble the team. Other soldiers volunteer at once, driven by anger over the slain rangers and eager for revenge. The prince stops them by revealing that 2 of the 5 places are already decided. When the soldiers protest the danger to him, he points out that no one else present can speak with the orcs and manage the duel properly. Pressed to leave at least one more place open, he refuses to indulge them. Instead, he chooses Arwen as the next participant, trusting her over the louder volunteers. He asks if she can handle it, and she accepts the order without hesitation. As they move through the fortress, the dark-haired knight asks how the prince learned the orcs' language, stunned that orcs can communicate at all. The prince brushes off the question and tells him to study if he wants answers. The knight explains that this matters because ordinary dealings with orcs have never been settled through words, making the current situation exceptional. He adds that only the king of the northern orcs can use the ancient tongue, and that very king is already calling out for their confrontation. Hearing the challenge, the prince decides it is time to go down and meet him. The dark-haired knight advances with the others, shifting from curiosity to battle readiness. A female knight joins the formation, equally prepared for what is coming. The prince reflects that too many unlikely events have begun converging at once for this to be coincidence. He recalls that the moment he entered the wider world, an elf envoy appeared in a kingdom that had ignored them, while the northern orc king emerged for the first time in centuries. As the fortress mechanisms move around them, the sense of a larger design only deepens. The gates open onto the snowy battleground where the opposing force waits. Though he still does not understand the full truth behind these events, the prince chooses not to dwell on it now. With his companions behind him, he focuses entirely on the fight ahead. Across the snow, a band of orcs led by a massive champion closes in to meet them. The prince accepts the moment with confidence and resolves to fight. The orc leader reveals himself as a monstrous, heavily armed warrior radiating brute force. Instead of being intimidated, the prince notices the orc's disappointment and mocks him for expecting someone greater. The orc king immediately denies any disappointment and bears his eagerness for the battle. He declares that defeating the strongest human opponent before him will make his return to the world unforgettable. The prince finds the boast amusing rather than threatening. He realizes the enemy before him is no mere beast but an orc noble whose presence carries the same overwhelming pressure as the greatest monsters he has faced. Alarmed by that pressure, the dark-haired knight urges the prince to let him take this opponent instead. Before that can happen, the orc side surges forward, forcing the prince to evade while his ally rushes in to intercept. More mounted orcs press the attack, turning the duel into a full assault. The prince's 2 companions move to hold back the incoming enemies and protect his opening. The prince warns them that orcs do not honor one-on-one combat, so everyone must survive on their own while he handles the leader. He charges the orc king directly, sword blazing with blue power. Around him, his soldiers are immediately forced into desperate close combat against the charging orcs. The female knight launches herself into the melee, cutting into the attackers from above. The dark-haired knight clashes head-on with another mounted orc, stopping its weapon with his own. Meanwhile, the prince leaps high to bring a crushing strike down on the orc king. The orc king catches the blow with his weapon, proving he can match the prince's strength directly. With savage focus, the orc king locks onto him as a worthy prey. He roars and hurls the prince away with sheer force, breaking the exchange. The prince lands cleanly and steadies himself without losing composure. The orc king judges him impressive for a human and says he may be fit to stand before the grand spirit world. Rather than accept that judgment, The prince advances again and says that remains to be seen. A confident smile returns as blue flames begin gathering more intensely around him. His power erupts outward, flooding the battlefield with a violent mix of blue and crimson energy. The shock of that release halts the field for a moment, even as the orcs answer with a renewed order to kill the humans. The prince senses in their rage the same deep, inherited hatred carried by countless past enemies. That hatred reminds him of the ancient being he once fought, and the resemblance sharpens his resolve. Thinking it over, he realizes he is genuinely glad to be standing in this battle. Even the kingdom's banner whipping above the field seems to affirm that conviction. He thanks the enemy for waiting, as if formally beginning the execution he has already decided on. Then he addresses the Orc King as a noble of the Greenkins and names him as the offering for what comes next. Drawing his sword into a ritual stance, he declares that the Orc will become the sacrifice for his requiem. A system message confirms that the skill poem of Requiem has been activated. The Orc's side answers with another furious charge rather than retreat. As the battle resumes at full speed, the dark-haired knight narrowly avoids a brutal mounted strike while the prince's unleashed power hangs over the field. A blue-haired swordsman is forced into close combat as an orc warrior swings down at him with brutal speed. He drops low and barely catches the blow, the impact driving him back across the snow. Straining behind his blade, he realizes this is no ordinary skirmish. As another heavy strike crashes in, his frustration turns into alarm at how coordinated the enemy has become. Facing multiple orcs advancing in formation, he recognizes that they are fighting with organized teamwork unlike anything he has ever heard of. He also senses that something even more unnatural is at work behind their discipline. His attention shifts to a towering orc champion wrapped in a violent red aura, far stronger than any berserk warrior should be. The blonde king meets that threat head-on with calm focus. He cuts into the monstrous leader so cleanly that the sheer speed of the opening strike catches even his allies off guard. Blue power gathers around him as he prepares to press the advantage. With cold contempt, he dismisses the champion as unworthy of all his boasting about loyalty and devotion. The enraged orc rejects the taunt and vows to tear the king apart before his own frenzy burns out. He lunges in a red-fueled rush, trying to overwhelm the king with raw force. The king answers with a surging counter, their powers colliding hard enough to tear up the ground. He drives his blade through the clash and forces the champion's weapon offline. The impact bursts through ice and stone as his attack breaks the orc's defense. Using that opening, he slips inside the giant's reach and turns the exchange decisively in his favor. For the first time, the orc champion realizes he has lost control of the fight. The king ducks under the monster's body and commits to a finishing thrust. His sword pierces upward through the orc's torso in a lethal strike. The champion can only scream as blood fills his mouth. The giant collapses backward into the snow, mortally wounded. Across the battlefield, the remaining fighters pause as the orc leader falls and the balance of the battle shifts. The king approaches the dying enemy with grim resolve, deciding that since he borrowed their power, he will at least grant them the death they sought. He looks down without triumph, only judgment. As the orc weakly calls to his king, the blonde ruler raises his sword for the final blow and bids him farewell. He drives the blade down, ending the champion's life in a burst of blue energy and blood. After the execution, he lowers his gaze, momentarily still. That calm breaks when he feels a hostile stare from somewhere beyond the battlefield. He immediately recognizes the source as the ancient being said to dwell beyond the mountain range. When his companions rush toward him, he urgently orders them to stay back instead of coming closer. The female knight halts in confusion, not yet understanding the danger. A red light begins to spread over the snowy slope and the corpses, turning the whole battlefield ominous. The pressure hits the woman first, forcing a pained reaction before she can advance. The blue-haired swordsman is struck by the same oppressive force and can barely endure it. Even the surrounding soldiers falter as a veteran officer realizes something far beyond the battle has just arrived. The king looks up and sees a crimson star-like point forming in the sky over the mountains. He cannot identify it, only that it is aimed directly at them. The red glow swells over the forested ridge as the threat descends from afar. A colossal spear-like projectile is launched, tearing through the air toward the battlefield. It bores forward with overwhelming force, turning the open snowfield into its target line. Realizing no one else can stop it, the king plants himself in its path and resolves to block it. As it closes in, the red light reflects in his eye and confirms the scale of the danger. He meets the descending strike head-on, his blade colliding with it in a violent explosion of force. While holding it back, he is shaken by the possibility that his current strength may not be enough. The shockwave blasts outward, and his companions can only watch in horror as he is driven back. The impact blooms across the valley like a starburst, swallowing the battlefield in light and pressure. The others struggle to stay on their feet, unable to make sense of what they are witnessing. The blue-haired swordsman stares in disbelief as the scale of the attack sinks in. Towering over everyone, the impossible spear remains suspended above the field, leaving them to wonder what in the world this thing is. In the aftermath of battle, a knight anxiously realizes the prince is missing. A cry goes up as the prince is finally spotted nearby in the snow. Sir Arwen reaches the scene first, standing guard over the place where the prince fell. His shield and weapon are cast aside as urgency overrides all caution. He drops to his knees in the snow and rushes to the prince's side. The prince's condition shocks him, and fear sets in immediately. He finds the young ruler buried in the snow and apparently lifeless. Checking him confirms the worst possibility at first. There is no pulse. Arwen desperately tries to rouse him, refusing to accept that he is gone. Realizing there is no time to hesitate, Arwen decides to restore his breathing himself. He gives the prince emergency breaths, acting with total focus. For a tense moment, there is still no response. Then the prince suddenly coughs and comes back to life. Arwen pulls back, catching his breath as relief replaces panic. Once the prince's breathing steadies, the immediate crisis passes. Even in relief, Arwen studies him closely, unsettled by how fragile he seems. Seeing the prince unconscious in sight, he is struck by how young and small his liege truly is. When other soldiers finally arrive, Arwen coldly notes that they took far too long. The prince weakly recognizes Arwen, ignoring the others' attempts to reassure him. Barely conscious, he forces out his hatred for the enemy. His first clear thought is fury at the orcs and a wish to see them dead. Though badly hurt, he orders the remaining enemies finished off at once. The soldiers turn to Arwen for confirmation, treating the prince's words as a command. Arwen accepts the order and prepares to carry it out without delay. He rallies the nearby knights, and they move as one under his lead. The counterattack surges forward to wipe out the surviving orcs. Later, recovering in bed, the prince wakes still burning with anger at the orc who struck him. A knight checks on him, and the prince's attention returns to his battered body. He reports that everything hurts, especially his injured arm. What pains him most, however, is his chest, where his rage still sits heavily. He reflects that he never even fought the enemy directly, and was only hit by a spear thrown from afar. That makes his current weakness feel even more humiliating. A subordinate formally thanks him for saving their side from collapse. The knights credit the prince with preserving morale and preventing defeat. He brushes off the praise, inwardly noting how unlike Arwen such sentimental gratitude sounds. The report begins. While he was unconscious, the situation outside changed. An orc army has established a camp just a kilometer from Winter Castle, large enough to be dangerous even if not yet overwhelming. The knights also raise the mystery of the giant spear and the monstrous roar heard from the mountain range. The prince immediately understands the truth. An orc king has appeared, uniting the mountain tribes. The others are stunned, since orcs normally fight among themselves for leadership instead of staying united. When asked whether such a ruler has a specific title, the prince confirms that it does. He recalls the brutal force behind the enemy's attack as he explains what such a being is. This ruler exists only to wage war. Its nature is to crush and dominate everything before it. It is a creature driven entirely by conquest, capable of leading hordes into a single destructive will. The title for such an orc king is Warlord, the supreme lord of war among their kind. Back in the room, the prince continues the war council from his bed while Arwen and the others listen. He decides that with enemy numbers this high, leaving the castle is too risky, so they must prepare for a siege-centered defense. His commanders begin discussing recalls, reinforcements, and how quickly distant cavalry can be summoned back. Impatient with their cautious planning, the prince suddenly snaps and demands to know why they are still debating when there is already a perfectly good room for war strategy. The knights bring urgent reports to the prince, asking him to judge an unprecedented matter, the emergence of a so-called king of the orcs. He accepts the gravity of the report at once, recognizing that the threat is real. Overwhelmed with documents and decisions, the recovering prince is forced to keep handling state affairs despite his condition. By the time the night deepens, the day has left him drained enough to reflect bitterly on how relentless it has been. Once the work is finally concluded, the others withdraw respectfully and leave him to rest. As soon as he is alone, he collapses back into bed and complains that even convalescence is being treated like labor. Still, his irritation sharpens into suspicion, as if he has more to say than simple fatigue. His uncle notices the unspoken challenge and invites him to speak plainly. The prince directly asks whether the blue flame he displayed earlier was the epic poem his uncle once mentioned. He recalls that the flame's destructive force exceeded the normal limits of mana, making it impossible to dismiss as ordinary power. He confirms that this understanding is correct. Then he presses further, asking what conclusion his uncle reached after witnessing it. His uncle hesitates, sensing that the prince's thoughts are in turmoil. He reasons that someone who once despised the very idea of a mana heart could only gain such power by abandoning the convictions that shaped his life. Realizing he cannot avoid the issue, the uncle decides to ask the question directly. He asks whether the Knights of the Ring are also allowed to wield that kind of power. The question lands heavily, because it cuts straight to the order's hidden limits. A female knight nearby stiffens, aware that the conversation has entered dangerous territory. The prince pushes harder, accusing his uncle of greed for wanting every advantage at once. A mana heart, stronger physical ability, and now epic poems as well. He explains that epic poems are a form of transcendence normally reserved for those who have cultivated mana in their hearts. With the blue flame gathered in his hand, he states plainly that such power is forbidden to the Knights of the Ring. His uncle does not retreat and demands to know what follows from that. He admits that despite the prohibition, he still wanted to see whether the prince could truly reach that power. The prince realizes this marks a major shift, because the uncle who once dismissed him now places real trust in him. Rising from the bed, he decides to answer with an idea rather than a refusal. He points out that elves, though unable to compose epic poems themselves, are still obsessed with them. He explains that they compensate by borrowing the epic poems of others and turning them into sword dances, using the poem as a melody for their art. From that example, he suggests that even if one cannot create or recite an epic poem personally, it may still be possible to perform one. He then reminds his uncle that the man has spent his whole life refining the use of mana rings instead of a mana heart. Because mana rings naturally resonate with one another, he proposes they might serve as the perfect instrument for such a feat. Even as he offers the theory, he knows he cannot predict whether it will truly work. His uncle understands that the result of this experiment, and where it may lead him, remains impossible to foresee. The knight listening and watches tensely, aware that they may be standing at the edge of a new path. The prince makes clear that choosing whether to pursue that path belongs to the Knights of the Ring alone, not to him. Even so, he cannot hide a small, satisfied smile at having planted the possibility. When he turns, he notices the others are still there, lingering in his room over the matter. The moment breaks into exasperation as he asks why they are still crowding his room again. Exhaustion wins out, and he drops back into bed. Half awake, he remains mentally occupied by what his uncle might do with the idea. Later, he wakes to find only Adelia beside him, quietly keeping watch. He immediately asks after his uncle, and Adelia tells him the man left while he was asleep. Wanting to know whether the conversation changed anything, he asks if his uncle seemed different. As he drinks, he reflects that the man had struggled over the issue for a long time, so perhaps he failed to reach any decisive realization yet. He tempers his expectations, thinking meaningful results rarely come at once, when his uncle suddenly returns. The prince greets that reappearance with wary surprise. This time, however, his uncle arrives transformed, carrying the overwhelming presence of a swordsman whose power no longer depends on a blade alone. The energy around him moves with controlled force, as if his very steps are now guided by a new principle. A ring of power shines from his chest while the aura of a sword master radiates from him, proving that his mana rings have answered the challenge. Seeing him now, the prince realizes the experiment has succeeded beyond expectation. His uncle confirms it with quiet satisfaction. At last, that man has gained a soul worthy of the body he possessed. Ian bows and admits the blonde young man has changed his outlook, earning the young man's casual thanks. The blonde man brushes off the sudden respect with a joke, implying Ian's change is suspiciously abrupt. He presses further, teasing Ian as if he were sulking over something. Ian's thoughts reveal the source of his bitterness. Once a peerless sword of legend, he now feels reduced to an ordinary master. Even while denying it, Ian's strained expression makes clear that jealousy is exactly what he is feeling. The blonde man accepts the denial with obvious sarcasm, which only irritates Ian more. Dropping the banter, the blonde man demands to know what Ian believes he has actually gained. Ian admits he cannot yet explain this supposed transformation and says he has only fixed his mind on a single goal. For the moment, he intends to keep moving toward that goal without fully justifying it. Looking out toward the mountains, Ian decides his path now leads there. The blonde man privately concludes that Ian is asking for trust while offering almost no explanation. But the blonde man's own attention is already on the enemy in the mountains, and he quietly claims that target for himself. He warns Ian not to covet the prey he has already chosen. Ian yields with a weary smile, letting the young man have his way. As they head out, Ian makes clear that although he has many questions about the young man, he will refrain from forcing answers. On the castle walls, Ian finally voices some of those doubts by asking how the blonde man knows so much about orcs and even elves. The blonde man avoids a direct answer and promises only that the truth will come when the time is right, confirming to Ian how drastically he has changed. Their conversation is cut short by an urgent report that an orc army is approaching. From the walls they see a vast host advancing through the snow, numbering in the thousands. The scale of the assault becomes undeniable as a massive army surges toward Winter Castle. The defenders scramble into position, calling archers to the walls and preparing for the siege. Ian falls silent, measuring the threat while the blonde man watches the battlefield. A violent red force suddenly erupts from the enemy ranks, signaling a far more dangerous presence within the horde. Ian recognizes the intensity of that power and realizes a formidable champion has appeared. An enormous orc wrapped in crimson battle spirit reveals himself, towering over the rest like a commander of monsters. The blonde man immediately rejects the idea that this is merely an orc warlord. Ian identifies the enemy as the vanguard of the Lord of War, one of the king's most savage servants. He further names him as the most valiant general among the orcs. The title carries another meaning as well. This monster is infamous as the nightmare of knights and swordsmen. Among humans, he is feared as the King Hit Slayer, a butcher of elite warriors. The blonde man explains that while knights rely on mana, orcs draw strength from battle spirit. That power grows through constant combat and slaughter, making war itself the source of their evolution. He adds that in rare cases, exceptional orcs are born already overflowing with that force. Such mutants are more sensitive to battle spirit and bloodlust than any ordinary orc. Some can even perceive intangible energy directly, a gift the orcs revere as the mind's eye. He concludes that the King Hit Slayer is one of those born commanders. Even if the brute lacks refined tactics, he can still break an enemy formation better than anyone because his instincts are overwhelming. Those eyes let him read the battlefield itself, including the weak points in Winter Castle's defenses. Ian warns the nearby soldiers not to dismiss this as exaggeration, though he wants proof with his own eyes. He gathers mana into his spear, preparing to test the monster personally. Ian launches his weapon across the battlefield to see whether the orc truly deserves the arrogant title of Night Slayer. The orc spots the attack coming and meets it head-on with savage confidence. The spear crashes into the enemy line, but the strike is checked instead of tearing through as expected. The force of the clash sends the weapon spinning upward rather than cleanly penetrating its target. The orc has intercepted the attack at the last instant, and driven it down into the ground. The watching soldiers are stunned that anyone could parry Ian's throws so effortlessly. The king hit Slayer proves it was no fluke by seizing the spear with his bare hand through the red aura. With brute strength and battle spirit, he takes control of Ian's weapon as if claiming a trophy. Ian watches the display without panic, reading the monster's temperament through the exchange. He concludes that whatever else the orc may be, he is the kind of opponent who cannot tolerate losing. A black-armored commander turns to Ian and presses him to handle the feared Knight's Slayer. Ian immediately doubts that assumption and refuses to believe the enemy can be manipulated so easily. The blonde strategist reads Ian's expression and realizes he is treating the Knight's Slayer like a man newly empowered by a legendary weapon. He explains that everyone is overestimating the enemy because they are fixated on the supernatural insight of his mind's eye. Ian warns that appearances are deceptive and that relying on that reading could be fatal. He adds that no matter how disciplined the Knight's Slayer seems, he is still an orc at heart. From that, the blonde man proposes a lure, arguing that if the right prey is dangled before him, the Knight's Slayer will charge without restraint. Ian rejects the idea at once, insisting the bait would be far too dangerous for the prince. The prince dismisses the concern and reminds him that cheap provocation will not work on that enemy. Ian counters by ruling out the Rangers and Winter Castle's knights, since either group would look vulnerable enough to tempt the Knight's Slayer. He warns that if they rely on the Greenhorns instead, the enemy will smash through them before anyone can respond. The prince cheerfully volunteers himself and his own group, arguing that they look like elite troops while lacking the battle experience to seem safely beatable. Ian still tries to stop him, saying they can remove the prince from the field first and let Winter Castle hold out without such a reckless gamble. His objection sharpens when he points out that the prince's injured arm has not even healed. The prince brushes the injury aside and pretends it is no real problem. A moment later, he admits with a strained smile that it still hurts more than he wants to admit. Even so, he insists he will be ready by the time the battle begins, forcing Ian to reconsider. Ian pulls himself back and tells Vincent to think rationally instead of arguing from fear. Vincent answers that the real threat is not the Knight's Slayer alone. He points to the window and reminds them that while they debate, a larger disaster is already closing in on Winter Castle. Outside, the demonic force surrounding the Knight's Slayer is steadily advancing on the fortress. Vincent concludes that if they do not end this battle quickly, Winter Castle will fall in the next one. That warning leaves the commander grimly aware of how little room they have left. Ian gives them 1 week as the limit before the original troop deployment must be restored. Vincent accepts the condition at once, satisfied that he has won permission to proceed. A female knight quietly prepares herself, taking this as the moment for her hidden strength to finally be used. The black-armored commander gathers the defenders and clarifies that their goal is not to wipe out the enemy army, but to draw out its leader. He assigns one section to the central wall and orders them to stall for as long as possible until the Knight's Slayer commits himself. Another force is stationed on the east wall under Ian's command. The west wall is lined with archers and armored defenders ready to receive the assault. As the enemy approaches across the snow, the order goes out for the archers to stand ready. The defenders unleash a first volley toward the advancing horde. The arrows crash into the orcs, cutting some down as the front ranks surge forward. More of the attackers are hit, but the charge continues through the losses. Then a heavily armored orc steps through the barrage behind a shield, absorbing the arrows instead of falling. The defenders recognize the shield as one taken from Valorharp's dead soldiers, turning the sight into an insult as well as a threat. That desecration enrages the men on the wall, who see the enemy flaunting trophies from their fallen comrades. Ian refuses to let their anger break discipline and orders the archers to keep firing without pause. The bowmen obey, pouring more arrows into the mass even as they realize the enemy numbers are overwhelming. Under that cover, siege ladders are raised against the fortress walls. The alarm spreads immediately as the defenders realize the orcs are beginning to climb. With the first attackers reaching the top, the order is given to hold them back at the wall. A burst of blue force flashes at the battlements as the defenders meet the climbers head-on. The silver-haired female knight reveals herself there, cutting down the first orc to crest the ladder. Her calm, focused presence marks her as the hidden weapon Vincent had been counting on. She takes command of the breach and orders everyone to shove down anyone who manages to climb up. The knights beside her drive spears downward, turning the wall edge into a killing line. They escalate the defense by cutting ladder ropes and calling for stones and catapult support to break the assault below. The defenders vow not to let a single orc gain the wall as the battle rages beneath the towers. Far from the clash, the scene shifts to a still body lying under the cold light, hinting at another fate waiting beyond the siege. A massive orc force keeps advancing over the dead, showing that the defenders have barely slowed the assault. At the front stands a towering red-eyed war leader, making it clear the enemy still has overwhelming strength in reserve. The knights realize their efforts are failing, because the horde's numbers are not thinning and the one man meant to turn the tide has yet to appear. Their commander holds the line despite her fatigue, sensing the battle is reaching a breaking point. The prince judges that everyone is exhausted, but believes the enemy should have noticed the opening they deliberately left in the western wall. The breach side of Winter Castle remains exposed, confirming the trap has been set. The enemy finally commits to the bait as wolf riders surge toward the opening. Their sudden charge confirms the defenders' gamble has worked, and the assault is shifting toward the weak point. The commander orders Arwen to intercept the riders while she continues protecting the prince. At that moment, the prince decides it is time to reveal the lure they prepared for the true target. He draws power into his sword, surrounding himself with blue flame as he steps forward with complete confidence. The prince unleashes Flame of Requiem, openly displaying the rare power meant to draw out the enemy's strongest warrior. Far away in the melee, a red-eyed orc instantly senses that unmistakable energy. The blue flames erupt across the battlefield like a beacon, impossible for the hidden hunter to ignore. The commander recognizes the power at once and understands the prince has begun the decisive phase of the plan. One knight confirms this is exactly what they had been waiting for. Another sees that their scheme is succeeding, at least for the moment, because the bait has finally been taken. The prince spots the approaching threat and welcomes it, knowing the real enemy has arrived. The Night Slayer enters the battle wrapped in murderous red energy, revealing himself at last. He strikes down one of his own orcs without hesitation, clearing his path and showing how little anything else matters beside his prey. The surrounding monsters realize instantly that their champion has taken over the fight. The defenders respond by ordering a concentrated volley, trying to stop him before he reaches the wall. The Night Slayer uses another orc as cover and keeps advancing through the barrage. Even wounded, the sacrificial orc only serves the attacker's momentum as the charge continues. The Night Slayer emerges in full view, an immense veteran whose presence alone dwarfs the rest of the horde. Ignoring the rain of attacks, he sprints straight for the western wall, proving the prince has become his only objective. The prince stands ready in his blue flames while his guards beg him to withdraw from the danger. Instead, he smiles, fully committed to facing the monster himself. The Night Slayer answers the challenge and invites the prince to meet him head-on. He tears into the wall with brute force, breaking through the defender's position. With a single violent climb, he reaches the top and brings the hunt directly to the prince. His glare locks onto the blue flames, confirming that this power is the one he came to kill. The prince orders Arwen to keep following the plan, refusing to let his allies interfere with the duel. He then commands everyone to clear the wall, making space for the confrontation he intended from the start. The Night Slayer hauls himself fully onto the battlements, accepting the invitation. He identifies the prince as the human wielding the coveted flames and declares him the priority target. Planting himself on the wall, the orc makes clear he is here under direct royal orders. He reveals that his king commanded him to kill the prince before anything else, and the prince is pleased to hear his bait has confirmed the enemy's intentions. The prince attacks first, pressing in with blue flame speed while the orc promises there will be no escape this time. Their blades collide at close range, and the duel begins with either side yielding an inch. The Night Slayer swings with brutal force, trying to overwhelm the prince through sheer power. The prince absorbs the impact, using technique and timing to survive the heavier blows. He slips away from the exchange and resets his stance instead of contesting strength directly. Then he darts back in low and fast, turning the fight into one of mobility and precision. His counterattack lands cleanly enough to draw blood, proving the monster can be hurt. But the Night Slayer dismisses the wound, rejects tricks and evasions, and demands a direct fight worthy of his pride. The prince answers by gathering his blue flames tighter around himself, preparing a sharper and more committed assault. For the first time, the Night Slayer's confidence tightens into alarm as he senses the danger rising. Even while praising the prince's fighting spirit, the orc hurls himself forward in a red-fueled killing charge. The prince meets that ferocity with a calm, eager smile, ready for the clash he wanted all along. At the crucial moment, the knights spring their trap and hurl a net over the charging orc. The beast is caught and forced to a halt as Arwen closes in, ready to exploit the opening. Several knights seize the ropes together, trying to drag the monster down by sheer force. Their pull bites into the ground, showing how desperately they are straining to control him. Arwen rushes the bound orc and condemns him for turning an honorable fight into a dirty one. The orc mocks that outrage and boasts that Arwen's own spirit clamp tactic is no cleaner. Even tangled in the net, the orc thrashes violently enough to tear up the courtyard and threaten everyone nearby. The knights are urged to give everything now, before the monster breaks free. Pinned and furious, the orc recognizes Arwen as the one behind this humiliation and fixates on him. His rage sharpens into a direct vow of revenge against Arwen. Then the orc's struggle overwhelms the restraint, and he crashes down hard enough to shatter the ground around him. Arwen calmly praises Arwen, his spirit, for helping make the capture possible. A female commander immediately orders Arwen to hand the prisoner over and withdraw. Arwen obeys by leaping back to higher ground, leaving the bound orc to the others. But the soldiers below quickly realize they cannot keep the monster restrained for long and call for Arwen to retreat fully if they lose control. Arwen pauses, weighing the warning instead of rushing in blindly. The orc uses the pause to sneer at him, saying he looks fittingly pathetic sprawled in the dirt. Arwen answers with a smile and turns the insult around, saying the orc now looks like a true orc. That taunt drives the monster into a frenzy, and he lunges straight at Arwen. Before he can reach him, another swordsman intercepts the charge with a crushing strike. Ian steps in decisively, taking over the fight and shielding Arwen from the attack. He faces the orc head-on and coldly judges him even uglier up close. Arwen accepts the intervention and tells Ian he will leave the orc to him for only a short time. Ian releases his mana and prepares to hold the line alone. Even as he commits, Ian warns that surviving until Arwen returns may not be easy. He meets the orc's next assault immediately, locking the monster into close combat. Watching, Arwen reflects that the old claim about quad-chain knights matching sword masters is proving true. Ian fights in a state where his mana follows his blade so perfectly that each strike becomes impossible to predict. The orc realizes Ian is the kind of swordsman who seems to vanish from where his attacks should be. Knowing Ian can only buy him time, Arwen decides he must hurry. He slips away and pushes through a doorway into the castle interior. Inside, Arwen says he has found a more suitable opponent for someone who specializes in killing knights. He explains that this enemy's swordsmanship is too erratic to read normally, then calls out the person he wants to send. The one he summons is Adelia, who is crouched in fear and shock. Arwen tells her the monster responsible for the blood on her ribbon is the opponent waiting outside. The reminder hits her like a wound, forcing the trauma fully back into her mind. Shaking, Adelia forces herself to stand despite her fear. Arwen watches closely as she struggles upright, testing whether she can face what happened. When she looks up in despair, he answers with unsettling confidence instead of comfort. That pressure triggers her dormant traits, and flames erupt around her as her own body begins to turn against itself. Both Warmonger and Butcher activate at once, confirming a dangerous double awakening. Adelia's expression hardens into something feral as the new power takes hold. Arwen recognizes how extraordinary it is for both traits to bloom simultaneously. Outside, the wider battle still rages along the walls as soldiers struggle to hold back more orcs. Ian continues dueling the empowered orc, their blades and mana colliding in a violent deadlock. He realizes his earlier suspicions were right and that the monster truly possesses an abnormal ability. The orc presses the attack with growing confidence, forcing Ian backward. Ian understands the problem. The orc is reading his sword path perfectly. He identifies the source as an ocular power linked to the creature's vision, making the fight far trickier than expected. And before Ian can fully adjust, another devastating blow crashes in from behind his guard. The black-armored man is caught off guard as the orc king suddenly closes in behind him. Before the orc can capitalize, a blonde female knight bursts into the fight and cuts across his advance. She throws herself into the clash with reckless speed, meeting the monster head-on. Her sudden intervention forces the orc king to defend instead of pressing his attack. The black-armored man recognizes her as Ian's maid and is stunned that she has entered this battle. He immediately realizes she is no longer acting like her usual gentle self, and has become something feral in combat. As she drives the orc back with a storm of blows, he condemns her for abandoning any warrior's honor with such a surprise attack. She answers not with restraint but by pressing even harder, showing she has no interest in his standards. The orc king swings with brutal force, and she evades by leaping away to keep the exchange alive. She lands hard and resets her footing without losing momentum. Watching her, the black-armored man can only conclude that she is fighting like a berserker. He reflects that monsters and butchers share the same simplicity. They do not fight with refined intent, only with the urge to kill what stands before them. That realization reframes her style for him, because her swordsmanship is driven by instinct rather than discipline. He extends the same judgment to the orc king, seeing both of them as creatures of violence rather than true warriors. The duel turns into a savage exchange of passing strikes, each trying to tear through the other before thought can intervene. He recognizes that a mad fighter does not pause to think in battle, and that insight unsettles the orc king. The black-armored man concludes that the pride and mental games elite swordsmen rely on are useless against her. What makes her dangerous is that she does not waste effort on defense, and simply keeps attacking through everything. The orc king is shaken that she can fight with the raw savagery of a beast. The blonde young lord dryly notes that being called a beast by an orc is almost a compliment. He then tells his uncle that if the observation is over, they should move in. The two men charge together to support her and converge on the orc king from different angles. Faced with their interference, the orc king's fury spikes and he rejects their intrusion outright. He unleashes a violent red aura, declaring that no one will defile the honor and spirit left behind by his fallen king. The surge catches the blonde lord as he reaches the maid, knocking her off balance and disrupting their approach. The black-armored man is alarmed, unsure what exactly the orc king is trying to do. As red energy coils around the battlefield, he wonders if this is some manifestation of fighting spirit. The power gathers into a single concentrated point, as if the orc's collective will is being drawn together. The blonde lord realizes that is not quite right and corrects the assumption. He understands that the orc king is reclaiming the spirit he once shared with his dead ruler, even though he believed he could never stand before that king again. Driven by that vow, the orc king calls down a colossal red force to keep his king's name from being stained. The black-armored man moves at once, stepping between the threat and the others while the blonde lord calls after him. In answer, the blonde lord resolves to reveal his own full power. Blue energy ignites around him as he begins invoking a formal sword art. While his uncle engages below, he advances the technique with the image of corpses piled into a mountain over a pool of blood. He completes the next verse as his power swells, framing the strike as an offering to the enemy's soul. The orc king answers with a monstrous roar and hurls his gathered power forward. The blonde lord sees the descending attack and braces to meet it. The collision overwhelms him, and he is driven back despite his technique. From within the red force, the orc king denounces this as shameless interference in a battle that should have remained between him and the maid. The blonde lord drops to one knee under the pressure, cursing as his uncle looks back. The black-armored man tightens his grip on his sword as something in the young lord's incantation catches his attention. Hearing the words about green corpses and a mountain of dead, the blonde lord turns to his uncle in confusion. The black-armored man unconsciously continues the next lines of the verse, as if he already knows the technique. Blue energy erupts around him in response to the completed chant. He is startled by his own awakening as power floods into his body. The energy fully manifests around him, transforming him into the center of a new and far more ominous force. The blonde lord realizes the full incantation is resonating through his uncle, and that the technique is somehow passing to him. He understands that the response is coming from his uncle's mana heart, which is synchronizing with his own power. As the strange resonance spreads, the blonde lord is left shaken by a feeling he cannot yet explain. A dark-haired knight invokes a war poem, declaring that piled corpses and blood beneath them will be turned into power. As the chant continues, he frames the slaughter as fuel for something vast and terrible now taking shape. The poem reaches its vow. Before that rising blood-soaked force, he will stand to honor a fallen soul. A hooded archer on the wall realizes the enemy's strange blue energy is surging directly toward them. He understands too late that the invocation is not mere rhetoric but an attack empowered by the dead. The blonde prince feels the hostile power gathering around him, and recognizes the danger with sudden alarm. From above, the battlefield reveals the scale of the spell as blue currents thread through the corpses and converge. The defenders on the wall hear the poem's final image of crimson pooling beneath the dead as the pressure mounts. Instead of being overwhelmed, the prince answers the enemy's war poem with one of his own, treating battle itself as song. He draws on desire and resentment buried in war, claiming those emotions can be forged into heroic power. Blue force erupts around him as he reshapes the enemy's imagery into his own rising poem. With calm confidence, he completes the counterverse and turns the ritual into a declaration of his own will. The system recognizes that a new kind of poem has been born from the battlefield itself. The watching knight realizes this is not a normal spell but the creation of an entirely new poetic form. He is stunned when it is identified as the first true war poem. The prince's power swells further as the technique is named 4 Seasons, Poem of Winter, something unknown in this world until now. That newborn power manifests behind him as a monstrous winter spirit, answering his call like a guardian. The prince remains composed, fully in control of the unprecedented force he has summoned. His winter power strikes first, cutting into the orc commander before the beast can press the attack. The wounded commander glares back in fury, refusing to fall quietly. Even as blue power tears through him, the orc clings to loyalty and tries to dedicate his last effort to his king. The prince and his dark-haired ally watch the commander collapse, confirming the duel's outcome. The prince names the completed poem Winter Castle, presenting it as a work worthy of remembrance. Across the courtyard, the defenders see the enemy leader down and the prince standing over the fading winter power. The dark-haired commander steadies himself while the prince briefly sags from the strain of what he just unleashed. Nearby soldiers stare, still trying to process what they have witnessed. The realization spreads through the ranks that the legion commander has fallen and the prince has won. The prince catches his breath, but the pause is brief. A warning interrupts the victory. The gate is starting to crack under renewed assault. The breach comes immediately as orcs smash through the gate and pour inside. The defenders are forced from celebration back into crisis as a fresh wave charges straight at the prince. The prince raises his sword again, dryly noting that the enemy will not even allow a moment of rest. His ally answers by rallying the nearby troops and making clear they are still ready to fight. A fierce blonde swordswoman joins in with eager confidence, clearly welcoming the next clash. The prince leaves the timing to Ian, trusting him to direct the response. Blue energy still circling the prince, the defenders gather around him and await the order. Ian gives it at once, sending every unit into a full countercharge. The defenders crash into the invading orcs and turn the breach into a brutal melee. Amid the bloodshed, the walls themselves seem mute while bodies keep falling. The long-haired knight cuts through multiple orcs in one fluid assault, helping break their momentum. The battle becomes defined not by speeches now but by steel, blood, and the horns signaling dawn. By the time the fighting settles on the wall, dead and wounded orcs are scattered everywhere and the defenders still hold. Soldiers report that the orcs on the walls have been dealt with and remark that the enemy seems strangely weakened. Ian rejects the idea that it was simple weakness and starts looking for the real cause. Feeling the pulse of blue energy in his chest, he connects the change in the enemy to the strange heartbeat resonating through him. He concludes that this unnatural heartbeat is likely what drained the orc's strength. Acting on that insight, Ian orders only a minimal force to remain on the walls. Ignoring the confusion around him, he raises his sword and announces that they are taking the fight outside the gates. The troops immediately move, racing to follow the new plan. The prince leads the advance as the soldiers rally behind the first prince and prepare to carry the battle beyond the fortress. Ian entered battle as an untested boy who had not even reached his coming-of-age ceremony, with only 3 fights behind him. Yet in the middle of the slaughter, the question was not his inexperience, but what made others trust him enough to follow his lead. The answer began to show as his chosen knights moved to shield him and strike down the orcs pressing in. Among those he relied on was a seasoned knight whose loyalty and skill anchored the charge. He was also backed by a famed commander whose presence gave the force discipline and confidence. Even veteran rangers of the north had joined him, adding heart and experience to his small host. Together, these stubborn northern fighters became the force that made his impossible stand feel real. As the battle tightened, Ian planted himself and prepared to turn the momentum. He cut through a towering orc in a single decisive pass, proving he was not merely being protected. In that instant, his calm resolve made clear why others had gambled on him. By the time the field finally settled, the survivors were only beginning to grasp what he had accomplished. Ian stood in the snow, battered and silent, carrying the weight of the victory almost alone. Around him lay the dead orcs and the exhausted remnants of his force, staring at the aftermath of a battle they should not have won. Then Ian reached for the enemy standard, claiming the proof of victory that rightfully belonged to them. He tore the banner free from its fallen bearer and took it for his own. With the enemy flag in hand, the triumph of the battle was unmistakably his. The soldiers around him looked on in disbelief as the meaning of that moment finally sank in. When Ian raised the captured standard, the army broke into celebration and accepted that they had truly won. Their cheers turned into open loyalty, hailing him as the prince who had delivered the impossible. Even the veterans joined the acclaim, marveling that he had wiped the enemy out so completely. But the celebration collapsed almost immediately as the men who had pushed themselves past their limits began dropping where they stood. The confusion deepened when others noticed the fallen were not dying in panic but simply collapsing from total exhaustion. Ian's commander recognized that the victory had cost everything they had and ordered the men moved before the cold, or their injuries finished them. He praised what had happened as the stuff of legend, an achievement beyond ordinary military merit. Ian, barely conscious, corrected him with dry humor and refused to romanticize it. To him, this was not a noble epic but a brutal war poem written in blood. Then the strain finally caught up to him, and he collapsed before the commander could do more than react. Alarm replaced admiration as the commander rushed to check whether Ian had been gravely wounded. Instead, he found the prince had simply fallen asleep on the spot after forcing himself through the battle. Relieved, the commander ordered Ian taken to his tent and the dead gathered and cremated with honor, while the legion commander's body was to be handled separately. From a hidden vantage beyond the battlefield, another observer watched the castle and the trail of destruction Ian had left behind. A silver-haired woman repeated Ian's grim phrase to herself, intrigued by the way he understood war. Amused and impressed, she admitted that he continued to exceed her expectations. Her interest sharpened into intent as she decided not to leave his growth entirely to chance. She resolved to give him a final surprise before withdrawing, treating it as a gift. With dark power swirling around her, she descended toward another monstrous foe and told Ian to take his time getting there. As Ian slept in his men's arms, her unseen intervention bought him a little more time to grow stronger. Soon after, an elite orc force the size of 2 legions attacked Winter Castle, but the 3rd Legion and the Rangers destroyed it, and Valorhard began preparing for the next battle. Back in the royal court, however, commanders warned that even with every soldier in Valorhard, they were badly outnumbered and could not realistically hold the castle. Marquis Bielefeld formally praised the victory but made clear that Ian's request for reinforcements had raised serious concern. Some nobles openly mocked the warning, insisting the fortress had endured for centuries and accusing Ian's side of exaggeration. Expecting disbelief, Ian's representatives said they had brought proof of the threat. They opened a heavy chest and demanded that the court judge the evidence with its own eyes. The nobles' confidence faltered the moment they saw the sheer scale of what had been brought before them. Inside was the skull of the legion commander slain by the first prince, taken from its severed head as proof of the enemy's size. Ian's side explained that this monster had already been twice the size of a normal orc warrior, and that an even greater creature existed beyond it. Faced with physical evidence, the skeptics could no longer dismiss the report so easily. They were told that Ian had identified the larger threat as the Orc King. The king then laid out the full danger. The enemy had already confirmed the strength of 8 elite legions, at least 16,000 orcs, and the realm had to grasp the seriousness of what was coming. Even so, one noble still tried to belittle Ian as an inexperienced prince and dismissed the monstrous enemy as just another orc. A noble openly questions whether House Valorhard is fabricating the northern threat for political gain. The accusation provokes immediate outrage, as senior lords defend Valorhard's long service and insist Count Valorhard would never abandon his own people. Before the dispute can spiral further, a commanding interruption forces the chamber to stop. The king settles the matter by declaring that if Valorhard says the northern frontier is in danger, the warning must be accepted as truth. He orders every house bordering the north to contribute maximum troops and supplies, while the palace hires mercenaries to reinforce them. He also remembers the sons recently arrested by the first prince, and decrees that they be sent to the battlefield in plain clothes to atone through service. Maximilian notices that even in this emergency, the king is still refusing to deploy the central army. That restraint enrages the older nobles, who see it as a slight against the shield that has protected the north for generations. Maximilian steps forward and asks the court to hear him out. The nobles realize the second prince is about to involve himself directly. He argues that the royal family cannot ignore House Valorhard's loyalty and sacrifice. Standing before the court, Maximilian makes clear that he intends to answer the crisis personally. He addresses the king with formal resolve and asks permission to act. Maximilian, second prince of Leonberg, vows to lead the knights and march north himself. Later that night, the king gives him further instructions before his departure. The king reveals that he has already hidden part of the Iron Lions and the central army in the north under the guise of mercenaries, and he places Maximilian in command of them. He reminds his son that Valorhard is a fortress the kingdom cannot afford to lose. Maximilian accepts the charge, but he is still troubled by what happened in court. He carefully asks why the king concealed his true intentions from the nobles. Maximilian points out that if the king meant to send the Iron Lions and central forces anyway, his indifference in public only deepened the insult. The king explains that openly mobilizing royal troops would have let the empire accuse the crown of using Valorhard to build a rebel army. He recalls that such a move would have handed their enemies the perfect excuse to brand the kingdom disloyal. Determined not to repeat that mistake, the king insists they must deny the empire even the smallest pretext. Seeing his son's concern, the king softens and places a reassuring hand on Maximilian's shoulder. He addresses him not as a prince or commander, but as his son. Maximilian answers with obedience, listening closely to the personal counsel behind the order. The king urges him to keep walking the righteous path, promising that true supporters of Leonberg will gather to him if he does. Maximilian answers that for that future to exist, the North must survive, and he swears to protect it no matter the cost. The king warns him that the task will be harsh, because Count Valerhard has already declared himself Adrian's guardian. He adds that the North may treat Maximilian as an enemy, despite his royal blood. When Maximilian appeals to his brother's place in the royal family, the king cuts him off with bitter anger. He tells Maximilian never to forget the damage that man has done to the kingdom. The king recalls how his own brother once sold the kingdom's future to the empire. Even when Maximilian notes that the prince had only been 13 at the time, the king refuses to hear any defense. The old betrayal still burns in him as if it happened yesterday. He remembers the loyal men who broke their swords before him in surrender after that disaster. He also remembers them shattering their own rings, losing the honors and identities they could never reclaim. The humiliation remains vivid, along with the faces of those who stood over the fallen kingdom. Most of all, he has never forgotten the mocking laughter that accompanied Leonberg's ruin. Maximilian still tries to argue that his brother has spent years paying for the past, and has even earned real achievements in the north. The king rejects that entirely, saying no amount of effort can undo what was lost. To him, the men who were broken that day can never regain what they surrendered, no matter what Adrian accomplishes now. He insists that even 100 or 1,000 Adrians could never replace them. Ending the discussion, the king orders Maximilian to leave for the north at once, before Montpellier can interfere. Maximilian suppresses his doubts and accepts the command. The reinforcements race north through snow and exhaustion, knowing every delay could cost Valerhard its survival. Men begin dropping behind during the brutal forced march, but the column keeps moving because stopping is not an option. Captain Antoine of the Silver Fox Mercenaries admires the second prince's determination, while noting that his body was never made for a soldier's campaign. Vice Captain Aram Kyringer of the Iron Lion Knights rides with the force as the hidden royal support takes shape around Maximilian. Though worn down by the march, Maximilian stays focused on the north and presses onward. As the party pushes through the snow, Sir Aram checks on the second prince, but the prince refuses to slow down because every moment matters. The prince steadies himself and insists he is fine, making clear that reaching their destination takes priority over his condition. Aram notes that the snowfall suggests they are close to where they are headed. When they spot a wagon of civilians on the road, the prince suspects they may be refugees fleeing Valerhard. Aram immediately sends a rider ahead to learn what happened. The scout stops one of the evacuees and confirms they are indeed coming from Valerhard. The refugee explains that the count ordered an evacuation in preparation for the worst, alarming the prince's group. Worse still, the civilians know nothing about the front beyond being told to leave, which makes the prince fear Winter Castle may truly be in danger. Realizing Valerhard may be preparing for the fall of Winter Castle, the prince orders the group to move faster. The whole force presses on through the mountain pass, driving toward the fortress despite the worsening storm. As the blizzard intensifies, the men struggle forward and remark that Winter Castle's harsh reputation is well deserved. Then the prince hears a familiar voice carrying through the storm and suddenly focuses on it. He hurries ahead on foot through the snow, drawn by what he thinks he recognizes. A marching song rises from the storm as northern soldiers appear, singing of frozen valleys, bloodshed, and enduring winter battle. The prince's party realizes these are Valerhard soldiers still holding formation and spirit in the blizzard. Their commander catches the prince's mention of spring and sharply reacts, as if challenged by the interruption. He orders his company to form up, bringing his men into disciplined ranks before the newcomers. The commander identifies himself as Jordan of the 117th Platoon, Valerhard Ranger Company, and formally greets the second prince. The prince is relieved to find loyal soldiers here, while Jordan explains they had been out on patrol when all this happened. Jordan takes charge of the situation at once, deciding to leave the wagons behind and personally guide the prince's group the rest of the way. Under Jordan's lead, the combined force marches toward the fortress with the soldiers' war song carrying them onward. The prince, surprised by the loud marching chant, asks Jordan what kind of song his men have been singing. Jordan cheerfully explains that it is the 3rd Legion's war song, Poem of Winter, and seems proud of it. One of the soldiers adds that singing it helps them endure the cold, so they keep it up while marching. Jordan casually reveals that the first prince originally composed the song, though the troops later added their own verses, which catches the second prince off guard. He goes on to recount how, when the first prince once arrived during a blizzard, he spent a full day carrying a stranded soldier on his back. The second prince notices how often Jordan brings up his older brother, and how warmly he speaks of him. That strange friendliness leaves the prince unsettled just before Jordan notices a sudden change around them. Jordan announces that the blizzard has stopped as they finally approach the fortress. He explains that the weather always clears right at the gates, as if the fortress enjoys tormenting travelers until the last moment. The prince tries to brace himself and look for some comfort as they arrive. Instead, Jordan formally presents the place before them as the kingdom's northernmost fortress. The prince's unease spikes at Jordan's tone, as if he already senses something is wrong. When the gates open, Winter Castle is revealed in a devastated state, with the aftermath of battle spread across the grounds. The prince sees walls that were only hastily repaired, proof that the fortress barely held. Scattered corpses, including monstrous enemies, show that the cleanup is not even finished. Faced with the clear traces of a fierce battle, the prince is shaken by how close the fortress came to disaster. He calls to Jordan, needing an explanation for what he is seeing. Before Jordan can answer, Someone at the gate calls out to him, and two figures emerge from inside the fortress. One of them, a blonde armored man marked by recent fighting, brushes off his condition by saying he merely dealt with some pests on the way. Jordan scolds him for recklessly handling everything himself again, but the man answers with familiar, combative ease. Only then does the blonde warrior notice the newcomers and ask who they are. He welcomes the reinforcements, but as he looks closer at the prince, he realizes there is something strikingly familiar about him. Jordan introduces the blue-cloaked newcomer as the second prince. He then identifies the battle-worn blonde warrior as the first prince. The woman beside the first prince points out the obvious question: the two brothers do not seem to recognize each other. The first prince studies the second prince's face and belatedly admits that they really do resemble one another. His blunt reaction makes it clear this is the first time he has truly considered it. The second prince is struck by the resemblance as well and realizes they look like two halves of the same bloodline. That uneasy recognition settles over the battlefield-strewn gate as the brothers finally stand face to face. A young prince arrives at a snow-covered fortress and is unsettled by the sight of soldiers and bodies left from recent fighting. He quietly notes that the place has clearly seen battle, trying to take in the grim reality around him. His escort matter-of-factly explains that the last clash was only 3 days ago and warns him that this carnage will soon feel normal. That answer shakes the prince, forcing him to wonder how anyone could endure so many battles. As he looks toward the looming castle and the corpse-strewn grounds, he struggles to understand how its defenders remain so composed. One veteran brushes off his discomfort, saying that compared with living orcs, the dead are the easier sight to bear. The prince falls silent, realizing how far removed he has been from the brutal life at the frontier. Before he can dwell on it, his brother notices that the fortress has come out to receive them. At the gate, the fortress commander and a full military honor guard stand ready to formally welcome the royal visitors. The commander, Bale of Valorhard, publicly pledges glory to the Leonberg royal family and identifies himself with full ceremony. The prince answers with polished courtesy, honoring Valorhard's role as the kingdom's famed northern shield and its silver lion. A horn sounds to announce the official reception. Black banners and raised spears turn the greeting into a display of disciplined military strength. Valorhard formally declares its unwavering loyalty and friendship to the royal family. The prince responds with a warm smile, settling into the role expected of him. Speaking on behalf of the crown, he thanks the fortress and its people for their struggle, devotion, and sacrifice. The soldiers receive his words with quiet approval, encouraged by the recognition. His elder brother watches with satisfaction, while their sister remains reserved beside him. With the formalities complete, Bale moves the party inside to continue matters in private. Later, during a meal, the prince reflects that it has been a long time since he last saw his brother, who now seems changed almost beyond recognition despite looking healthy. At the table, the family and their host settle into an uneasy reunion, with the prince studying his brother's altered demeanor. His brother's intense stare unsettles him, making him wonder what judgment or intention lies behind it. Trying to ease the tension, the prince invites his brother to speak openly, but the older prince brushes it aside. Instead, the prince cheerfully asks how his brother is finding life at Winter Castle compared with the royal palace. To everyone's surprise, his brother answers with genuine enthusiasm, saying he loves the constant battles and endless monsters to kill. The prince is stunned to realize that his brother truly means it. The brother urges everyone to eat while they can, treating the danger outside as an ordinary part of life here. The prince declines more food, still too mindful of others and too uncomfortable to relax. Their father notes that the prince's stubborn concern for others has not changed, and remarks that such behavior is unusual for his battle-hardened son. Putting aside the awkward family exchange, the prince turns the conversation to the fortress's actual military situation. He asks for a precise account of conditions at Winter Castle, shifting the dinner into a strategic briefing. He begins with what he saw on the way in, an enormous number of orc corpses near the walls, far more than expected. Bale explains that monsters attack every 4 days, and even the smallest assaults have never numbered fewer than 500. One of the prince's companions points out that with battles this frequent, the enemy should have suffered heavy losses by now. The answer is alarming. The enemy's numbers have not gone down at all. His brother adds that if anything the orc forces have increased, and that the buildup is continuing even now. Their father reports that scouts have observed fresh hordes approaching daily, and have already identified at least 9 separate legion units. The scale of the threat becomes clear when they estimate that the enemy still fields at least 18,000 troops. The prince rises, realizing the crisis is far worse than he had imagined. Yet even with that overwhelming danger, he cannot ignore another contradiction that troubles him. He points out that the people of Valorhard do not seem discouraged at all, and that his brother appears to have adapted better than anyone expected. When pressed, he admits that he and his brother are family in name, but have barely spent time together, so he cannot fully explain the change. His brother's close aide insists that the rumors about the first prince are false, and that the man here is nothing like that reputation. Another companion backs this up by recalling a visit the first prince once made to Iron Lion Castle. During that visit, the first prince defeated the castle's regular members repeatedly without losing a single match, proving his strength long ago. The witness concludes that the first prince has only improved even further since then. The prince is baffled that no stories of such ability ever spread, only to learn that his brother deliberately kept it hidden. That revelation leaves him quietly shaken as he reconsiders everything he thought he knew. He reasons that power like this does not appear overnight. so his brother must have been concealing his true skill for a long time. As the discussion continues, the prince is left with one pressing question: what exactly has his brother been hiding all this time? The meeting opens with a demand to address one crucial issue first. Ian presses the council to confirm whether the so-called king of orcs is a real being rather than an exaggerated rumor. Others push the doubt further, asking whether anyone has ever truly seen such a creature with their own eyes. Maximilian cuts through the skepticism and tells them to look outside for proof. As the room turns, he explains that a gigantic spear has flown all the way from the mountains to the castle. The weapon embedded outside becomes his evidence that the enemy possesses impossible strength. He argues that no ordinary orc could have hurled it that far, and that even a ballista would struggle to do so. That leaves only two absurd possibilities: a monster capable of siege warfare or one powerful enough to throw a siege weapon by hand. Maximilian forces them to choose which unbelievable truth they would rather accept. He makes clear that anyone unwilling to believe the threat is free to leave. What he needs is support for the coming fight, not more people wasting time on suspicion. Confronted with that, Ian admits his doubt came from shock, not malice, and tries to make amends. He formally apologizes before the room. The tension is cut short when the discussion is suspended for a brief recess. The council agrees to resume in an hour, leaving the matter unresolved but no longer dismissed. Left alone with his thoughts, Maximilian broods over the exchange. His older brother approaches and notes that Maximilian seemed unusually informed about the orcs and their ruler. Maximilian gives a casual answer, trying not to expose too much. He claims his knowledge comes from a long-standing interest in old stories and ancient texts. Privately, he realizes that excuse is convenient enough to pass. He also reflects that his past recklessness has already made him look like a fool obsessed with the founding king's legends. That reputation, along with his experiments with outdated power, gives others every reason to underestimate him. So he studies his brother in silence, and reassesses the man standing before him. He concludes that the king's contempt for the eldest prince now makes more sense. By all appearances, the elder brother is gentle, upright, and gifted enough to seem ideal for rule. Yet Maximilian remembers a prophecy that another son would be born with the qualities of a true iron-blooded monarch. He weighs that promise against the age now approaching, one too brutal for wisdom alone to survive. In his mind, the future is clear: monstrous powers will emerge, including the Orc King and the hidden evil fairy, and chaos will spread. That coming disaster will drag the realm into desperate war. Only a ruler who can harden the weak, command violence, and destroy predators will be able to lead through it. Maximilian accepts that such a ruler matches his own nature exactly. He embraces the role of the one who will stand at the center of that storm. Having seen endless wars before, he resolves to become the one who ends them. Later, on the wall, orders are issued to hold the Silver Fox mercenaries in reserve while the remaining troops are split into 3 groups to reinforce the defenses. The soldiers receive the arrangement in uneasy silence. Maximilian notices their resentment and openly admits they have reason to be displeased. He knows the reorganization can be read as bypassing central authority and folding the forces into Valorhard's control. Even so, he insists he cannot entrust the wall to men with almost no experience fighting monsters. He predicts that once the real battle starts, survival will matter more than political grievances. A veteran commander beside him senses another motive and asks what Maximilian is really planning. Maximilian turns the question back on him, accusing the man of pushing more and more responsibility onto him. He points out that even routine duties and paperwork have lately been handed off to the commander's son instead. The older man falls quiet, forced to confront what Maximilian has noticed. He reveals that he once believed no path remained for him, until a new purpose appeared. Now, in the final years of his life, he has grown ambitious again and wants more than command. He declares that he intends to fight the warlord himself. Maximilian immediately objects, reminding him that he recently failed against a mere knight slayer and has no business challenging a warlord. But the commander says this resolve exists because of Ian, who helped him realize what he must still do before the end. Maximilian is left exasperated as both men suddenly seem to have found dangerous new convictions at once. The 3 stand on the wall facing the mountains, their shared focus shifting from argument to the war now closing in. A tense alarm on the wall makes the nearby knights realize something is wrong. Hooded soldiers rush into readiness as the disturbance spreads through the fortress. Prince Ian recognizes the horn as a warning of an enemy assault and looks up in alarm. He immediately checks the wall's condition, and the report confirms the defenders have been staying battle-ready. Sensing movement below, Ian demands to know what is happening. The sight before him leaves him briefly stunned. An orc assault is already underway at the castle walls. The attackers smash into the defenses with brutal force. Orcs begin climbing and breaking through the outer barriers. Ian takes command at once, ordering the ladders blocked and every available object thrown down to stop the ascent. He pushes the defenders to fight without restraint and keep the enemy from gaining momentum. Archers join the defense, launching flaming arrows into the attackers below. The fire and steel tear through the orcs, but the assault remains fierce. Watching the relentless fighting, Ian realizes the garrison has been enduring this level of battle every day. His lapse in focus nearly costs him as danger closes in. Another blonde knight pulls him out of harm's way and sharply reminds him that the wall is no place to lose concentration. The rescuer warns Ian that anyone dressed like nobility becomes the enemy's first target. A powerful orc charges forward, showing exactly how exposed they are. The knight brushes off Ian's gratitude and explains that Ian's death would only embolden the orcs and worsen the battle. Ian is embarrassed by the blunt concern but takes the point. A subordinate calls for Sir Aram's support, and Ian immediately backs the request. Aram points out that the wall is too narrow for everyone to crowd in, or they will only hinder one another. Ian orders the ordinary soldiers to hold position and let the stronger knights take the front. Aram notes that Ian is acting far more decisively than before, and Ian begins to recognize the people arriving to help. A group of elite fighters cuts into the orcs and greets Ian like an old acquaintance. Ian realizes the reinforcements are the Iron Lion Knights. Their leader reunites with another defender in the middle of combat and keeps pressing the attack. He postpones any reunion talk until after the immediate crisis is handled. Ian reveals he had suspected some knights were disguised as mercenaries, but he had not realized there were this many. A dark-haired female knight takes over a section of the wall, and the nearby defenders quickly fall in behind her. Elsewhere, Ian's cloaked ally cuts down another orc as the counterattack spreads. The Iron Lion Knights carve through the attackers, but the enemy numbers still keep coming. Seeing no end to the horde, Ian asks for an estimate, and is told there are at least 1,000 orcs. Ian notices something more troubling: the defenders on the wall seem to be thinning out. He realizes the Knights of Winter Castle are missing from the wall entirely. That absence suddenly clicks into place for him. Looking down, he discovers the Winter Castle forces massed at the gate instead of reinforcing the wall. The knight who saved him stands ready as the implication becomes clear. Ian suspects they intend to open the gates and charge straight through the orc horde. His fear is confirmed when the order is given to open the gates. Outside, the waiting orcs surge toward the widening entrance, expecting a breakthrough. At that moment, a knight begins singing the 3rd Legion's military song, and blue mana starts to gather around Ian. Ian is startled because he recognizes the song immediately. As the chant continues, he understands that the 3rd Legion's battle hymn is being used here. The song spreads to the assembled knights, linking their mana together and raising their fighting power as one. The surrounding soldiers feel the mana resonance and realize something extraordinary is happening. A retainer urges Ian to circulate his own energy and shield himself as the resonance intensifies. Then the gate force explodes into motion, and Ian can only stare in shock as they tear into the orcs. Empowered knights launch themselves through the enemy ranks, scattering the horde with overwhelming force. As Ian watches the slaughter, he recalls the nobles in the capital claiming this man had stolen what should have been his, and the reality before him makes that accusation feel far more dangerous than political gossip. People had dismissed the young prince as too worthless to catch even a goblin, much less an orc. Yet on the battlefield he stands in full armor, already proving himself through action rather than reputation. He remembers being branded a useless and violent disgrace. In answer to that judgment, he cuts down a towering orc with decisive force. He admits he cannot tell how much of what was said about him was true, but one thing is undeniable now. Before everyone's eyes, he is accomplishing something no one expected from him. When he urges Sir Aram to join the fight, he is told the situation is too dangerous for ordinary exhausted soldiers. The knights explain that sending worn-out men back into combat would be reckless. He cannot understand why they are being held back. The soldiers themselves are baffled, believing the gap between them and the prince should not be so great. As they look over the battlefield littered with dead orcs, they wonder what truly sets him apart. The prince plants his blood-stained banner among the fallen, marking the victory as his own. He stands amid the corpses with the confidence of someone who has completely turned the battle. A small, satisfied smile shows that he knows exactly what he has achieved. He openly declares victory, stunning the knights gathered around him. Captain Antoine can only stare, unable to understand how this happened. The prince revels in the moment, and the sheer power he displayed makes even hardened knights question what kind of man he really is. Their awe is interrupted when Antoine is informed that the first prince wants a private meeting once the field is cleared. Antoine accepts the order, already realizing this battle has changed how the prince will be viewed. Privately, Antoine admits the prince is nothing like the rumors he had heard. Those rumors had claimed he was not even half the man his brother was. Before that thought can settle, the prince excitedly calls out to Vincent to boast about his win. He proudly counts 19 captured flags, only for Vincent to dryly reveal he has already taken 26. Their rivalry turns playful as both start inflating the count by arguing over how Legion colors should be valued. When Vincent's total rises even higher, the prince protests in outrage. The nearby soldiers tease him for trying to overtake a company commander in a single battle, while he complains that he is exhausted and wants to know what they want from him. Instead of treating him with stiff formality, the men laugh with him and remind him how much stronger he has become. Caught off guard by their familiarity, he wonders what they now think he is. Trying to recover his pride, he boasts that even 10 times more orcs would have been easy prey. He realizes that for royalty to joke so casually with common soldiers should feel improper, yet somehow it feels natural. He joins the banter and sends the men off to clear the battlefield, pretending to be cruel while everyone understands the joke. Though he speaks without ceremony, the soldiers obey at once, and their playful complaints only reveal how much they respect him. Watching them work, he understands that the looks directed at him are not mockery but genuine admiration. Sir Aram approaches and expresses relief that the prince survived. He and the others praise the prince for fighting so bravely in his very first battle. At last the prince understands what their attitude means. They are proud of him. That realization reminds him of the royal capital, where people also smiled at him warmly. But he remembers that those smiles had really been the shallow praise adults give a child for a trivial trick. Compared to that, This sincere admiration embarrasses him far more deeply. He tells himself his elder brother is already acknowledged as a true and dignified man, unlike him. One knight then asks whether they may also go pay their respects to the first prince. The prince gives permission without hesitation. The knights happily accept, clearly eager to report what they have witnessed. Before leaving, they crowd around him with excited praise, calling him incredible and even more ruthless than before. Flustered by the sudden affection, he demands to know why they are all acting so friendly. He is told they volunteered for this assignment of their own accord. He recalls that these men came north under the honored name of the Iron Lions, taking on a brutal mission in a treacherous land. He begins to understand why they chose to come despite the hardship. Before he can settle on an answer, Antoine stops him and warns him not to jump to conclusions too quickly. The blonde prince brushes off his reaction, admitting he was only caught off guard. Far away, the royal capital remains calm, untouched on the surface like any ordinary day. But in the north, a brutal war rages as the orcs once dismissed as mere monsters have built a kingdom of their own. Amid that conflict, the prince stands over the battlefield as a new force begins to assert itself. The Leonberger bloodline is taking root in the north and growing into something powerful. No one back in the capital had any idea this was what the royal family was becoming. At a snowy military camp, guards stand watch outside the prince's tent as he prepares to negotiate. Inside, Antoine, leader of a mercenary company, formally presents himself to the prince. The prince confirms the group is only on a temporary contract with the royal family and presses Antoine about his plans afterward. Antoine answers that mercenaries live too close to death to make long-term plans. The prince immediately offers him a new contract, and Antoine warns that his company may be low-born but it will not come cheap. That answer only amuses the prince, who reduces the matter to a question of price. He demonstrates that he can perceive the rough, impure mana Antoine has accumulated through crude methods. The prince claims he can refine that power into something worthy of respect instead of something looked down on as a low-level trick. He explains that Antoine's heart mana is only a crude fragment of a true refinement method, a poor imitation built on impure mana. Confident in his advantage, the prince lets Antoine see that he is speaking from real mastery. Blue mana begins to move through the tent, turning the negotiation into a display of power. The prince makes clear that even if they stand in the same realm, the gap between them is immense. Seated calmly at the center of the storm, he forces Antoine to confront that difference directly. When Antoine asks if this means refusal, the prince dismisses empty words as meaningless without strength to back them. He rises, signaling that he is not done negotiating yet. The prince adds that the same words can carry very different weight depending on who speaks them. Recognizing the opportunity, Antoine asks for one thing in return, a peerage. The request catches the prince's attention, but he does not reject it outright. Antoine reasons that unlike the stubborn nobles around the prince, he could actually be useful if elevated. The prince agrees in principle and begins setting the terms himself. He declares that the contract will last until he becomes king. Before Antoine can settle, the prince asks whether he knows how to use hard mana, and Antoine confidently says he does. To prove his worth, Antoine draws his blades. He activates his technique and offers to demonstrate it. The prince watches, expecting something substantial. Antoine unveils a sword song he boasts can cut through other swords. Yet the display fizzles into an awkward, unimpressive result right in front of the prince. The prince is left staring in baffled disbelief. Antoine hurriedly explains that this is his sword song and insists it is considered one of the industry's famous techniques. He admits he spent half a year and a great deal of money learning even half of it, but claims he has no regrets. When the prince asks whether all sword songs are like this, Antoine says they differ in efficiency but are mostly the same. That answer convinces the prince that the entire system is absurd. He reflects that war epics were once restricted to blood relatives to preserve the dignity of status and art. Now those same works are bought and sold to mercenaries, reducing them to commodities and stripping them of meaning. Deciding the arrangement is far too small, the prince announces that the contract terms must change. He sets the new duration at 20 years, stunning Antoine. Antoine protests that such a term is practically a lifetime and that no mercenary company would accept it. The prince coldly replies that even a lifetime of service would barely be enough. Drawing on blue mana, he begins reciting a far more profound sword song, one steeped in slaughter and elevation. As the verses continue, the imagery turns into a ritual of blood, death, and reverence before the fallen. The final line reaches Antoine like a revelation, honoring the soul rather than merely wielding force. A blade of refined power flashes past Antoine, leaving him shaken before he can comprehend it. The prince now stands surrounded by that higher form of sword song, no longer merely negotiating but demonstrating supremacy. He presses Antoine with contemptuous clarity. If this transcendent art can be invoked so easily, then what Antoine spent half a year learning was nothing but a crude scrap. A blonde noble corners a gray-haired knight with a brutal question, demanding to know what value his life and 2 decades of service really amount to. The challenge unsettles the knight, forcing him to confront a price he cannot easily answer. The blonde man grants him a moment to think, but keeps the pressure on instead of letting him escape the choice. Before the knight can settle himself, some force or vow stirs in his chest and interrupts his composure. He realizes with alarm that this is no ordinary conversation and that something overwhelming is bearing down on him. The blonde man makes it clear he will not wait, looming over him with the threat of immediate action. Elsewhere at the mountain fortress, the blonde prince moves on to practical preparations and asks to borrow soldiers. He specifically requests 6 rangers familiar with the terrain and tracking, not the usual palace guards assigned to him. When asked what mission requires them, he reveals he is not going on routine patrol. His real purpose is hunting, catching his aide off guard. He explains that the mountains hold more than orcs, implying a more dangerous target. Because the warlord has paused his march for nearly 2 months but will inevitably advance again, the prince decides they cannot waste the lull. He resolves to act now rather than wait passively for the next invasion. His aide protests that such a move is recklessly dangerous, especially for someone of the prince's rank. The prince brushes that aside by reminding him his earlier risky judgment about the orc scout unit proved correct. The aide remembers that the Blade Mountains orcs are unlike ordinary ones, which makes the prince's instincts harder to dismiss. Unable to stop him outright, the aide compromises by insisting on sending additional men along. The prince accepts the support and leaves the arrangements in his aide's hands. As the expedition forms, a young knight named Adelia is so tense for her first campaign that she can barely steady herself. The prince notices her fear and judges that her nerves are worse than expected. He decides the expedition is largely for her benefit as much as for the mission itself. In his view, Adelia may be talented with a sword, but she still thinks like a frightened civilian rather than a true knight, and he wants reality to correct that before a real war does. He then notices another group preparing to accompany him, and asks if they intend to join as well. The Iron Lions reveal they were sent by the second prince, and one eagerly declares his presence to the blonde prince. The prince is willing enough to accept them, though he is clearly surprised by who has appeared. He asks the gray-haired knight Antoine if he is coming too, but Antoine declines. Instead, Antoine presents 2 high-ranking mercenaries, Rogue and Jean, as additions to the party. He explains that both men used to climb these mountains before becoming mercenaries, so their speed and practical intelligence should make them useful. The prince immediately recognizes the pattern and suspects Antoine is deliberately probing him with carefully chosen help. Rather than object, he accepts the arrangement and decides to move out before any further interference arrives. Just then an older black-haired commander appears, warning him to be careful, and the prince is startled to realize his uncle has come after all. The uncle says he only came to see him off, while the prince privately notes that the timing is suspiciously perfect. The older man reminds him that he has defended this castle since before the prince was born, and asks only that he return safely. The prince sees that the older man and his son still behave exactly alike, both overprotective in the same way. With farewells finished, the prince finally leads the expedition into the mountains. Midway up the Blade Mountains, the enemy presence becomes clear as hulking orcs move through the snow. The prince's group hides in the brush and quietly observes the threat ahead. One of his companions asks for orders, waiting to see how the prince will handle first contact. Before a plan can be formed, a massive creature crashes into view and shatters any hope of a cautious approach. They identify the newcomer as an ogre, a far more dangerous foe than the usual orcs. The sight hardens the resolve of the prince's seasoned female knight, who prepares for a serious fight. The rest of the party braces as the danger escalates beyond a simple hunting expedition. The prince stays outwardly composed, though the tension around him shows he understands how quickly this can turn deadly. The ogre roars and charges, driving the encounter into open battle. A larger orc leader rallies the horde, mocking fear and urging his warriors forward. From the prince's position, it becomes obvious this is not an isolated beast but a coordinated enemy force. The war cry continues as the monsters surge in with full aggression. The prince's party now faces a massed wave of orcs behind the ogre, confirming they have stumbled into a major hostile gathering. Amid the chaos, the orc leader singles someone out with murderous recognition, turning the clash personal. He lunges at the chosen target with open hatred, and the battle explodes into direct confrontation. As the group watches from the snowy cover, the prince recognizes their target as an elite noble orc renowned for battle. Before anyone can act, the ogre erupts into the fray in a blood-soaked frenzy, charging for the kill. It tears into the surrounding orcs so violently that the battlefield instantly turns one-sided. The lesser orcs try to rally their warriors, but panic is already spreading through their ranks. One of the prince's companions tenses to move, only for him to physically stop her. At that moment, Adelia's inherited butcher trait begins to stir, reacting to the carnage before her. The prince quietly restrains that impulse and tells her to hold herself back a little longer. He insists they should wait until the monsters exhaust each other first. Meanwhile, the ogre crushes through the orcs with brute force, trampling and cutting them down. Towering over the survivors, it establishes itself as the true predator on the field. Its body starts to change as a deeper power awakens from within. That awakening reaches its eyes and face, turning its bloodlust into something far more dangerous. The transformed ogre leaps into the air, now fully unleashed against the orcs below. The prince's party realizes they are witnessing something beyond an ordinary monster. He identifies it as a real ogre, a being born with the essence of its existence already embedded in it. The awakened creature proves the point by ripping another orc apart with ease. The prince explains that ogres are predators driven by endless hunger and born to butcher. As Adelia's own dark urge continues to simmer, he still refuses to let her move yet. They keep watching while the ogre finishes scattering the last of its prey. The prince judges that an ogre fully released into its butcher nature rivals a sword master, making a direct duel by someone at his level unrealistic. Instead, he tells Adelia to prepare herself. His plan is to use her growth as a knight, forcing her toward what should be impossible. Adelia launches forward, wrapped in golden power, committing herself to the attack. The prince recognizes the light she is drawing on and understands exactly what she is invoking. The ogre notices her approach just as she closes in to decide the fight with one stroke. What she uses is an old giant slaying sword technique, famous for cutting down enormous foes. She brings that technique down with full force, aiming to sever the monster in a single slash. For a moment, she appears almost consumed by that radiant power herself. The prince reflects that both her art and the ogre's nature trace back to the blood of ancient giants. Her strike lands and tears into the ogre's leg as she passes beneath its massive body. Blood pours from the wound, and the old creed behind the technique frames slaughter as the source of renewal. The ogre staggers under the sudden injury, its momentum finally checked. Adelia, half lost in battle ecstasy, seems to embrace that brutal creed as well. Facing the wounded giant head-on, she readies herself for another decisive exchange. Nearby, the prince calmly continues the ritual logic of rebirth through giant blood and flesh. He joins the battle by drawing his sword and beginning the poem of Genesis. The power answers, but it immediately warns that his current ability cannot withstand the poem's full rank. To compensate, he deliberately omits portions of the poem and reshapes the spell into something usable. Even with only half the poem, he maintains control and prepares to support the attack. To the others, it remains baffling why he brought such a seemingly fragile woman into this deadly climb. Their confusion lingers because they still do not understand what she truly becomes in battle. Adelia answers that doubt by diving back in with a predatory focus that is no longer entirely human. She drives another slash into the ogre at close range, pressing the opening she created. Now openly exhilarated, she gives herself over to the violence with a frightening smile. The ogre tries to recover and retaliate, but she keeps forcing it onto the defensive. An observer realizes her assault has built overwhelming momentum, yet the prince's unseen support may be even more impressive. He moves in beneath the giant alongside her, positioning himself perfectly to sustain her attack. While Adelia rushes ahead recklessly, the prince follows in step, ready to cover every gap. He masterfully supports her blind onslaught, turning her ferocity into a coordinated offensive. And while her dazzling charge dominates attention, the prince's precise backing is what makes the assault truly lethal. A gigantic red ogre crashes into the snowy battlefield, forcing the knights into a desperate retreat. The first prince throws himself in front of the female knight and shields her from the attack, making clear that without him the fight might already have been lost. Holding her steady in the aftermath, he becomes the reason this battle can continue at all. A nearby commander realizes the prince has taken control of the crisis so completely that there is no opening for him to intervene. That changes when a warning points him toward another threat elsewhere on the field. He spots a silver-haired female knight leading a disciplined charge and identifies the true target as the orc horde while it is still in confusion. Her unit cuts into the disordered orcs before they can regroup. The commander recognizes the tactic immediately and sees that she is exploiting the enemy's moment of weakness. As she carves through the front line, her growth is acknowledged as remarkable for someone who only recently became a second-rank knight. She holds the center of the field amid fallen enemies, pressing the advantage her strike created. A far larger orc champion steps forward to challenge her personally, armed and armored enough to halt the advance. Instead of attacking at once, the brute growls as if trying to communicate. The watching soldiers are startled to realize the monster is attempting to speak with them. Its intent is interpreted as a request to settle the battle through an honorable duel. The first prince immediately claims that duel for himself and orders everyone else to stand back. The commander can only wonder what will happen to the ogre if the prince turns his attention here instead. The answer comes instantly as the prince tears through the ogre off-screen with overwhelming speed. He emerges from the slaughter exhilarated, looking less burdened by danger than thrilled by it. The commander, splattered by the aftermath, can only admit that the prince's reckless solution somehow worked. The prince formally accepts the orc champion's proposal, stunning the monster by speaking its language. He mocks the orc's surprise and insists they settle matters properly in the duel it asked for. Provoked and enraged, the orc champion charges straight at him. The prince meets the rush head-on, launching himself into close combat without hesitation. Their blades collide, but the prince slips inside the monster's power and starts dictating the exchange. Watching from the rear, the commander struggles to believe what he is seeing. Even against the champion's brute strength, the prince keeps pace and answers every blow. The commander judges from the red energy around the orc that this enemy should be at least 3 times stronger than a chain knight. Yet the prince shows no sign of being overwhelmed and instead keeps pressing forward. That makes the contrast absurd. A boy with barely a year of sword training is matching a monster far beyond normal human limits. Then the prince's blade flashes with blue force as he commits to a decisive strike. The orc realizes too late that its weapon and defense have already been broken through. A fatal wound opens across its body before it can recover. The prince passes through the attack cleanly, leaving the champion collapsing behind him and proving he had dominated the duel from start to finish. He comes to a calm stop amid the falling snow, already treating the outcome as settled. The dying orc can only choke out its last breath around the sword lodged through its chest. The prince offers it a warrior's respect and acknowledges the duel as a worthy fight. With one final motion, he finishes the champion and leaves its body in the snow. The commander and the silver-haired knight watch in silence, their earlier tension replaced by uneasy admiration. The prince suddenly notices something else nearby and his composure shifts. He steps into a spreading pool of blood and realizes how gruesome he must look. When someone calls to him, he turns in alarm. The brown-haired female knight, filthy and shaken, asks if the battle is finally over. Instead of letting her approach, the prince urgently stops her where she stands. His reason is embarrassingly practical. He does not want to get blood all over her. She tearfully accuses him of being cruel, while the others witness the absurdly gentle concern hidden inside his warning. With the enemy broken, the army resumes its march through the snowy forest. Ahead of the column, the rangers move through the trees with unusual confidence. The commander notes that the rangers seem far bolder than they used to be. The prince explains that with the stench of a dead ogre clinging to them, most monsters would have fled long before coming near. The rangers push forward under that protection, and the prince watches as the march continues into safer ground. While moving through the snowy forest, the party notices something nearby and halts in caution. The prince reasons that if a monster can smell an ogre and still not flee, it must be something equally dangerous. The group advances together, bracing for whatever is waiting ahead. Their answer comes immediately as monstrous, troll-like creatures burst out to attack. The prince confirms the threat is on the level of an ogre, forcing everyone into a serious battle stance. As the hulking enemies charge, he identifies them more precisely as trolls. The fight turns into a brutal clash, with the knights cutting through ogres and trolls at close range. What follows is several more days of hard fighting across the mountain range. During one of those battles, Adelia's power begins to change. A system notice informs the prince that Adelia's traits have shifted and that she has woven a new epic poem. He learns that because she has sworn herself to him, part of her karma and poem are being offered to him as tribute, granting him a portion of her verses under the title poem of the Raven. Adelia's new poem reveals a hunger and thirst that can never truly be satisfied. The prince understands that this is not a simple wish but a deep resentment, an unquenchable longing given form. Wanting to know more, he activates his ability to inspect her nature in detail. Her status identifies her as Adelia Byron, a 17-year-old maid with strong swordsmanship and mana sensitivity. Among her listed traits, one in particular stands out to him: gluttony. Seeing her bloodied and exhausted, he wonders if the longing in her poem is really a craving for blood. That possibility only adds to his growing list of troubling traits associated with her. Still, he decides the expedition was not pointless and orders the group to return to Winter Castle. By nightfall, the castle comes into view under the winter sky. As they approach, the prince senses that something is wrong. From the ridge, they see Winter Castle under attack, with fires burning around its walls. One of his men confirms a battle is underway and asks for orders. The prince answers without hesitation: they will break straight through. He quickly organizes the formation, taking the lead while assigning the rangers to the center and the others to cover the flanks and rear. Ahead of them, an enemy commander rallies the monsters assaulting the fortress. The prince immediately picks out that commander as the key target. He leads the charge with a simple plan: kill the leader first. They crash into the battlefield outside the castle, cutting through the besieging goblins beneath the moonlit walls. The sudden assault tears through the enemy ranks and drops monsters before they can react. Inside the defense, a battered captain urges his men to endure just a little longer. He reminds them that if they survive today's fighting, they will finally get a few days of rest, and he begs them to hold on. Even he is at his limit, pausing only for a breath. The defenders are exhausted and close to collapse. They bitterly think that if the prince were present, he would have thrown open the gates and ended the siege at once. Before they can recover, a goblin lunges at the captain from above. He catches the danger at the last second and turns to meet it. The captain fights back in close quarters, forcing himself to stay sharp despite his fatigue. As he struggles, he reflects that Winter Castle should never have been left this vulnerable. He cuts one attacker down, but the thought remains that the prince's absence has left a dangerous gap. Then he hears something beyond the walls and turns toward it. Unsure at first, he listens as the sound grows clearer. A ranger reports that reinforcements are coming from the mountain range. The prince and his party burst into the battlefield, and word spreads instantly that the first prince has returned and already taken down the enemy leader. The defenders erupt in relief and excitement, while the captain can only note dryly that everyone is acting as if the prince were their direct commander. He moves at once, planting himself decisively as the situation changes. The prince orders the men at the gate to assemble there, declaring that only 30 will sortie with him. When the captain hears that even he is included in that limit, he realizes the prince intends to act before anyone can object. Annoyed that the order is being carried out before he has even formally approved it, the captain rushes after them. Before he can stop it, the prince's command is obeyed and the castle gates begin to open. As Winter Castle's forces surge forward, their commander drives them into a desperate charge. From the wall, the defenders watch the clash below and realize something extraordinary is happening on the battlefield. The source of that shift is the 16-year-old first prince, whose arrival at the front has become a rallying point. His direct entry into combat restores Winter Castle's shaken morale and turns hesitation into momentum. With the prince and his men cutting through the enemy, even the once relentless orcs begin to break and flee. At the center of it, Vincent fights with a cold focus while gathering a strange blue power around him. He and the prince press the attack together, carving through the enemy line with overwhelming force. Back to back, the two of them move like a practiced pair and finish the rout. By the end of the battle, the prince stands among fallen monsters, his side clearly victorious. Winter Castle's soldiers gather around the prince and Vincent, seeing them as the ones who saved the field. Even the armored defenders on the wall lean in, stunned by what they have witnessed. The victory is confirmed, and the soldiers erupt in celebration for Winter Castle. The prince accepts the cheers with quiet satisfaction. The celebration quickly narrows from the castle's survival to praise for the first prince himself. As the chant spreads through the troops, his status rises sharply in everyone's eyes. He basks in that recognition, pleased by how decisively he has changed the mood of the army. But in the middle of the triumph, something unsettles him and breaks his composure. He recognizes the same bloodlust from before drawing near again and realizes the danger has not passed. A sinister red force manifests, carrying the same murderous presence he sensed earlier. That ominous energy spreads across the battlefield, turning the aftermath of victory into a new threat. The nearby knights are shaken at once, as if the pressure alone is enough to overwhelm them. Even Vincent falters under it, struggling to stay steady. The prince's guards instinctively move to shield him as the oppressive presence closes in. Vincent forces himself upright and braces against the pressure instead of yielding to it. The prince realizes the source has come even closer than before and curses the timing. Around him, surviving enemies and soldiers alike are reduced to fear, with one begging for mercy. The prince is shaken, but he cannot help being impressed by how overwhelming that hidden presence is. Later, the scene shifts indoors, where the aftermath of the battle is reduced to trophies and body counts. Vincent reports that he killed 14 ogres and 11 trolls, making his contribution sound like a matter of fact. The prince immediately undercuts him by pointing out that the proof is lacking, since he brought back only one head. When Vincent protests, the prince dismisses the claim by saying only 4 usable pelts were worth counting. He explains that most of the monsters were too badly mangled to serve as evidence, which says as much about his brutality as his excuse. Then the prince remembers he has stronger proof of his own achievements. He presents the banners he seized after wiping out an elite orc unit in the mountains, adding the Shaman Legion standard to his tally. The soldiers nearby turn the exchange into a scorekeeping contest and start calculating the totals. Once the banners are counted, the prince reaches 39 kills while Vincent remains at 36. Delighted, the prince formally declares Vincent defeated. He announces his victory outright, leaving Vincent too irritated to answer cleanly. The surrounding soldiers pile on at Vincent's expense, gleefully declaring that their captain has lost. Vincent objects that the prince only claimed the banner after others had done the hard work, and refuses to accept the result. The men ignore his protest and celebrate the prince's win anyway. Vincent snaps at them for abandoning him so easily, but he has already lost control of the room. Their joking escalates into a bigger claim: if the prince surpassed Vincent, then he may be Winter Castle's strongest warrior. That remark draws the attention of another man, who steps in while reviewing the score for himself. Ian calmly reminds the prince that he is still far from the top. The prince fires back, mocking Ian as an old man intruding on a young man's competition. Ian answers that records do not vanish just because he has stepped back from the front lines. Vincent immediately concedes that they cannot beat Ian's record, while the prince protests and calls the interruption unfair. Only then does the prince realize who has just entered the conversation. With Ian's arrival, the room's playful rivalry gives way to a more tense and respectful atmosphere. A veteran commander's presence alone steadies the defenders and reminds them what real leadership looks like. On the frozen walls, Winter Castle's soldiers continue their watch as the pressure of the coming siege hangs over them. Among the officers, unease spreads as they wait for news that could decide whether the fortress survives. Watching from above, the blonde prince judges that morale has shifted enough for the moment, even if the deeper problem remains. He turns the war council toward practical matters, deciding that temporary confidence is all they can afford right now. But before anyone relaxes, he signals that the real crisis still has to be faced. He demands to know why no reinforcements have arrived from the north or the central region, especially when the southern lords should have acted by now. An officer explains that only scattered troops have managed to join them so far, far less than what was needed. Reports from the road confirm the worst. The reinforcements meant for Winter Castle are still nowhere in sight. The prince recalls how the count's household dismissed winter as a routine burden, treating the kingdom's constant warfare as background noise. Now the truth is undeniable. The central and northern lords have no intention of sending meaningful help. Realizing Winter Castle could fall first and leave the rest of the realm exposed, the prince erupts in anger at their negligence. Before his fury can consume the room, his uncle physically reins him in and forces him to steady himself. The commander declares with absolute certainty that Winter Castle will not fall, cutting through the panic with conviction. The prince is stunned by his uncle's confidence and wonders what could justify such certainty. The commander admits he has not solved everything yet, but he is close enough to act. He reveals that he has been preparing a magical measure of his own, one that is nearly ready. He regrets that time is running out, because with just a little more of it his plan would have been complete. Even so, the prince catches on that his uncle is no longer speaking from blind optimism, but from a real strategy. The commander reassures him that Night Bale has never lost to orcs, making clear that he intends to stake everything on that record. He then reveals a political gamble. He rewrote the reinforcement request under the prince's own name. When questioned, he insists that this change will force a response. His reasoning is blunt. The nobles may ignore a neglected frontier and a powerless guardian, but they cannot easily ignore the promising second prince. Still, both men understand that recognition means little if the aid arrives too late. With that in mind, the commander turns to Maximilian and begins preparing him for the possibility of disaster. He orders Maximilian to establish a second defensive line below the castle if the worst happens. Maximilian resists, insisting there are too few troops and that the men of Winter Castle would never willingly abandon their post. The commander answers that Maximilian's duty is larger than local pride, because he must think beyond dying with the fortress. He presses the point gently but firmly. If retreat becomes necessary, the soldiers will need Maximilian's leadership more than his own. Maximilian finally understands that his brother is already preparing to bear the greater risk himself. That resolve is sharpened by memory. as the commander recalls a taunt that the ruined Leonberger bloodline had lost all strength. The prince senses that his uncle means to prove that at least one heir of that blood still carries its will. Winter Castle stands braced in the snow, a fortress waiting for the next blow. Then an eerie lull settles in, and the usual cycle of orc attacks suddenly stops altogether. The prince and his officers recognize the silence for what it is, not relief, but the warning sign of something larger gathering. Across the castle, soldiers and civilians alike feel the same fragile pause and prepare under growing strain. No one in Winter Castle wastes the respite. Every hand turns toward the battle they know is coming. While the fortress readies itself, the commander pushes his magic in isolation, trying to finish what time may not allow. He focuses with grim determination, knowing his unfinished power may decide whether the castle holds. Even as no word comes from the central or northern regions, the defenders keep waiting for any sign that they are not alone. At last, that sign appears when the famed Knights of Winter Castle return before it is too late. The Black Spear Cavalry rides back from its mission, bringing the fortress the elite force it desperately needed. Their commander reports into Night Bale, and the reunion confirms that Winter Castle still has disciplined strength to rely on. The prince sees at once that these riders may be the answer they have been waiting for. Their leader, Quan Lithium, introduces himself with formal respect while making clear that his cavalry's reputation is well earned. The prince receives him warmly, and Quan notes that he has long heard of the prince's courage in battle. Quan then explains that the prince may not yet understand what the Black Spear Cavalry does best. He states it plainly: no force in Valorhard surpasses them in a direct charge. With confidence and loyalty, he pledges to ride into the coming battle at the prince's side. A few days later, Winter Castle has transformed that promise into full mobilization, with its forces assembled and ready for the great battle at last. The battle opens in chaos as orcs hammer their weapons and surge forward through the snow. A full wave of red-eyed orcs rushes the fortress, making clear that the defenders are about to be overwhelmed. Inside the walls, a commander realizes reinforcements still have not arrived, leaving the garrison dangerously exposed. A blonde prince notices a terrifying presence among the attackers and immediately understands something worse has appeared. He identifies the newcomer as the orcs' transcendent champion, a figure feared as their greatest hero. That monster announces himself by crashing forward with enough force to shatter stone. The defenders finally see the warlord's face, hidden behind black armor and burning with murderous intent. His inhuman features and red aura confirm that this is no ordinary battlefield threat. The enemy host rallies around him as the warlord arrives to personally lead the assault. The sight of that overwhelming aura freezes the defenders for a moment as they face what has come for them. One soldier instinctively recoils, his footing breaking as fear overtakes discipline. That fear spreads through the nearby troops, and several men visibly lose their nerve before the fight has even begun. The commander condemns the collapse in morale as absurd, furious that the army is already shaken. Refusing to let panic take hold, he slams his hand down and forces himself back into control. Outside, the warlord's presence looms over the battlefield like a declaration that the siege has truly begun. His confidence only deepens the sense that the defenders are facing a monster built for war. The pressure of his advance feels like a direct strike at the fortress itself, as if he means to break their will before their walls. The commander stares ahead in alarm, realizing just how badly the situation is turning. Around him, ordinary soldiers can only look on in stunned dread, unsure how to answer such a threat. The commander gives the enemy his due and calls him what he is, a monster. Then a voice from above answers that challenge, treating the warlord's arrival as a grand declaration of war. The commander prepares to respond in kind, determined to send back a message of his own. Before he can act, a soldier spots someone climbing the broken spire and urgently points him out. At the top stands the blonde prince, having taken the most exposed position on the fortress for a purpose of his own. The garrison recognizes him in disbelief as the first prince appears atop the shattered tower. Even the commander is thrown off, unable to guess what Ian is trying to accomplish. Ian calmly draws his sword beside the enemy banner, showing that he came there with a deliberate plan. With a single cut, he severs the war banner from the spire. He smiles, satisfied that he has struck the enemy's pride before the battle can properly begin. The torn banner falls, turning his provocation into a public insult. From the top of the spire, Ian openly mocks the enemy for losing its flag before the fighting even starts. The commander can only stare, baffled that Ian is this fixated on flags at a moment like this. The soldiers, however, immediately grasp the joke and treat the prince's stunt as a morale victory big enough to count like many enemy banners at once. Ian follows the taunt by lifting a long horn, revealing that the banner was only the beginning. Its sound carries across the fortress, drawing every defender's attention upward. As the soldiers listen, they realize the horn is not a signal but the opening of a battle chant about their frozen land and blood-stained walls. The commander catches on first, grinning as he channels power into his spear and joins Ian's rhythm. He turns the chant into a command to fight, using it to snap the shaken troops back into battle readiness. The words spread from man to man, and the defenders begin echoing the chant together. Blue energy surges around the tower and along the walls as the fortress answers Ian's provocation with renewed unity. Seeing Ian handle morale, the commander admits the prince has already done plenty and that it is his turn to act. He resolves not to let Ian carry the whole moment, deciding he must prove himself as commander. Gathering lightning around his weapon, he prepares a decisive counterattack. He hurls the charged spear with explosive force from the wall. The spear tears straight through the advancing orcs, carving a path through the front ranks in one devastating strike. From the battlements, the defenders watch the enemy formation rupture under that single throw. The soldiers erupt in praise, celebrating that their commander wiped out the orcs' front line in an instant. Without wasting the momentum, the commander raises his hand to issue the next order. He calls the Black Spear cavalry to the front, ready to turn the opening into a full counteroffensive. At his command, the spears are launched, and the defenders finally answer the siege with coordinated force. A vast horde of orcs surges through the snow toward the fortress, throwing its full weight at the walls. The defenders answer the charge by ordering spears forward, trying to blunt the first wave before it reaches them. At the front, the clash turns immediate and brutal as steel starts cutting into the attackers. The melee thickens, with the defenders carving through orcs at close range to keep the line from collapsing. What follows is a chaotic slaughter, the battle erupting across the approach to the castle. Bodies pile up beneath the walls, but the dead do nothing to slow the pressure of the assault. Inside the defense, soldiers brace themselves as the fight spreads across the battlements. Commanders quickly divide roles, sending rangers back to fire from range while knights hold the orc warriors in direct combat. They also order the infantry to destroy the ladders, knowing the wall itself will be lost if the climb is not stopped. Even as the orders spread, the defenders are already being overwhelmed by the speed and violence of the attack. The officers recognize the enemy's method at once: no finesse, only endless bodies hurled forward. Their commander warns that the orcs will keep sacrificing numbers until the defenses finally crack. At this scale, sheer numbers become a weapon of their own, turning the siege into a contest of exhaustion. Realizing they cannot win fairly, the commanders decide to use fire despite the cost, hoping to avoid a disastrous first day. The order goes out to bring up the oil jars at once so the walls can be turned into a killing ground. A blonde noble watching the defense realizes the situation is already worse than he expected. The cost is visible everywhere, with defenders dying on the walls under the orcs' relentless assault. At the same time, supplies are being consumed at an alarming rate, making every defensive measure feel temporary. Still, the soldiers haul the oil into position, committing to a harsher defense. They pour the oil over the climbers and the ladders below, turning the enemy's advance into a trap. Once the oil is lit, fire tears through the packed orc ranks, and the defenders are told to use every jar they have. Watching the flames, the blonde noble understands that if this becomes a prolonged war of attrition, the castle cannot sustain it. Another officer confirms the fear plainly. Within days, they may run out of weapons and be forced to fight barehanded. Yet even burning casualties fail to stop the next wave, and more orcs keep charging through the smoke. From the walls, the defenders can already see the larger truth. If this pace continues, Winter Castle is doomed to fall. Amid the siege, a white-haired knight faces the enemy and bitterly reflects that he never deserved to end up in this war. He thinks back on his fate with disbelief, as though he has been thrown into a personal hell for no just reason. He remembers being born into the Eli family, only to be ruined because he associated with corrupt nobles and was dragged into their downfall. The memory still feels unreal to him, the moment his life was suddenly stained and overturned. In court, Bernardo Eli stood as a witness against those nobles, but that testimony only earned their hatred. After the first trial, the system turned on him as well, recasting him from witness into criminal. To pay for crimes he insists he never committed, he was cast away instead of cleared. His punishment was exiled to the Northern War, sent to serve at Winter Castle with no protection and no future. He was effectively abandoned there, told to survive by his own strength if he could. The garrison made it clear that no one had the means or interest to look after expendable men like him. At first he tried to treat it lightly, thinking his sword training would be enough to carry him through. But even then he knew that confidence was hollow, because Winter Castle's reputation had been earned in blood. The North proved that immediately, cutting down men around him with merciless speed. Within a month, the other disgraced nobles sent there had all been killed. Of that condemned group, Bernardo alone remained alive. That isolation hardened into resolve, and he decided that if he could not endure here, he would die like the rest. Driven by that thought, he throws himself into combat with desperate force, cutting through orcs as blue energy begins to flare around him. He plants his footing and gathers himself, turning that power into something deliberate. He calls on Mana Heart, the one gift that had seemed useless before his family's ruin but has now become his only real means to survive. The irony is not lost on him. The power he once could not value is now the only thing keeping him alive. Breathing hard in the middle of the battlefield, he looks at the war around him with disgust and contempt. His bitterness turns into fury, and he commits to striking back at the life that reduced him to this. Using that surge of mana, he launches himself into a violent aerial attack against an orc. The exchange goes wrong in midair, and the impact throws him off balance instead of finishing the enemy cleanly. His sword is knocked from his grasp, leaving him suddenly disarmed in the middle of the fight. A silver-haired knight lies pinned by exhaustion and fear, realizing the enemy before him is too strong to stop. Even so, he reaches desperately for his fallen sword before the finishing blow can land. His hand closes too late, with death already descending on him. A hulking orc raises its weapon to kill him, and he can only accept that he is out of time. Believing he is about to die, he braces himself and wishes only for it to end quickly. Instead, a sharp rebuke cuts through the moment, mocking him for giving up in the middle of battle. The first prince crashes into the fight and cuts the orc down before it can strike. He lands between the knight and the enemy, shielding him with overwhelming force. Stunned, the knight realizes the man who saved him is the very prince he serves. The prince fixes him with a cold stare, clearly unimpressed by what he just saw. He demands the knight identify himself and tears into him for failing at the most basic rule of combat, while the knight can only apologize. Without softening, the prince tells him that if he will not fight properly, he should stay down and stop being a burden. He immediately throws himself back into the thickest part of the battle, dismissing the knight as dead weight in his path. The insult bites deeply, hitting a wound the knight already carries. As he forces himself back up, resentment hardens inside him. He remembers that this prince is the reason he was exiled here, and the fact that the prince does not even recognize him makes it worse. Rather than accept that humiliation, he refuses to remain beneath the prince any longer. He swears he will not let the prince keep looking down on him. Driven by pride, he charges after the prince with sword in hand. From that point on, his wounded pride becomes the force that keeps him moving through the slaughter. For days, he stays close to the first prince, following him from one fight to the next. Wherever the prince goes, it is always the most vicious part of the battlefield, and the knight goes there too. He throws himself into combat with raw determination, refusing to fall behind. He fights recklessly and relentlessly, carving through enemies just to keep pace with the prince. Survival becomes a matter of sheer stubbornness, but amid that struggle a question begins to trouble him. As the prince orders the wounded to retreat and keeps holding the line, the knight notices how desperately everyone is still fighting. Watching soldiers and monsters clash without hesitation, he starts to wonder what is driving such self-destructive resolve. Even in a battle that looks hopeless, no one is trying to preserve themselves. He is shaken by the sight of people throwing away their lives as if they have no value at all. That realization catches him off guard and breaks his focus at the worst possible moment. While the prince continues cutting enemies down, the knight falters behind him and nearly gets himself killed again. He recognizes his mistake instantly, cursing himself for letting his mind wander in the middle of combat. The prince grabs him and angrily repeats that if he is going to fight like this, he should not be here. As the knight apologizes again, he is forced to admit to himself that the prince still seems not to know who he is. Then the prince unexpectedly tells him to fight properly, and calls him by name, Eli. The name stops him cold. For the first time, Eli realizes the prince may have remembered him all along. That suspicion is confirmed when he learns the prince recognized him days earlier and simply never showed it. Another comrade cuts in and tells Eli that if he intends to fight, he needs to step forward and do it. She makes the choice plain: contribute, or get out of the way. Frustrated by hearing the same command again and again, Eli finally rebels against being treated as someone who should stay down. He surges forward with renewed resolve, deciding he will keep following the prince no matter what. He openly commits himself to that path, even if it costs him his life. By sunset, the battlefield is finally littered with the dead, and the fighting appears to have ended. Barely able to stand, Eli looks over the aftermath and wonders if the battle is truly over. The prince approaches and challenges Eli on the vow he made, asking whether he really means to follow him even to death. When Eli does not back down, the prince accepts the answer and tells him to prove it. Before Eli can process that, a female knight arrives and formally asks him to come with her. The summons leaves Eli startled and uncertain about what is coming next. She informs him that, by the prince's order, he is to leave with the central army from this day forward, meaning his persistence has just changed his fate. When no one objects to the dangerous plan, a flustered silver-haired knight realizes he has no grounds to refuse it. He hurriedly tries to clarify that he is willing, and the dark-haired female knight cuts off any hesitation by ordering him to come with her. She takes command without ceremony, making clear that the decision has already been made. Watching her, a disgraced noble recognizes her as the same woman tied to his earlier humiliation and turns his attention toward old resentment and desire. As she walks away, the memory of Balsan resurfaces, linking the present moment to that past offense. Bernardo, the elf-blooded descendant who loved his family to the end, bitterly reflects that Balsan met the fate he deserved. The tale shifts to the Battle of Winter Castle, where Bernardo would soon face the ruin born from that unresolved devotion. A chronicler begins recording the siege firsthand, framing what follows as an official account of the castle's fall. On the first day, the Orc King Arwen arrives at Winter Castle with 20,000 troops and begins the assault. The defenders initially hold firm and drive the enemy back, but even that success comes with mounting dead and wounded. By the fourth day, the eastern wall is lost, and the Rangers pay heavily to contain the breach. The fighting turns desperate at close range as the defenders struggle to stop the orcs from pouring in. By the sixth day, supplies are nearly gone, leaving the exhausted soldiers to fight while starving and bleeding. By the 13th day, the defenders are worn down and badly reduced, while the enemy still seems endless. With more than 300 dead and no end to the orcs in sight, the siege becomes a slow collapse. On the 15th day, the record continues from inside the castle, where the leadership is forced to confront the truth. The old scribe can only look on grimly, already knowing the report has become a chronicle of abandonment. The reinforcements they had counted on never arrived, leaving Winter Castle isolated. Under that realization, the commanders admit that if nothing changes, the fortress will be annihilated. One faction argues for pulling back the front line and regrouping deeper inside, but the lord in charge refuses to surrender the castle itself. The room divides over whether continued resistance has any purpose, as some see only pointless losses ahead. Aram answers that this battle is not about conquest, but about preserving what still remains. He presses the room to remember why Winter Castle exists at all. Pointing to the map, he explains that the fortress blocks the only southern route out of the Blade Mountains. If the line breaks here, the monsters can spill anywhere, so there is no safer fallback position to retreat to. The wider stakes become clear. If Winter Castle falls, one of Valorhard's border territories will be turned into a living hell. That only makes the missing reinforcements more intolerable, and Maximilian erupts over the broken promise. Aram answers with cold clarity that the rest of the realm has simply forgotten winter. In his view, those far from the front no longer understand how brutal the season and this battlefield truly are. Maximilian is shaken into realizing the neglect may be deliberate and long-standing. He asks whether Winter Castle has been abandoned like this before. The answer is yes, and the reminder that he himself brought 2 full legions only sharpens how exceptional his support was. For centuries, the people of this land have been left to fight this same lonely war by themselves. Faced with that history, Maximilian can only choke back his fury. His frustration spills over into helpless rage as he pounds the table and curses the injustice of it. The outburst leaves him trembling, bent under the weight of guilt and impotence. His blonde brother steadies him and urges him to regain control before the room loses direction. Aaron uses that moment to reveal he has no intention of waiting passively for the castle to be ground down. Since a war of attrition will only kill more defenders, he proposes opening the gates at dawn and taking the fight outside. He names the true objective of the sortie, not the army, but the warlord commanding it. The plan becomes an assassination strike aimed directly at Arwen, the source of the siege's momentum. A younger officer objects that reaching the warlord would require cutting through at least 3 legions first. Maximilian answers by volunteering to lead the vanguard himself and carve the path. Others immediately commit their forces as well, turning the desperate idea into a united final offensive. The cavalry will ride out in full strength while part of the infantry stays behind under Vincent to hold the walls. When the younger blonde man tries to join the charge too, his brother physically stops him. He orders him to remain behind, refusing to risk both Lenorger heirs in the same suicidal assault. The younger man falters, still addressing him as brother and struggling to accept the command. A dark-haired elder corrects him with a painful truth. The man he calls brother is in fact his uncle. Even so, the blonde commander claims the role without hesitation and tells him to keep a place for him, signaling that he fully expects to ride into death. Long after the war council ends, Ian remains burdened by how much must be settled before the next day's battle. He resolves to hear every remaining report and command carefully, knowing Winter Castle may fall if his preparations fail. As his orders spread, the responses differ in tone but not in substance. No matter who answers him, they all part with the same pledge to fight for him and uphold his will. One veteran bluntly reminds Ian that preserving his own life matters more than dying for the castle's cause. Another swears to treat the enemy warlord's banner as if it were worth hundreds, promising overwhelming resistance. Even his younger brother sets duty aside for a moment, and simply begs Ian to come back alive. Having heard the same fears and vows all morning, Ian turns away with weary familiarity. Before he can leave, Arwen stops him because the role she has been given is too important to leave unspoken. Ian has ordered her to remain hidden and survive, a choice she clearly hates but that he sees as necessary. He tells her she is the only person he can trust with this task, and that her presence is the one thing that lets him leave without constant worry. To make her understand the weight of it, he grips her shoulders and entrusts everything to her directly. Arwen hesitates, struggling with what his command truly implies. In the end she bows and accepts, submitting to his order despite her reluctance. A hidden observer realizes Ian is refusing to let Arwen repeat the fatal promise that once led her to die for him. That watcher concludes Ian is determined to cut off those self-destructive loyalties before they can take hold again. The eavesdropper slips away, but not before drawing Ian's notice. Ian dismisses Arwen to rest, and she obeys, leaving him alone with the presence he has sensed. Back in his room, he dryly notes that the night has brought him no shortage of visitors. He confirms his suspicion and waits for the hidden guest to reveal itself. Calling out the spying directly, he orders the lurker to stop hiding and show itself. A supernatural creature answers by swooping into the room instead of continuing the game. The owl-like familiar explains it only waited because Ian seemed lost in thought. Ian accepts the excuse with mild sarcasm as the creature settles beside him. He reminds the familiar that he summoned it some time ago, and is unimpressed by how slowly it came. The familiar's mistress finally manifests before him, and Ian addresses the woman he called for Sigrun.